Hello and good morning, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Ronan Vector, and I am here back exploring your timeline. We are back into it with Fallout 4 today. I hope you all had a good Memorial Day weekend if you're here in the States, and if you didn't, I hope you had a good one anyways. I was missing yesterday. I was hanging out with a pal and drinking some kava, hanging out with some other peeps, and just chilling, taking the day off. But now we're going back to work, to surviving in Fallout, as one is wont to do. Check one, check two. There we go. God, I really need to get a new soundboard. All right, sorry about that. Welcome back. I'm Ronan Vector, in case we all missed it before, since we couldn't hear me very well. We're back in it with Fallout 4, and we are going to be watching some Fallout lore while we get into it. I'm really interested in this part of the Fallout lore where there's this uh, background presence, as it were, which gives way to some Cthulhu type mysteries in the universe. So I like learning. I mean, I already know a lot about it, but I like seeing different YouTubers' perspectives on the whole thing because it's like the sleeper threat in Fallout.
Cosmic horror,
There we
a
go.
term commonly interchanged with and considered a synonym to Lovecraftian horror, is a horror genre developed and made famous by H.P. Lovecraft. This genre of horror is rooted in the fear of the unknown, the awe of the
There we go.
incomprehensible, and the knowledge that
I don't think
humanity's
that's too loud.
resistance is considered insignificant to beings and agendas far beyond our comprehension. As stated, this genre of horror was created and popularized by Howard Phillips Lovecraft, an American writer of horror fiction, and is best known for his creation of the Cthulhu mythos and his unique pantheon of cosmic deities. His influence has stretched deep into our culture and our subconscious, bringing to light our collective fear of cosmic insignificance when confronted with phenomenon far beyond what we could ever hope to dream up. So deep, in fact, the elements of cosmic horror have slowly sunk themselves, game by game, into the fiber of one video game franchise in particular, Bethesda's Fallout.
Nice.
On October 10th, 1997, Black Isle Studios, the creators and first producers of the Fallout franchise, released the first entry into the Fallout series, aptly named Fallout, a post-nuclear role-playing game, to commercial success and favorable reviews. The game had players roaming a post-apocalyptic California based hundreds of years into the future, following a nuclear apocalypse. Players, taking the role of the Vault Dweller from Vault 13, were tasked with finding a water chip in order to restore the water, recycling, and pumping machinery inside the vault. Along their journey, players battled roamers and raiders, went up against horrifying mutations brought on by the radiation, fought against super mutants hell-bent on world domination, and countless other dangers of the Californian wastelands. Around 1 year later, on October 29, 1998, the franchise saw its second entry in the form of Fallout 2. This time around, players were thrust 80 years into the future from the previous installment's setting. Players take control of the Chosen One, a descendant of the first game's protagonist, to retrieve a GECK, or a Garden of Eden creation kit. in order to restore purified water to the suffering town of Arroyo. However, despite the game's commercial success and positive reviews from critics and fans alike, the series did not see a true sequel until a decade later after the rights to the Fallout franchise were bought by Bethesda Studios. It has been under Bethesda's leadership and involvement with the Fallout series that we've seen a slow and steady integration of Cosmic Horror elements into the franchise, beginning with Fallout 3, running through Fallout 4, and into Fallout 76. In order to best recount the growth of Cosmic Horror within the Fallout games as influenced by Bethesda Studios, we must first look at their very first entry into the series, Fallout 3. Released on October 30th, 2008 in the United States, Fallout 3 became the very first entry in the Fallout franchise since the commercial failure of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, which released in 2004.
What a piece of shit game.
This installment takes players out of the Californian wastelands and into the wastes of Washington, D.C. Fallout 3 has characters taking control of the Lone Wanderer, a vault dweller who escaped to Vault 101 in search of their father. It is while wandering the wastelands of D.C. that players can encounter a rather ominous building. Known as the Dunwich Building by map marker and by NPCs, the building is located at the far west side of the map, just south of the F. Scott Key Trailing Campground and westward of Tenpenny Tower, at the very bottom left-hand side of the map. Before ever reaching the location, players will be warned by an NPC to steer clear of the building, considering the Dunwich structure to be both unsafe and unsettling.
One thing I can tell you is stay the hell away from the Dunwich building to the south. That place is bad mojo. I don't know what that place is about, but I hear about weird shit going on.
Upon ignoring the advice of the locals and arriving at the location, players are met with a dilapidated building like all the rest. Inside this building, however, is where the real horror begins. Feral ghouls roam the halls of this long abandoned structure. Skeletons and blood litter the floors.
Easy peasy.
Voices can be heard even when no other living being is inside the building, and flashes of the past interrupt the player's venture into the forsaken building. Upon a few tables and scattered around the building, audio logs from one lone wastelander named Jamie await the player. In these journal entries, Jamie speaks with the listener, detailing his journey to find his father who went mad when coming into possession of an ancient book. However, the longer we listen, the more dire Jamie's condition becomes, until, finally, his narrations become incomprehensible with repetition of the names Alhazaret and Gieth.
Sharp knife. Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again on the Feast of the Weaker. Feast for the Deep Temple. Born again. Here. Alhazaret. Yes. Yes.
You see, prior to his arrival, Jamie's father acquired a strange and mysterious book known as the Krvbekne, which led to his father's eventual insanity. Jamie came to the Dunwich building in search of his lost father, but was too late. His father had already become a feral ghoul. Jamie, finding the book that his father had become obsessed with, placed the Krvbekne against a mysterious obelisk he found at the bottom of the building. This obelisk stands tall above the player with a decaying green hue. Vines wrap around the base and trail up the structure. Protruding from one face, a woman appears to be exiting the obelisk, and on the opposite face, 5 skulls are embedded in the structure. And if one stands too close, whispers of Alhazaret and Gieth can be heard to the player.
Where?
It is at this obelisk that players will find Jamie and a band of feral ghouls gathered around this otherworldly structure hidden beneath the building.
Holy shit.
Upon approaching the obelisk,
Good thing I hit it.
the absence of one book in particular.
Ooh. Man, that melee perk just saved my life.
The later DLC expansion of Point Lookout, the players will find the Krvbekne. Deep in the backwaters of Point Lookout, players will be tasked with ascertaining this mysterious book from a band of swamp folk. The supposed original owner, Obadiah Blackhall, asks the players to retrieve the book in order to restore the artifact to his family.
Swamp folk who, I should mention, absconded with a book. A precious family heirloom. I wanted to ask you, friend,
Hell is that?
will you get it back?
However, upon accepting the quest and leaving the building, the player is met by Marcella, who asks the player to instead take the book to the Dunwich building and place it against the obelisk to destroy it, as she believes Obadiah will use the contents of the book to control the swamp folk.
Seek a place called Dunwich. Within is an obelisk, itself a wicked thing. It'll consume the book. You need only press the book to its surface.
The Krivbekna can be found within a ritual site created by the swamp folk. At the bottom of this ritual site, a mutilated body with a ritualistic knife stabbed into its skull lays atop a sacrificial table. Behind this sacrifice sits the book in question. Stealing is not an easy task, however, as the swamp folk descend upon the ritual site in an attempt to prevent the taking of their prized possession. With the Krivbekna in hand, the player must return to the Dunwich building and make their way down to the obelisk. Upon reaching it, the player will be prompted to press the artifact against the face of the structure and destroy it permanently. The line, "This obelisk shares its origin with the Krivbekna. Just being near it makes you uneasy," fills the screen, implying whatever forces that created this obelisk also created the Krivbekna. Destroying the book engulfs the room in flames and rewards the player with plus 500 karma as the side quest comes to a close. The Dunwich building, the characters and quests, and the deities mentioned are, as mentioned in countless other videos and wiki sites, references to H.P. Lovecraft's horror short story, The Dunwich Horror, wherein swamp folk breed with a cosmic deity, which in turn spawns Wilbur Whateley. This deformed and ostracized character is indoctrinated into witchcraft and the dark arts by his grandfather in order to raise his father.
Oh, I know what it is. It's that stupid...
In the story,
Oh, I don't like that.
also procures one necromancer
Turns my fusion core into an explosive. That's why it's doing that. It's driving me crazy. It's that stupid perk.
clearly showing Lovecraft as the inspiration for much of the story. Of the many deities in the Cthulhu mythos, the cosmic entity known as Yog-Sothoth is mentioned within the story, which sounds awfully similar to the deity Ug-Kultoth. The Krivbekna and the name Alhazared are also inspired by the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead within Lovecraft's mythos, and the character of the same name. The name Gieth is also widely considered to be a reference to Lovecraft's underwater city of R'lyeh, where the Great Old One Cthulhu lies dormant. Even Jamie's full name, Jamie Dexter Calabres, is a reference to the Lovecraft character of Charles Dexter Ward. Within Fallout 3, the team over at Bethesda Studios incorporated elements of Lovecraft stories into their own lore and their side quests. These elements of cosmic horror are not directly at the surface and were only expanded upon with subsequent DLC. A single location, a single side quest, a few references here and there, and the influence of Lovecraft's work comes to an end. While not creating their own mythology just yet, the team displays an interest in cosmic horror early on in their involvement with the Fallout franchise, an interest that will only grow with time. Following the commercial and critical success of Fallout 3, Bethesda greenlit Fallout 4. On November 10th, 2015, the sequel to Bethesda's first entry into the franchise was released. Unlike the previous two Bethesda-owned installments, this entry into the Fallout franchise gave the player character a voice actor, modified the game engine, and created controversy after controversy. Despite these factors, fans re-entered the Wastelands once more. Players take control of the sole survivor, the only known survivor of Alt-111's cryogenic freezing program, and are tasked with roaming the Commonwealth wastelands in search of their lost son. It is while wandering the wastelands that players can encounter numerous elements of cosmic horror and references to Lovecraft, a drastic step up in cosmic horror integration. In the top right-hand portion of the map, north of Hub City Auto Wreckers and just west of Hugo's Hole, players will encounter a marble quarry formerly owned and operated by the Dunwich Borers, the company who previously owned the Dunwich building featured in Fallout 3. 10 separate quest lines will guide the player towards this destination, making the secrets buried deep inside the quarry difficult to ignore. Instead of workers, however, players will encounter the Forged, raiders driven insane by the horrifying ancient secret buried at the bottom of this quarry. Raider after raider ventured into the depths of this mine, only to return having been driven mad by whatever they encountered in this pre-war quarry. Near said quarry, in Hugo's hole, players will find Hugo dead on his makeshift bed, and on the nightstand next to him, a holotape. In this holotape, Hugo discusses the possibility of re-entering the quarry, but expresses apprehension due to the forge that occupy the pre-war operation. At the end of the holotape, Hugo speaks with someone, or something, we cannot hear.
Guys don't bother me anymore. That's good. I think it's... What was that? Can't they read the signs? I think it's time I go back inside the quarry. It's been too long. No, I can't. The guys would never let me in. I could kill them all. No. No, that wouldn't be what I would want. It's time to lay down. Yes, of course. It's next to my bed. I will. It's loaded.
Hugo speaks of, and with, an it, leaving us with more questions than answers as we decide to descend into the mine. After disposing of the numerous raiders that occupy the quarry and the tunnels inside, players are free to traverse the slowly descending rocky tunnels and the mysteries inside. Terminals along the route deepen the mystery and controversy surrounding the quarry. Numerous complaints were filed against the company by employees. Lax safety regulations that led to numerous injuries and deaths pulled the company's ethics into question. Players also find that the managers of Stations 1 through 3 were summoned to Station 4 with no explanation given, other than that they are needed immediately. Deep and guttural rumblings worsen as the player delves deeper into the quarry's cavernous depths, and flashes of the past play out before the player, just as in the Dunwich building back in the wastelands of Washington, D.C. Descending down the hole known as the Pit by the former employees of the quarry, players will find the raider boss Bedlam enter terminal. Raiders had begun occupying and using the quarry for the metals within the tunnels. However, Bedlam notes that the last two parties of raiders she sent down into the mines did not return. In order to uncover this mystery, Bedlam herself descended into the pit, which is where the players will find her and her terminal. In her final entry, Bedlam, after having descended into the pit, repeats the same phrase, "I'm safe in the light." Whatever it is that Bedlam encountered in the darkest reaches of this ancient tunnel, it drove her to insanity. Retracing Bedlam's steps, the player's curiosity pushes them to venture deeper into the tunnels. A flash of the past cuts into the player's vision, showing 3 pre-war employees working on machinery. And as the player's vision returns to the present, the levers flip on their own, plunging the tunnels into darkness as ghouls pour from the shadows. The corpses of raiders adorn the white, cavernous walls and floors of the tunnels as the player presses onward, reaching the aforementioned Station 4 terminal. A holotape from one Tim Schutz awaits the player. A broader picture is painted of the true nature of the Dunwich quarry.
Shoots here. No suspicions were raised when new equipment was brought in the other day. Crew at Station 4 are still under the impression that we are setting up a new station beyond this area. The standing crew you hired are convincing enough. However, do worry about the project managers at the other stations, especially Bob at Station 1. We all know he takes his job very seriously. His bullet point updates bug the hell out of me. My gut tells me figure out something's going on down here sooner rather than later. Please advise.
It appears that the quarry serves another purpose. A purpose that has been hidden from the other station managers.
Sacrifice.
Of a 5th station being built deeper in the mine. And as the players venture further into the tunnels, another vision of the past fills the screen. A man stands at an altar within a ritual site, with numerous seemingly innocent individuals bound and held captives before him. As the present returns, the ghoulified remnants of the three station managers, Bradley Ramon, Bob Stanson, and John Hatfield, await the player. Along with the station managers, the ghoulified remnant of Tim Schutz lurks in the dark as well. It is on his body that the player will find one final holotape from the management.
Tim, good job on keeping things under wraps. We've taken your advice and have asked the other project managers to meet you at Station 4. Stall them if they arrive before we get there. They haven't been told anything. We are very close to accomplishing our goal. Please be patient. You will be rewarded in time.
Whatever the management's sinister agenda might have been, the player can only hypothesize as they stand before a deep pool of water. If the player summons the courage to plunge into the irradiated depths and sink slowly to the bottom, they will find the horrifying mystery that drove many to insanity buried deep underground. A colossal entity, its face only barely visible, lies dormant beneath the tunnels of the Dunwich Quarry. And with this discovery, the true nature of the Dunwich Boars, the quarry, and the sinister agenda of the management becomes known. Whatever their purpose, whatever their sinister intent, it all revolves around unearthing this ancient colossus and the dark god, Ugg Qualtoth. While wandering the wastelands of the Commonwealth, players can encounter members of the Cabot House. Located slightly north of the center of the map in the Cambridge area, players will come across pristine 1700s era home amongst the dilapidated ruins. Floors of well-kept and well-tended housing await the player. An aura of prestige and wealth roams the halls. Artifacts from ancient eras are found upstairs, a laboratory on the second floor, and the inhabitants of this relic of the past dwell within. It is upon speaking with the
Why is it so
members of the
hard to
family
control the volume
and
of
performing
this?
side quests that the mystery of the Cabot House begins to unfold. The story of the Cabot House is split up into 3 distinct quests. Each quest reveals more and more about the mysterious Cabot family and the secrets they've hidden within their anachronistic walls. The first quest, entitled Special Delivery, the player is approached by Edward Deegan in one of 3 locations: Bunker Hill, the Third Rail and Good Neighbor, or the Dugout Inn in Diamond City. Upon accepting, the player is prompted to venture to Cabot House. There, the player meets a member of the Cabot House, Jack. Before accepting the player's help, Jack will ask the player a myriad of questions relating to the supernatural.
The question is this: do you believe there is other intelligent life in the universe?
In this conversation, Jack mentions the existence of a city over 4,000 years older than any known human civilization, hiding in Rub al-Khali in Arabia, with structures and artifacts created by beings far older than mankind. After this line of questioning, the player is tasked with acquiring a package having gone missing near the Parsons State Insane Asylum. While searching for clues at the asylum, the guard captain will inform the player that the package contained a mysterious serum and had been stolen by a band of raiders. Players will track the mysterious serum to the Parsons Creamery in the north, eliminate the raiders already in conflict, and take back the serum. Players have the option of returning the serum to the Cabots or keeping it for themselves. Regardless of which outcome the player chooses, the second quest, Imogene Takes a Lover, begins. After the player completes the quest, they are immediately prompted by Edward to assist in the locating of Imogene Cabot. Edward points in the direction of Good Neighbor, the Third Rail in particular. One thread leads to another until eventually a flyer points towards a Brother Thomas, a member of the religious cult Pillars of the Community that may have recruited Imogene into their numbers. If the player speaks with Magnolia and chooses any option besides the aggressive dialogue choice, Magnolia will tell the player where the missing Cabot has disappeared to, the Charles View Amphitheater. Upon arriving, players will find an amphitheater with a rusted teal exterior, a fire burning before the stage, and the Brother Thomas mentioned previously. Approaching Brother Thomas, players may use any number of dialogue options to guarantee Imogene's freedom, or a simple lockpick would suffice as well. It is during the interaction with Brother Thomas that the player learns of the reason for Imogene's imprisonment. Shortly after taking her into the cult, Imogene began to age rapidly, frightening Brother Thomas and the cult members and resulting in her ensuing containment. Once the player ascertains her freedom through any number of means, they are greeted by an aging woman with gray hair and wrinkles, far from the expectation of a younger sister. When the player returns to the Cabot house, they will hear Jack Cabot speaking with Edward Deegan over a ham radio. Edward, who is at the asylum, relays an attack by raiders at the facility until eventually the radio dies. And Jack asks the player to join him in stopping the raiders, who may have injected themselves with the mysterious serum. Cue Final Quest: The Secret of the Cabot House. At the start of the quest, Jack will reveal the source of the mysterious serum and how he came to understand its properties.
I suppose it's time you knew. The main benefit of the serum is to halt aging. My family and I are all over 400 years old.
The serum comes directly from their father, Lorenzo Cabot, having discovered anomalies in his father's blood after an ancient artifact had stuck itself to Lorenzo's head. With the serum concocted from Lorenzo's blood, the remaining members of the Cabot house have survived for over 400 years. The source of Lorenzo's insanity is the basis of their prolonged lives, and continuing this suffering in order to prolong their longevity. Along with his insanity and enhanced lifespan, Lorenzo is also reported to have enhanced strength, increased durability, and a kind of local telepathy created by the artifact atop his head. As a result, Jack built a dampening field around Lorenzo's cell located at the asylum the player visited at the start of this questline. Upon arriving at said asylum, players are met by a band of raiders. Killing them one by one, the player and Jack make their way into the asylum until eventually reaching the cell of the Cabot Patriarch. The player is presented with two choices: kill Lorenzo and bring the Cabot lineage to an end as the inhabitants of the Cabot house quickly age and deteriorate as the weeks progress, or free Lorenzo and kill the Cabots. Option A. If the player chooses to kill Lorenzo, Jack will state that Lorenzo had committed many crimes when he had his freedom, and that it was only through the influence of the Cabot name that Lorenzo became locked in a cell rather than just put on death row. As a reward, the player will receive the Zeta gun after a week or so from Jack. And with that, the Cabot house storyline comes to an end. Option B. If the player releases Lorenzo from his cell, he will inform the player of his intentions. Lorenzo intends to kill Jack and the rest of the Cabot house for his 400-year imprisonment beginning in 1898, and will ask the player for their assistance. After arriving at the Cabot house, Jack will berate the player, asking why he would release Lorenzo from captivity. After a few dialogue options, the player can convince Edward to turn against Jack, and with Lorenzo, the Cabot house is brutally killed one by one until only Lorenzo remains standing. During this bloodshed, Lorenzo's full power is revealed with waves of psychic energy blasting the Cabots as they succumb to his wrath. Lorenzo will approach the player and remark on the endless possibility this brave new world has to offer. One without rules or governance, one where no one can stand in Lorenzo's way, or the player's. And with that, Lorenzo shares his blood with the player, a lifetime supply whenever he needs, and the secret of the Cabot house comes to an end. Venturing around the pristine Cabot house, clues to the origin of Lorenzo's artifact can be pieced together from journal entries by Lorenzo himself, terminal entries by Jack, and through dialogue options with the various characters. Let's start at the beginning, chronologically.
Why?
In February of 1894, Lorenzo Cabot began his journey on the SS Wakeful to the deserts of Saudi Arabia, where he intends to find proof of ancient superstitions. By the 29th of March, having dealt with governments, red tape, and ascertaining a dig crew in Egypt, the expedition eventually reached the empty quarter of Arabia. On the 3rd of April, 1894, the diggers eventually struck a stone, circular and large in structure. Fragmentary inscriptions, with runes that match ancient texts, possibly a monumental plaza of sorts, continues to be unearthed, and a week or so later, finds the ancient crown that now rests upon Lorenzo Cabot's head. By this point, Lorenzo believes the structure to be made by a race other than humans, long predating their rise to dominance on Earth. At the end of a tunnel, a burial crypt is found, and upon lifting the lid, the diggers fled in shock and horror at the abomination hidden inside the ancient sarcophagus. It is only later that Lorenzo comes to the realization that the city he uncovered was not an ancient human civilization, but something far more eldritch in nature. Taking the crown and reburying the city, Lorenzo pledges to return to unlock the secrets of the ancient city. Sometime after returning to the United States, Lorenzo appears to have committed some sort of atrocity, enough to have been planted firmly on death row before the intervention of the Cabot family forced Lorenzo into a cell in the Parsons State Insane Asylum. It is around this time that Jack Cabot began experimenting on his father's crown, trying his best to unearth the secrets of this ancient artifact in order to save his father from himself and from insanity. At some point in his experiments, Jack uncovered the unusual properties in his father's blood, properties that, if infused with serum and injected into their bodies, would elongate their lives indefinitely so long as they had access to the serum. By 1968, the Cabot family was in full use of the serum. Emma Jean had begun experimenting with how long she could go off the serum without adverse side effects, and Jack had begun logging his experiments on his father into his personal terminal. Attempting to remove the artifact from Lorenzo's head would surely kill him, as signaled by a drop in blood pressure and a flatlining in brainwaves. All attempts at studying the artifact yielded little results over the many decades of study. In Jack's entries, the players can piece together Lorenzo's true character when under the influence of the artifact. Extreme paranoia, psychotic tendencies, biological immortality, physical durability, telekinesis as generated by the artifact, and the infusion of abnormal substances in Lorenzo's blood. Utilizing an Abrimelin field, Jack has successfully contained Lorenzo within a cell at the asylum by dampening his telekinetic abilities. By 1996, the Cabots had gone through a number of aliases to avoid arousing suspicion due to their lack of aging. By 2058, Edward Deegan had begun working with the Cabots, remaining in their service until the time of Fallout 4. 2115 harkens the final entry in Jack's terminal, wherein Jack dives into the depths of the mysterious Nameless City. Instead of searching for clues in the artifact, Jack turns his attention to finding clues of the Nameless City's location in the empty quarter in hopes of finding more artifacts. Following the decimation of the Cabot House, the player can speak with Lorenzo directly to receive answers to our long-burning questions.
I was curious about the ancient artifact you always wear.
Through it, I commune with the ancient minds that founded our civilization. Whether they live within it, or it communicates with them through time or space, or whether it simply holds their memories, I don't know. What I do know is that it...
And with these questions answered, the Cabot House down to one sole survivor, and the secrets of the Cabot House having been told, the quest line comes to a bloody end. The fall of the Cabot House pulls from a few different Lovecraft short stories and mythos. The ancient and nameless city that Lorenzo unearthed is a direct reference to the Nameless City, wherein the protagonist uncovers an ancient and alien city that predates mankind by many thousands of years. Many story beats and plot elements are pulled directly from the short story and infused with the Cabot House plot lines. The direct mention of immortality and the moving from city to city to avoid arousing suspicion is a direct reference to the case of Charles Dexter Ward. The SS Wakeful, listed in Lorenzo's Cabot journal, is a reference to the SS Alert from the Call of Cthulhu. Along with that, there are numerous other minor yet distinct references to Lovecraft stories, most notably The Rats in the Wall, The Moonbog, and the aforementioned Call of Cthulhu. The Abrimelin Field, imprisoning Lorenzo Cabot, also refers to the historical occult work of the Book of Abramelin. Stepping onto the docks of the old and decrepit town, an eerie dread fills the stomach of the player as they venture forward into the dilapidated town. Hints of fog and mist cling to the cloudy skies as they struggle to make sense of their surroundings. Eventually, a thick, irradiated fog consumes the land, bringing with it monstrosities beyond the imagination of the player. Horrific fog crawlers, mirelurks, and other abominations roam the mists, waiting for their time to feast upon the flesh of the unlucky. Two warring factions, the citizens of Far Harbor and the Church of the Children of Adam, feud over the irradiated fog. And as the player ventures out into the fog for the first time, they must make sense of the horrors inside. This entire DLC expansion, the island and the quest lines, the characters and enemies are drenched in elements of cosmic horror, though this time from a familiar horror author, Stephen King. Based primarily on the short story The Mist, the expansion is set on Mount Desert Island, which is located off of the coast of Maine, the primary setting for an abundance of King's stories. This island, drenched in a thick, irradiated fog, has been slowly killing the inhabitants of the city. In the shadows of the impenetrable fog, monstrous entities known as fog crawlers feast upon the flesh of those who venture into their domain. Just as in King's story, a religious cult praises the fog and believes it to be a sign from a higher power that is unleashing its will upon the land, while those who do not believe struggle to fend off the horrors hidden within the dangerous mist. An entire DLC based around the concept of cosmic horror, drawing inspiration from the short story of Stephen King, integrates itself into Fallout 4's environment. No longer do players have minimal side quests dedicated to the work of Lovecraft, but instead an entire DLC, an area infused with elements of cosmic horror.
Pretty cool.
Scattered around the Commonwealth are several other minor allusions and references to the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The Children of Adam, a fanatical religious group originating from Megaton and Fallout 3, worship their deity Adam and his radiation, which they refer to as his glow. Given that radiation mutates an individual and slowly corrodes the mind of the sufferer, and given the fact this religious group refers to the radiation as the glow, the group and the glow are considered references to H.P. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space, wherein an otherworldly color lands on a farm and mutates the inhabitants and the surrounding area.
It's a good movie.
Kingsport Lighthouse, an area associated with the Children of Adam, is also a reference to Lovecraft. The city of Kingsport is considered one of the earliest cities established in Lovecraft's mythos. Inside this lighthouse, the Children of Adam worship a glowing one, similar to how characters within Lovecraft's The Festival perform pre-human rites. Finally, a house north of Goodneighbor harbors a dark secret. Inside this unassuming house, players will encounter the Pickman's Gallery, a host of disturbing and unsettling paintings, as well as mutilated raiders.
Yeah, what is the point of that
Pickman's
place?
gift is associated with this location. The name and the location are references to Lovecraft's Pickman's Model, where a Boston painter named Pickman creates horrifying and graphic paintings that slowly become more unsettling and evil as the narrator moves further into the painter's gallery. Compared to Fallout 3's references and inspirations, Fallout 4 leans more heavily into Lovecraft's lore. Whether it be pulling references from any number of Lovecraft's short stories, pulling inspiration from his stories to fuel their own, or creating unique storylines rooted in cosmic horror tones and principles, Bethesda is clearly pushing the Fallout franchise in the direction of cosmic horror. Slowly but surely, Bethesda is modifying the core thematic structure of the Fallout franchise, a shift that is best exemplified by their latest entry into the series, Fallout 76. From the beginning, Fallout 76 appeared to be different from every Fallout title that came before it.
That's putting it
Numerous
nicely.
controversies and bad decisions. Fallout First, the forced online multiplayer, the initial lack of NPCs, the bare-bones method of holotape storytelling that led to a rather short campaign, the bright and vibrant and oftentimes horrifying landscapes covering an expansive map, and the monsters and entities unlike anything seen previously in a Fallout title. These elements combined have created a Fallout experience unique to this game and this game alone. Many might consider this title distinctly un-Fallout due to its massive departures from the tone and ambiance of entries prior, while some might consider this another solid installment in the Fallout franchise. Regardless of personal opinions, this entry is, At the end of the day, with all of its problems and lore-defying decisions, another entry in Bethesda's Fallout franchise. Upon the game's release in the fall of 2018, players are met with a landscape and game unlike anything previously encountered in a Bethesda-led Fallout entry. The tone and the ambiance, the regions and the creatures, and the lore, it all felt distinctly 76 and distinctly Lovecraftian. From the creative choices made in the design of the landscape, to the initial isolation found within the first year and a half of the game's life, to the creatures and entities found within the West Virginian wastes, Fallout 76 has managed to cultivate a tone rooted in the unknown, the awe of the incomprehensible, and the knowledge that humanity's existence is insignificant to entities, events, and agendas far beyond our comprehension. No longer is Bethesda looking towards Lovecraft for references and allusions to infuse into their game, but is instead looking to the principles of cosmic horror to begin developing their own cosmic tale. And so, let us begin with the country, the landscape, the locations, and the regions of Fallout 76. The initial isolation of the first year and a half of the game's life cycle stuck with many players. Upon waking in an empty vault, players exited the fortified bunker into an equally empty world, devoid of human life and devoid of companionship. The only comfort players had lied within the robots they encountered, the players met every now and again, and the sparsely placed holotapes that dotted the map in an Easter egg hunt style search for answers as to why this world had been left so devoid of human life. As players roamed the wastelands of West Virginia, they wandered into several surreal and beautifully sinister biomes, each more fascinating and mysterious than the last. Regions in particular, namely the Cranberry Bog and the Mire, are infused with elements of cosmic horror. It should be noted that specific locations relating to creatures or cult activity will not be listed in this section of the video, but in the sections relegated to creatures and cult activity, respectively. Where lies the strangling fruit that came from the hand of the sinner, I shall bring forth the seeds of the dead to share with the worms that gather in the darkness, and surround the world with the power of their lives, while from the dim-lit halls of other places, forms that never were and never could be, writhe for the impatience of the few who never saw what could have been. In the black water, with the sun shining at midnight, those fruits shall come ripe, and in the darkness of that which is golden shall split open to reveal the revelation of the fatal softness in the earth. The shadows of the abyss are like the petals of a monstrous flower that shall blossom within the skull and expand the mind beyond what any man can bear. Whether it decays under the earth, or above on green fields, or out in the sea, or in the very air, all shall come to revelation, and to revel in the knowledge of the strangling fruit. And the hand of the sinner shall rejoice, for there is no sin in shadow, or in light the seeds of the dead cannot forgive. And there shall be, in the planting in the shadows, a grace and a mercy, from which shall blossom dark flowers, and their teeth shall devour and sustain and herald the passing of an age. That which dies shall still know life and death, for all that decays is not forgotten, and reanimated it shall walk the world in the bliss of not knowing. And then there shall be a fire that knows the naming of you, and in the presence of the strangling fruit, its dark flame shall acquire every part of you that remains. The Mire is a swampy region, home to twisting vines, large tree canopies, and tall groves. Tread deeper into the dark swamp, and you may find mutated plants known as strangler vines that infest the mire and attach to any living things, permanently changing them into something entirely new and bringing them under its control. A new world that is growing and spreading under the influence of the strangler hearts, large mutated flowers hidden out of sight and under the soft earth. A bright pinkish red coats the region in an otherworldly aura, brought up by the nuclear explosion of Vault 94's Gek, following an attack by the Wastelanders after betraying the Vault Dwellers' open invitation into their vault. Forever steeped in darkness, the Mire hides secrets in every dim-lit corner. The Cranberry Bog, the typical final region players will explore houses dilapidated farms, groves of huge, impossibly carnivorous sundew plants, and radiation-soaked, water-filled quarries. This expansive region hosts the most dangerous and otherworldly of dangers to the player. Large, building-sized sundew plants creating forests of red and sprinklings of yellow mists, flat plains broken up by trenches and drainage systems, and ruptures in the earth that spew out monstrosities unlike anything seen before in the wastelands. Inside the forest region are several mysterious locations, many of which provide evidence of cult activity and otherworldly events. Many interesting unmarked locations exist within this region: the Cultist Totem, the Mothman Museum, the Prehistoric Bones Camp, and the Silver Bridge. These locations, filled with otherworldly tones, greet the player on their travels. In terms of marked locations, players can travel to Point Pleasant. It is here that players will find cult activity, shrines to a deity, and a holotape to an even more horrifying secret that will be expanded upon later. It is here that players will find the Mothman Museum, dedicated to the cryptid entity of the same name. It is here that the players will find a collapsed bridge referencing the Silver Bridge collapse of 1968 that took 46 lives and was predated by the appearance of the Mothman. Hidden away in the mire, the floating Tanagra town, pushed upwards towards the sky by strangling vines, hides away dark secrets. Players must carefully navigate their way up the long red tendrils that strangle the dead town and enter into the innards of the rocky edifice. After killing the cave crickets that infest the hollow interior, the player will find a familiar face. A cyclopean face, eyes closed, buried in dirt and rock, lies underneath the dead town. Having been buried underneath the town long before its gradual rise into the treetops. Inside the Savage Divide, the Hopewell Cave can be found south of the Pumpkin House, and just east right off Highway 66 is marked on the map by a face imposed onto a cave. Inside the cave, an interesting mystery begins to unfold as the player ventures deeper into the cavernous depths. Evidence of an ancient indigenous culture, the Adena tribe, fills the cave, dating from anywhere between 1000 to 200 BCE. An anthropologist's holotape, found within the cave, sums up the complexities of the archaeological site.
As my study of Hopewell Cave continues, I'm struck by the atypical nature of this Adena-based burial complex. The Adena culture generally buried their dead in large mounds and similar hill-shaped earthworks. Due to the primitive nature of the tools from 1000 to 200 BC, stone carving was not yet a part of their society. However, archaeologists who investigated this skull cave site removed remains and artifacts belonging to the Adena culture. I wonder if it's possible that the remains of the Adena people were moved to this location well after their society ceased to exist. For one culture to treat another's with such reverence it's unusual, at best. I will continue my research to discover more.
For some unknown reason, the Adena culture may have been moved to this site in a move deemed unusual by the anthropologist. The question is then, who moved the Adena, and why? Why treat the relics and bones as though they were sacred? And most importantly, what is the massive, ancient creature whose bones are embedded within the walls of this cave system? Located northeast of Federal Disposal Field HZ-21, and added only recently to the game, upright stones sit perched atop a landing overlooking the Appalachian wastes. Called the Mysterious Guidestones, these monuments are adorned with carvings and symbols that have yet to be fully understood that may hint towards a deeper history hidden inside the Appalachian wastes. Who created them? Aliens? An ancient culture such as the Adena? One of the many cults within the game? Something entirely mundane? Or perhaps something with an agenda far beyond our understanding? Whoever built these guidestones, the question has to be asked. What are these guidestones guiding the players towards? And what secrets do they hide? Inside Vault-Tec University, a terminal can be found on the second floor in room 208, belonging to a Professor Blake. In his notes to himself, Blake mentions the Horse Creek petroglyphs, a location of mention only within the game. Here, he and his student Jacqueline hypothesize on the meaning of these ancient runes, admitting they do not match any known petroglyphs known to man, with Jacqueline claiming they had otherworldly origins. Eventually, the files are moved to an offline storage out of paranoia, both from Jacqueline and from an Agent Wilson. On his own terminal, Wilson catalogs the investigation of the mysterious Guidestones from his end. Unfortunately, the files are hidden away, unable to be accessed at this time. And with that, the mystery of the Guidestones hits a dead end within the game. Over on the Fallout 76 subreddit, Sinera Inov posted a new mystery in Appalachia. Can we solve it together? On Tuesday, April 28th, 2020. Here, Sinera notes that a player named Nameti Tanik shared a map with me, where he puts all the engravings and the landmarks, 8 total, together to form a proper map. They all fit together, and nobody seems to know what it means. It appears that overlaying the collaged pieces of the Guidestones onto the Cranberry Bog, particularly the Watoga region, reveals some commonalities. Another clue found by Intrepid 359 points towards an alien alphabet that can be translated into English using the game files. And, according to an April post by Intrepid, the stones could possibly read, "We have traveled for so long. Soon we will arrive. Your planet weakens. When the war or destruction comes, save yourselves. We are coming from the stars. Listen for our signal. Look for our arrival. We are coming to Earth." But, unfortunately, the trail has run cold. Regardless of the true intentions of these stones, they do bear a striking resemblance to the Georgia Guidestones. These stones, located in Elbert County, Georgia, have also stirred investigations, with the most common interpretation laying out basic concepts for rebuilding civilization should it collapse. Fallout 76 contains creatures and entities unlike any seen previously in a Bethesda-helmed Fallout title. Even the original titles created by Black Owl Studios did not include such otherworldly creatures rooted in cryptozoology and the supernatural. The Grafton Monster, the Sheep Squatch, the Flatwoods Monster, and even the Mothman all pull from cryptozoology and West Virginian folklore. Original creatures, such as the horrifying Wendigo Colossus, also fills out the roster. Instead of looking towards previously used creatures, or even new creations, the team made the conscious decision to look towards the mysterious, to the otherworldly, and to the unexplained, to fill the expansive wasteland of West Virginia. Due to this focus on cryptozoology and the incorporation of folklore and mythology, Fallout 76's creatures create an ambiance of horror, mystery, and cosmic intrigue. And, even still, 2 creatures in particular haunt the game in every single corner, and weigh on the minds of the players and investigators alike. Climbing up the stairs of the South Mountain Lookout, players are greeted with a beautiful view of the surrounding region, the Savage Divide. The lookout resembles others within the game. Remnants of previous inhabitants fill the space. A bed, a first aid kit, a radio, firewood, a heater, a desk with a smashed terminal, and some food. Along with these is a large map of the region. Winding rivers and lakes, mountains, and walking trails cover a majority of the map. Stabbed into this map is a knife, marking a location hiding an ancient and ungodly secret. The Cult of the Mothman has sunk its fingers into the fiber of the game, drenching the ambience of the world and the occult. The Ingram Mansion, Johnson's Acre.
I'm guessing this is considered a rifle. I don't know.
Blake's Offering, Moth Home, Tree Stump Altar, and more, spread throughout the world, point towards this massive and influential cult within the wastelands. The cult originated within the town of Point Pleasant, where the original 1960s sightings and the collapse of the Silver Bridge took place. Prior to the war, followers of the Cult of the Mothman began amassing in secret, viewing the creature as a divine deity. They performed rituals and rites, established numerous hidden shrines, and attempted to commune with their deity in hopes of catching glimpses of the future. One brother Charles claimed to have communed with the Mothman and had been warned of a coming flood, a flood with salvation found in high grounds. Members fled to the roofs of buildings, only for the flood to come in the form of nuclear annihilation to wipe away those who heeded Brother Charles's warning. Prior to the Great War, the cult of the Mothman purchased a mine as a means of escaping the following flood. Once the flood came and went, the survivors of the nuclear devastation sought refuge and continued worship within the cavernous depths of their abandoned mine. Led by the High Priestess, the cult of the Mothman descended into the maze of tunnels to find salvation and continued prosperity, but found something entirely different.
There are other things in this world now that cannot be explained. The end of the world has awoken. Something. We all know the Mothman is out there, stalking and watching us. But what of the unseen? There are things we can only glimpse in our minds. Great entities beyond our comprehension. The Mothman is a creature more like us than the unknowable horrors in the peripheral vision of our subconscious minds. No longer just a false memory now. I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. The storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this Watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the interloper.
Prior to the Great War, Jeff Lane obsessed over the legend of the Mothman. He moved from Texas to West Virginia in hopes of searching for the elusive creature, eventually joining the cult of the Mothman and worshiping his newfound deity. He would hand out flyers, posters, Mothman memorabilia, and would spread the word of the cult of the Mothman in hopes of spreading the gospel of the cult. Lane was a devout member of the cult, unflinching in his beliefs, until the collapse of society following the Great War. Lane, having survived the fall of the bombs, began catching glimpses of someone, or something, in the peripheral of his mind. His devotion to the Mothman began to waver, as his mind was drawn towards something else entirely, something more horrifying and unknowing than the Mothman, something far more powerful and far more cosmic than the deity he had formerly worshipped. The Mothman is a creature, more like us than the unknowable horrors in the peripheral of our subconscious minds. Lane began hearing a voice in his dreams and his subconscious, a false memory come to reality, bringing him towards one particular location, and towards this unknown cosmic entity known as the Interloper. And this brings the narrative back to the South Mountain Lookout, and the map resting against the wall. The knife, stabbed into the map, points towards the mine the cult of the Mothman had ascertained, and towards the location Lane had been drawn towards in his lucid dreams, the Lucky Hole Mine. Originally owned and operated by the Lucky Hole Mining Company, this abandoned mine sits unsuspectingly within the Savage Divide. Rusted crates, abandoned vehicles, terminals, and cult activity await those who venture onto the long-abandoned property. Gnarled vines and skeletons of unknown and long-dead entities adorn the location. Bonfires illuminate the dark corners of the entrance with a dimly lit, yet fiery light. An atmosphere of dread and of isolation and of the unknown drowns the player as they venture closer towards the entrance and towards the secrets lying dormant within the mine's depths. A sparsely lit structure greets the eyes of those who enter as members of the cult take an immediate interest to those who intrude upon their sacred location. To the right, a terminal sits on a destroyed desk, holding information to the events leading the cult to this location. A worker guarding this abandoned mineshaft shares his experience with a strange woman and her friends who intrude upon the mine. Fearing for his safety, he relinquished the rights of the mine to the cult, fleeing from the mine and the horrors within. Atop a staircase, a holotape lies hidden underneath a bucket. Upon loading it up, the familiar voice of Jeff Lane echoes off the damp walls of the cavern.
The interloper is here. I can feel it clearly. Last night, in visions more real than the senses, it called to me, and I go to it now. Signs are all around that I am not the only one to hear the call, though where they have failed, I will not, for it summons me alone in the end. Before I go deeper, for the truth revealed changes all. By its very nature, let it be known, in this world, the interloper has chosen Jeff Lane as the conduit of the unknowable. Together, the hidden reality becomes manifest at long last.
Lane, having been drawn completely to the Lucky Hole mine, relays his status as the Chosen One, as the conduit of the unknown, who will reveal the truth of the interloper, and of a hidden reality and truth hidden beneath the earth. Where others have failed, he claims he will not. Dark tunnels stretch further into this ancient earth. Totems to deities, to the Mothman, and possibly to others, are stabbed into the hard dirt. Cult members actively pray and perform their ritual rites to their god, to the Mothman. Even deeper, a central ritual chamber in Church of the Mothman awaits the player. Pews, stringed lights, and hard earth. An altar, a coffin, and a skull. Sermons, summoning rites and sacrifices. A large, metallic face protruding from the earth. Tucked away in a hard-to-see tunnel, a pathway to a back room is traversable. Another large totem greets the player, as well as the holotape labeled Cultist Redemption. It is from this room that another hidden tunnel can be found. Behind a wall of mossy green, a small and stretching tunnel, unlike those created by the mining company, leads the player towards the darkest secret within the West Virginian wastes. A feeling of dread fills the stomach of those who see it for the first time. What Jeff Lane had foretold. Before the player lies an entity far more ancient than man itself. The interloper. The large entity is gray, with long, moving tendrils that spill from its mouth. Warped arms emerge from its back and remain motionless. Long, multi-jointed legs stretch away from its small torso and into the earth behind it. No visible eyes or nose can be found, only the omnipresent ringing that grows louder and louder and louder as the player creeps ever closer to this eldritch entity.
I bet.
An entity that whispered to Jeff Lane and possibly influenced the cult of the Mothman. Is the Mothman, known as a heralder of tragedy and the unknown, a heralder for the interloper, a pawn in the cosmic entity's larger plan? Next to the cosmic entity are the skeletal remains of those who came before, with empty jars near their corpses. They likely poisoned themselves in a sacrificial manner, as tributes or offerings to the interloper. Surrounding the interloper are 5 large metallic heads like the one in Tanagra Town and the Dunwich Borers. The one in the altar room is unique compared to the rest, with no clear explanation as to why. And next to it still is an obelisk, as ancient as the interloper's cavernous grave. Protruding from this obelisk is a skeleton, protruding in a similar way as the ancient obelisk found underneath the Dunwich building in the wastelands of DC. The ancient obelisk altar next to an eldritch being, and the ancient obelisk found underneath the Dunwich building beg the question: is the interloper the mysterious Ugg-Kultoth mentioned in DC and the Commonwealth, or at least somehow related in terms of belonging to the same pantheon of cosmic deities? The massive metallic heads buried in the wastelands of the Commonwealth and West Virginia. The ancient artifacts found in ancient nameless cities buried deep under the empty court of the Arabian Desert, and of whispers of another ancient city buried underneath Mojave Desert. The evidence of an advanced culture having moved the remains of the Adena culture, and the ancient guidestones with known petroglyphs point not just to cosmic deities within the wastelands, but to a possible preceding ancient civilization that died out or left to the stars long ago. And if the translations relayed by Intrepid 359 are true, are these aliens returning to Earth, the Zetans, or some other ancient race? Will this ancient race return to Earth to reclaim their lost cities and awaken their slumbering god? And what of the entity referred to as the baby or mini interloper, found within the deep, right in the path of the player as they head towards the secret Chinese base? This smaller and underdeveloped version of the interloper sits quietly in a vibrant room. No comments from any NPC, no holotape mentioning it, no cult activity, no buzzing, no whispering, no altars, just the player and a solitary, unmoving entity. Its placement is deliberate. Bethesda wanted the players to see this and to ask questions and to stumble upon the rabbit hole that is the interloper. Bethesda wanted the players to start asking questions and following the threads they've sewn into the fabric of this world. And while I would love to dive into the theories on what it all means and how it all connects, that is a conversation best saved for another video. Bethesda picked up a property on the verge of collapse and attempted to continue this series in stride. Their first entry stuck with the themes and ambiance created in Fallout 1 and perfected in Fallout 2. Themes of intense nationalism, of corporate greed, of government corruption, and the folly of man as they succumb to their own hubris through nuclear annihilation. Somewhere along the lines, however, the series shifted, slowly but surely, into something entirely new. This transformation started small and insignificant. It started.
Alright, let's find a new video to get into. There's one YouTuber I really like for this. Fallout Secret War? Oh, Epic Nate is really good. I think I've seen. It's like we've seen a lot of these already here. Yeah, see Epic Nate. He called it 3 years ago. Pretty good.
Off the irradiated coast of Point Lookout, in a secret lab beneath a lighthouse, a rivalry more than 200 years in the making reaches its bitter end.
Slippery bastard. At last. Let's end this here and now.
Desmond Lockhart, a pre-war British Gaul and former spy.
Ah, yes, Mr. Lockhart. At last we meet, face to charge.
Versus Professor Calvert, a brilliant government scientist, reduced to a power-hungry brain in a jar. As is so often the case, it's up to the lone wanderer to decide who wins, but this rivalry wasn't just born out of a mutual dislike, as both characters are players in a much larger game, a kill-or-be-killed conflict between the last vestiges of the old world's pre-war elite, who all managed to find ways to cheat death and continue playing. In today's video, we revisit the conflict between the two players we know, the factions involved, the events which take place, and all of the potential endings, before finishing with some theories over who the other players may be, as many other pre-war characters in the setting found ways to survive too, with many more seeming like they would relish such a contest we could see continue in the future, as the ending in Point Lookout teases.
I'll be heading north to pursue my next strike. There are only a few of us left now. The great game goes on.
Today's video has chapters if you want to navigate to a particular section, and I'm also using the Fallout 4 Point Lookout mod as well, an incredibly accurate recreation of the original DLC from Fallout 3. For some amazing updated visuals. A link for that is in the description. But up first, we start at the very beginning, with the backdrop for this bitter pre-war rivalry and the chessboard where their game will be played, the irradiated swamplands of Point Lookout.
She's so cute. Look at her go.
In Point Lookout, you'll find fresh-grown food, mysterious locales, and treasures as of yet unlooted. See the glorious boardwalk, fabled pleasure town of the sunny past, and beyond it lies the haunted swamplands. Who knows what's hidden in them? Now, I'm not normally one to discourage an adventurous spirit, but certain events have convinced me of the value of forewarning. Because you'll find more than a few exotic critters and inhospitable locals. So stay here if you're not man enough.
Seeped in history, this
Man enough.
was once Maryland's Point Lookout State Park before the Great War started, but its rich history also helped shape much of the land we see. The land, which would later be called Maryland, was first discovered in 1612 by English explorers, who later built the Arkendove Cathedral, namely after the ships that brought them to the New World. The small seaside town became a tourist attraction, particularly the boardwalk that pays homage to the original English settlers, called Pilgrim's Landing. But several wars would also leave their mark on the region. Events of the American Civil War took place in Point Lookout, the natural biogas releasing from the ground in the current setting, a direct result of the Civil War era mass graves. And much later, on the outskirts of the marshland, the Turtle Dove Detention Camp was constructed during the Sino-American War, a prison and final resting place for many Chinese spies. In the current setting, the local inhabitants are almost universally hostile. A mysterious cult of tribals live in the cathedral overlooking the boardwalk, who are obsessed with the punga fruit, a type of flora unique to Point Lookout, which scrubs radiation from the system and heals the player at the same time. Ghouls stalk the forests and graveyards, deadly swamp lurks infest the many bogs and beachfronts, but it's the swamp folk themselves who are perhaps the greatest threat. These locals were hostile long before radiation polluted the water. Intensely isolationist and distrusting of the federal government, its inhabitants were ill-equipped to deal with the outbreak of the New Plague, a deadly infectious disease in the Fallout universe that ravaged pre-war America in the 2050s. Despite needing help, and disaster relief volunteers setting up camps on the beaches to do just that, any hopes of reconciliation were quickly ended after several attacks from the marsh-dwelling locals. Years of inbreeding and radiation have taken their toll, making the Swampfolk today just as feral as the ghouls. But two very powerful families would also call Point Lookout home, their ancestral dwellings looming over the marshes. The Blackpool family were highly influential in the intense commercialization of the region, resulting in the once thriving Pilgrim's Landing tourist boardwalk, all a front to fund their obsession with the occult. And more pertinent to today's story, the Calverts. Once one of the most powerful families in America, their mansion is believed to be now abandoned, but upon our arrival aboard the Duchess Gambit, and with a little bit of a nudge from Tobar the ferryman,
I know I said Point Lookout was perfect for treasure hunting, but it is a rare day when you get a beacon like that.
the Lone Wanderer is encouraged to check out Calvert Mansion first. It's now time to begin today's story, heading up towards the mansion and arriving at the front gate. We discover it is in fact occupied.
You're no tribal. Get in here and help me fight these bastards off, goddammit. Yes, you. I see you out there. Stop dicking around and help me, or else these cocksuckers will be coming after you next.
Meeting Desmond for the first time, proper introductions will have to wait, as the source of the smoke is revealed to be ways of attacking tribals from the Arkendove Cathedral. Like the great game itself, the goal is simple: kill or be killed.
I don't know who you are, but you need to help me if you want to stay alive. They've been at it all night. I think they're just about to breach the inner wall. Follow me.
My doctor's at. Am I crazy? Do I not have a doctor anymore? Says there's... That needs somebody.
That's one less way for them to get in. Follow me. I think we're about to get hit hard. Here they come. Second floor on the right. More of them. On the right. First floor. The door on the left. First floor. They're at the front door. Get ready.
Clearing out the mansion floor by floor will earn the Superior Defender perk.
Can't let you think I'm not a gracious host, can I? So, tell you what I'll do. I'll share a few tips for the next time you're making a dramatic final stand.
And finally give the Lone Wanderer a chance to talk to Desmond properly for the first time.
Oh, my hero, huh? Think you came in and rescued me right in the nick of time?
About time.
What's the difference
worse.
The answer is training, you ignorant fuck.
And that's that.
I've got 100
Anything
years
else
of
bothering you?
experience on this, and don't you forget it. Stick by me and you'll get a master's class at doing
No
what
other
has to
complaints.
be
Take
done.
better care
Once
of
an
yourself
international
in the
intelligence agent, he became a ghoul through controlled exposure to doses of radiation that would be lethal under normal circumstances. Desmond isn't the only character to have cheated death in this manner. In Boston, experimental radiation treatments were less than successful for researcher assistant Peters, but Eddie Winter did manage to ghoulify himself this way, outclassing the war in a secure hidden bunker. At this early stage, Desmond is less than forthcoming about his reasons for being in Point Lookout, though.
My story. Tell you what, kid. My story's a lot like a Deathclaw's tongue. It's long, messy, and you don't want to get too personal with it. Understand? Suffice to say, I have business
Hey
in
there.
Port Lookout.
Claiming his business is beyond our understanding.
I'd
You
like to
wouldn't
trade some
understand
items.
it even if I tried to explain it to you. I don't know why anyone would bother with this shithole. It's filled with a bunch of disgusting inbreds and half-crazed loons. I'm gonna
Wanna
do
do some
what I
trading?
came to do and then get the fuck
Let's see
out
what you
of
have.
here.
Let me know what you'd like.
He's also clueless about the Tribal's hostility,
Not a fucking clue. It'll be easy to chalk it up to their crazy religion.
but correctly surmises that there's more to these random attacks than meets the eye.
But if I'm right, and I always am, there's something else going on.
Donut.
That's the third attack in a month. Somebody's got a grudge with me. Whether it's a man or a god, I intend to set them straight.
Preparing to leave, Desmond has other plans.
Now hold on there. Not so fucking fast. You can be useful to me. I need someone willing to get their hands dirty. So here's the deal. I help you get in with those tribals.
Having a hell of a time with this, aren't
And I'll make you fucking rich. Just try not to sprain a low while you're thinking about it. My time is short.
And so it's up to the Lone Wanderer again to infiltrate the Tribals at the Arkandov Cathedral and figure out who's really behind these attacks before we can learn more about Desmond. Unfortunately, entry isn't so simple. A ceremony must be completed first,
And that means you can't get in unless you've gone through the ritual. Don't worry, it's nothing big, but it really does make a difference.
so it's off to the sacred bog to fight through hordes of swamp lurks before inhaling pollen from the enormous Mother Punga while collecting its seeds. Cue one of Fallout's biggest trips, featuring hallucinations of familiar characters, exploding Nuka-Cola quantums, Schmaltz tech bubbleheads, and an enormous red translucent bone saw appearing to randomly saw the ground. Waking up outside, the player now has a giant scar on their head as someone decided to remove parts of our brain while we were under. Heading back to the cathedral, admission is now granted, and the Lone Wanderer finds Nadine, a girl who had gone missing after traveling on board the Duchess Gambit.
I've only been here a week or so, but I'm about ready to ditch this bunch of dummies. I already stole all the punga I could ever need.
She reveals that the cult's leader, Jackson, relays orders from a sacred spirit, which was actually responsible for ordering the Tribals to attack Desmond at the mansion.
Hey, if you still want to know where Jackson's hiding, I can help you out. No reason for me to give a damn about this place, you know? His cave's under the cathedral, but it's hard to find. Use this key to get in through a wrecked ship down at the sea cliffs to the east.
Fixing our scar and giving us the key to investigate, Nadine parts ways with the player to hunt down the person responsible for our involuntary lobotomies.
I'm gonna go do some snooping, see what I can figure out. Meet me by the riverboat in a day or so, and maybe I'll have something for you.
Spoiler, it's Tobar the Ferryman.
Murder? Really? What would your father say?
Updating Desmond before visiting the cave will just result in another earful.
So why haven't you tracked down their leader and grilled him for info? Don't waste your time reporting back. Go find him and figure out what he wants with his place, you moron.
So heading to the sea cave location and entering via a wrecked sea tub, we locate Jackson inside an enormous cave at the end, speaking to what appears to be a hologram. You could choose to kill Jackson in this moment, shooting him in the back while he's talking. And the brain, although initially surprised, will actually be quite satisfied with this outcome. This mysterious entity clearly has no real love for the Tribals.
Honestly, those fools aren't worth the meat they're made of. A minion that can't follow directions is no use at all.
Simply using them as a means to an end. The first clue to this brain's identity is the mention that Desmond is trespassing, and the reveal that the ghoul is actually responsible for this being's body being destroyed.
Desmond, that bag of bones and bile will pay dearly for his trespasses. Were it not for his interference, I would still have a body. Still, its absence has only honed my brilliance, so perhaps I owe him my thanks. But the only pressing matter at the moment is a device in his possession. He has a jammer that limits my projection range to this pathetic cave. Remove that and I can extend my reach so much further. Killing Desmond would be a nice plus, but I'm sure we can get around to that later.
Despite Desmond's gruffness, the brain is equally dismissive of the Lone Wanderer.
Yes, away with you!
Tasking us with destroying Desmond's jamming device, it's time to report back to the mansion for the big reveal.
I knew it! I knew that little bastard was behind all this. After all these years, he stuck his head out. And this is my chance to cut it off. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Monologuing for longer than usual, Desmond reveals the identity as none other than Professor Calvert, going into great detail about their shared history.
So close to his family home. Only he would be so stupid. There was once a man, Professor Calvert. The Calverts owned half of Maryland, back when there was a Maryland to own. Members of the Calvert family were influential all over the world. They practically owned a deed to the U.S. government. In their best days, there were no less than 3 Calvert family senators, 7 members of the House, and 2 governors. They even had a top candidate for president, until that scandal with the dog forced him to drop out of the race. I was particularly proud of that one. If I know Professor Calvert, and I do, he's using a high-frequency cognitive sign broadcast. I have the perfect device to jam up his little talk box. All you need to do is take it to the highest point on the shore and install it. I knew he was here, and it is my intent to find him and call down a righteous fucking hammer on his head. Figurative, I mean. His head.
It's now time for the first choice in the questline, Thought Control, to pick a side. Although neither option is final, Desmond wants to install the jamming device on the Ferris wheel in the boardwalk, thus limiting Calvert's psychic range. On approaching the boardwalk, though, Calvert will make his counter-offer.
It is I, Professor Calvert. Don't bother looking around. I'm in your mind. But aren't you Desmond's faithful little employee? Coming to gum up my work, are we? Well, I have a better idea. How about instead of playing his game, you destroy that nasty little device? Deposit it in a nearby trash compactor, and you will never have to worry about it again. I assure you that the gratitude of Professor Calvert is worth a great deal more than that of a washed-up old limey.
Destroy Desmond's jamming device to allow the brain to expand its range of psychic influence beyond the sea cave and across all of Maryland. This is actually the most interesting reveal so far about the Professor. We will learn later on in his secret lab about the precise process through which he survived the war. Interred by his brother, Senator Calvert, his brain was extracted and preserved using experimental robo-brain technologies. This technology has allowed him to survive for over 200 years, but in addition, his brain has actually developed the ability to telepathically communicate and control other people over long range. And it's this part which sets him apart from the other disembodied brains of the Fallout series, like the Think Tank and standard robo-brain enemies. And it's all thanks to a unique and experimental biogel that's actually given him these unique telepathic powers. Calvert is far from coy about his evil ambitions, instead enticing the Lone Wanderer with the promise of a reward. Choosing to side with Desmond and install the device, we'll see multiple tribals ambush the player, and the brain will lose its ability to communicate.
You fool! What have you done? You will pay for this. Pay! No one betrays me. Do you understand? You will suffer. You and that ghoul. Both pay coming for.
Siding with Calvert at this stage is the quicker option, destroying the jammer in the trash compactor. But what comes next is the same regardless of your choice, instructing us to return to the mansion upon completion.
What's new,
for an
Doc?
explosive finale.
Return to Calvert Mansion. I have something there that I'd like you to see.
I can resculpt your face if you like.
Let's trade some things.
Sure.
That bastard! That bastard! He killed my pups. Nearly killed me.
Hey.
It's apparently pretty tough to kill this old ghoul, as he
I
can be
just wanna
found in a
trade a
panic
few
room in
things.
the ruins of the mansion.
I know where he is. He overplayed his
Just
hand
wanted to
this
trade a few
time.
things.
Of course.
You and me are going to walk in there and end this. He's in the lighthouse, the little fuck. Right under my nose the whole time. Hiding behind robots and machines. What a miserable life.
If you're looking for armor,
Pathetic.
I may have
He
something you
dies
can
now.
use.
It's time to finish this
I just
though,
wanna trade
heading
a
to
few
the lighthouse to
Okay.
end this 200-year feud in the now accessible secret
Need armor?
laboratory,
I'll take a
Decent
look,
Orbin
sure.
Medical
Here's what I've got.
Facility. This final mission begins slightly differently if you chose to destroy the jammer for Calvert though. Desmond will already be in the next location, waiting for you with a final offer of an alliance.
What? You betrayed me because I wasn't polite? Are you out of your fucking mind? Fine then. Would it make your little feel-bads all better if I said please? Then pretty please, fucking help me rid the world of Professor Calvert.
You could choose to finish him here and now, looting his unique spectacles before an audience with Calvert for your reward, but it's probably worth keeping him around for now to see how this plays out, as he will be quite helpful against the robots inside, and there will be a final opportunity to pick a side later on. Fighting your way through the RoboBrain security, looting keycards for each sector eventually leads to the final showdown.
There you are, you slippery bastard. At last, let's end this here and now.
Ah, yes, Mr. Lockhart. At last we meet, face to jar. But I'm afraid that at the end of this, it is you who will meet his end.
No, Calvert.
What an awkward pistol.
Someone very special. This stranger tricked you into letting you find where you were hiding.
Yes, Desmond, but whose side is he on? Do you know? Can you be sure? You are always so bad at choosing your allies.
Well, we shall see, shan't we? Destroy him.
No, destroy him!
Desmond's offer of riches still stands, expecting you to side with him, but Calvert's offer is a bit more enigmatic.
One beyond your imagination, beyond reckoning, the most amazing gift a living creature can be granted.
So, who should you side with? Put simply, Desmond. If you take up Calvert on his offer, this is actually your reward.
Well, I would have expected nothing less from you, and now I have a very special gift. Death!
And you'll be forced to destroy the brain of the robots anyway. Irrespective of who you sided with, your rewards are a healthy amount of XP, any loot from the location, and the unique microwave emitter. But the benefit of siding with Desmond is we get to have one final chat with him about the future, where he reveals the scale of this great game to us for the first time.
You're free to take whatever you find in this disgusting place. What I came for is of no interest to you. Enjoy your spoils. I don't think our paths will ever cross again. And I think we can both thank Christ and say hallelujah for that.
Hi.
Good, more questions. Guess we're best fucking friends now. I'm pulling all the data that I can from Calvert's computers. Everything the little bastard gathered is here. And then, when I'm done, I'll leave this place to sink into the sea. Now that we're rid of Calvert, I'll be heading north to pursue my next rival. There are only a few of us left now. The great game goes on. Sort of what's a word you'd understand? Microcosm. Yeah, it's a microcosm for the whole world.
So as Desmond heads north to face his next rival, it's time for some theories. Who else is playing Fallout's great game? We're going to be approaching this with two different categories. First, a roster of other influential pre-war figures from the Fallout series who, like Desmond, live on in the post-war world, exploring whether they once were, could be again, or are still players in the great game. Second, a selection of characters that are mentioned only, some big factions who could have members playing the game, and some characters who already have a bit of a mystery about them, with some pretty wild conspiracy theories in this last category. Beginning with the first category, we have one of the most important figures in Fallout lore, Dr. Stanislaus Braun. Once a brilliant scientist working for Vault-Tec, he served as the head of its Future Tech division, was responsible for creating the Garden of Eden creation kit, and was also the director of the infamous Societal Preservation Program, which meant he was not only privy to the Vault's true purpose, but was also responsible for creating many of the insidious experiments that would be conducted inside. He was also no stranger to underhand dealings, similar to the Calverts, using his influence to obtain tranquility lounges from General Constantine Chase. powerful simulation technology that could create a near-perfect virtual world cater-made to its creator's wishes. His personal ticket to survive the apocalypse. Installing them in Vault 112, and unfortunately for the other residents, Braun was in complete control of the simulated utopias inside, and this is where we find him in Fallout 3, currently posing as Betty in the latest simulation, Tranquility Lane.
I had the distinct impression you enjoyed yourself.
He could have made worlds giving everyone a perfect life. Instead, Braun has treated his neighbors like playthings, statistically killing them over time, before wiping their memories, resurrecting them, and restarting new simulations for almost 2 centuries. A narcissistic, arrogant psychopath with an inflated sense of intelligence and a short temper, he is more than Professor Calvert's match in that regard. But unlike Calvert or Desmond, his only wish in the post-war world is to live on, torturing the fellow dwellers of Vault 112 for all of eternity in new simulated worlds. So, while I think given his rich history, underhand dealings, and influence pre-war could have made him a player of the great game once, he is no longer interested, making it doubtful Desmond will ever come knocking at his door. Just like Braun, another pre-war titan, John Caleb Bradburton, the inventor and CEO of the Nuka-Cola Corporation, had all the hallmarks of a player in this game, but post-war, he's in a bit of a pickle. Perhaps second only to Vault-Tec in the contest for worst company in Fallout lore, Nuka-Cola was the single largest beverage corporation in the US, but also had global popularity. But behind the family-friendly facade, it was a cutthroat entity that had perfected corporate espionage, and its creator Bradburton encapsulated all of its worst qualities. Just like the Calverts and Braun, Bradburton was no stranger to using his position and influence to get what he wanted. He owned half of Massachusetts, used shadowy Nuka-Cola agents to dig up dirt on competition, even openly attacking rivals in the case of the Vim Corporation, and most importantly,
made a devil's bargain, though I didn't know it at the time. This was General Braxton's plan all along. Damn the man. He called it Project Cobalt. In exchange for my weapon design, he would give me access to life-extending technology.
And this bargain was his method of surviving the Great War, which came at a huge personal cost, leasing his experienced team of beverages to the US military to aid in biochemical research for the war effort. Bradburton tells us himself what he really wants now.
I want you to shut off the power to this machine that's keeping me alive. I want to die.
What? No!
Thus ruling him out of the running as a current player in the great game. However, unlike Braun, who got exactly what he wanted, retiring to a twisted virtual reality, Bradburton originally wanted a living biosuit that would preserve his body, allowing him to continue on as normal. So, assuming that he had got his wish and wasn't just a frozen head in a jar, I think it's very plausible that he would have been a player in the great game if given the choice. Up next, we have a very interesting selection of characters, the think tank of Big Mountain.
In the years before the Great War, Big Mountain had been the home to the brightest minds of the 21st century. Scientists of vision were drawn to the facility to tackle the greatest technological challenges of the era. They sought to create a new world, fueled by technology for the benefit of all mankind.
Using very similar technology to Professor Calvert's to preserve their brains, the think tank bots were originally the 6 human executives of the Big Mountain Research Facility, whose original names are lost to time. Pre-war, they were credited as some of the greatest minds of the 21st century, and were given access to their unlimited resources by the US military for the war effort. Not only that, but as we learned from Dr. Boris, they were given free rein to do much, much more.
The true test was science on unsuspecting Americans. Whether it was holograms, new autodocs, toxins, vending machines, we wound them up, let them go into tiny, isolated towns. Then we observed.
They were even aware of the true purpose of vaults, something that was very privileged information.
We could use that city as a controlled experiment. Vault-Tec was much better at it, of course. We had to make do. Get permission. Sometimes.
Despite their best efforts though, the Great War began and ended, the executives going under the knife to extract their brains, transferring them to think tanks, one notable side effect being the complete loss of personality and their own names due to a recursion loop in their new perception programming.
They have all forgotten themselves. And not only themselves, but the world.
With nobody to stand in their way, their research continued, becoming more sinister and debauched as the years went by. until one member finally had enough. Dr. Mobius, disillusioned with their methods and tired of endless and horrible experimentation, proved deeply afraid of the damage they would cause upon the fragile post-apocalyptic world.
And the world isn't ready for that kind of too-far thing-taking. That's my professional opinion, anyway.
Night Stalkers and Cazadors had already escaped, so he decides to act. First erecting a radar fence around the perimeter of the Big MT to prevent the Brains from escaping into the wastes.
Now, trap is a rather harsh word.
And second, hacking the databanks of his former friends.
It was a merciful lobotomy, really, thinking back. They were my friends, but sometimes they would take things too far.
Settling into a role as the villain, he has spent the years distracting the think tank from his fortress called the Forbidden Zone, perpetuating fear of leaving thanks to his robo-scorpions, fostering the belief that they can consume intelligence from the brains, and propping up the lie that nothing exists outside.
No! Beyond is death, despite mounting evidence to the contrary.
Locked in a stalemate, Mobius' plan to keep them contained is working, until the arrival of something very unique. Inadvertently gifted the think tank a method to escape, the Courier's brain. After being shot by Benny in the opening cutscene of Fallout New Vegas, the player character's brain was changed. And because of this unique change, after being abducted and lobotomized at the beginning of the DLC by the think tank, we managed to survive, and by acquiring the right technology from the Big MT, we could actually reverse the process, successfully placing our brain back inside a physical body.
Bullets in the head are usually much more fatal, and yours was a light case of bullet headitis. But it was enough for the autodoc in the sink to change its programming to fix the problem. And the brain extraction technology for once worked.
A process which the think tank could actually copy.
That gave the think tank the knowledge its brains couldn't possess. With that knowledge, the procedure can be reversed. If they obtain that procedural data, they can use it to Martian modify their cranial cells into hosts to slip past the radar fence. I'm sure of it.
Recognizing the danger, Mobius stole our discarded brain and enacted a scheme to encourage the think tank to task the player with retrieving those technologies, engineering a final showdown with the Courier in the Forbidden Zone. We are left then with two questions in relation to today's video. Were the think tank once potential players of the great game, and could they be again? And I think the answers are yes and no. While they were still human, each was a recognized leader in various fields of science, robotics and medicine. The best of the best, who like Desmond and Calvert, had some pretty serious personal rivalries of their own. Simply speaking, to Dr. Zero, his intense hatred for Robert House is plain to see.
How dare you bring Rob Kotek in here? What are you showing off? How great Robert House and his big company are?
We can make Securitrons better than any robot those geniuses at Big Mountain could make, and they'll last 1,000 years.
You're lucky I don't have hands to tear that dip boy off your arm, or feet to stomp on his stupid metal guts. Damn Robco.
Mobius will also mention that the think tank's personalities aren't just a result of their transference either.
Well, you could try and appeal to their humanity. That's a tired cliche. And really, when they were humans, they weren't very good humans.
They were almost certainly in the same circles as characters like Dr. Braun, Calvert and Desmond too, as we can surmise from their knowledge about very privileged information like what Voltec were really up to, and they also had access to their unlimited resources from the government. And they even had free reign to experiment on unsuspecting American cities.
Oh!
The technology that enabled them to become the think tank we now see and outlive the war is also very similar to Calvert, of course, as well. But because of Mobius' tampering and their recursion loops, there'll never be the same 6 human executives that could have been pre-war players like Desmond and Calvert. Their original names lost to time. Much of the DLC is simply spent trying to remind them that they were once human at all. Helping Boris understand his experimentation on his loyal pet Gabe was both inhumane and sadistic.
This sensation is unpleasant. I don't care for it. I don't care for this place either. And I feel as if we've forgotten something.
Darla, remember what it was like to feel.
Thank you, Lobotomite. Please, we must come back for further study. I've had a rest. I'm a little sensitive right now.
And Dr. Zero solved the issues with his name being mistaken.
Who am
But even by doing all of this and hypothetically imagining what could happen if they were to use physical hosts to escape.
And we have so many questions to ask your brain first about this Mojave place. A fertile testing ground for our experiments.
It definitely seems that canonically, the think tank cannot become players of the great game again, unless one scenario was to occur, as the two canon endings of this DLC will see the think tank either contained or destroyed, never to leave Big Mountain.
That's no deal at all. There's a whole world beyond the crater, filled with ideas and possibilities. We could have escaped, seen it all for ourselves, tested it, prodded at it, made it squirm.
But perhaps it's possible that Desmond might have known about the Big MT's existence, and he could one day potentially come knocking on their door, eager to acquire their knowledge and research. But the think tank who would greet him would have absolutely no idea who he was, even if they were once aware of each other's existence. Moving on to the final candidate, we have a character already mentioned in this section. Last but definitely not least, we have the only powerful pre-war character, who I believe was, currently isn't, but depending on player choices, could be again a player in the great game. Mr. House.
I am Robert Edwin House, President, CEO, and sole proprietor of the New Vegas Strip. I oversaw the city's renovations starting from 2274 onward. The three families are my employees. Before the Great War of 2077, I was the founder, president, and CEO of Robco Industries, a vast computer and robotics corporation.
The man who would one day become the enigmatic ruler of New Vegas. Robert Edwin House was a pre-war corporate titan, founder of Robco Industries, and the nation's most infamously eccentric businessman. It's pretty handy we can actually speak to another pre-war character, the Ghoul Raoul, about his memory of House, where he would tell the courier about a scandal.
I remember there were some weird stories about him, especially near the end. There was a tell-all in El Periódico de las Aburridas by a starlet House dated. She said they never, don't make me spell it out, boss. Anyway, she said all he wanted to do was scan her brain and make her dress up in different outfits.
As we covered earlier, Desmond was very familiar with using scandals to hamper his political rivals. In the case of one Calvert presidential candidate, could he have had something to do with this as well? Ultimately, though, what makes me believe that Mr. House is a player in the great game is his belief that humanity needed to be saved by himself, interring his physical body, itself already enhanced, within a life support device. The mortal man seemingly becoming a digitally immortal one, his brain wired directly into a vast information network via an enormous supercomputer. But the final step in his great plan failed, and is the sole reason why I believe House isn't currently a player in the great game. Central to the narrative of Fallout New Vegas, the Platinum chip contains a vital OS upgrade for his Securitrons.
Behold, for the first time, Securitrons running the Mark II OS. The M235 missile launcher gives the Securitron the ability to engage ground and air targets at significantly longer ranges.
A side note I always found interesting is that the in-game description for the Meet of Champions special perk mentions that you'll gain Caesar's intelligence and Mr. House's luck by cannibalizing these characters. But House doesn't actually strike me as someone who's been particularly lucky. Even after the clerical mishap pre-war, our character Courier 6 fails to deliver the Platinum chip. We're then forced to chase down Benny, House's trusted protege, who actually plans to betray him. And there's no guarantee we will even choose to help him once we reach the Lucky 38. Assuming the House always wins though, and the game ends in his favor, he has this to say about his future plans.
New Vegas is more than a city. It's the remedy to mankind's derailment. The city's economy is a blast furnace in which can be forged the steel of a new rail line running straight to a new horizon. What is the NCR? A society of people desperate to experience comfort, ease, luxury. A society of customers. With all that money pouring in, give me 20 years and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation. I prefer the term autocrat. I would rule as a chief executive. I would not answer to a board of directors or any other entity. Nothing to impede progress. If you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the windows. my judgment. I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time. Nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions. But autocracy? Firm control in the hands of a technological and economic visionary? Yes, that Vegas shall have.
Lofty goals indeed. And if Desmond Lockhart one day arrived at his door, eager to acquire his research, House would do anything to ensure nothing comes between his ambition again, including, I think, eliminating Desmond before he even gets a chance to knock. Finishing up with the first section, I think we can also rule out the Cabots and the two occult-worshipping families of Fallout, the Dunwich Company and the Black Halls, the latter being based in Point Lookout already. They have nothing Desmond wants. But moving on to the second section, we have mentioned only characters and factions. And I think a perfect starting point is the other Calverts. Senator Calvert was responsible for organizing his brother's transfer to the St. Alban Medical Facility, and could be the same presidential candidate that Desmond had previously sabotaged. If Desmond was to return in a later game, this seems like an easy opponent for him to battle. Of all the factions in Fallout though, one group arguably has more potential rivals than any other. Long before the Great War, the pre-war Enclave were a shadowy group of individuals from across the United States. With close ties to Vault-Tec, Poseidon Oil, and other corporate entities, it was the Enclave who dreamt up the true purpose of the Vaults. Convinced that the Earth would be rendered uninhabitable by nuclear war, they wanted to gather data from the nefarious Vault experiments to one day create a multi-generational starship to settle on other planets. And roughly 6 months before the Great War actually began, the President left the White House alongside many of its other members, relocating to the safety of Control Station Enclave. So, with a solid 6 months to prepare, it's definitely plausible that the members of that group, including personnel from Vault-Tec and Poseidon Energy, could have enacted their own personal ploys to survive. Outside of the Vault's overseers and former professors of Vault-Tec University, there aren't too many named senior members of Vault-Tec currently in the setting. Giles Wollstonecroft is perhaps the most senior, as the Assistant Chief Executive Officer, but he was abducted sometime between 2064 and 2069 after being abducted by the Zetans. His fate didn't sound too promising, and that only really leaves Braun, who of course did use his position to leverage a means to survive, so I could definitely see other very high-ranking members potentially doing the same. Although there is a character in the setting who could also be an agent of Vault-Tec, or could just as easily be something else entirely. Wearing an identical outfit to the one worn by the Vault-Tec rep in Fallout 4, this figure has appeared throughout the continental United States over the course of at least 120 years, committing seemingly random acts of violence to assist people who have the most direct sway over how events will unfold.
Alright.
The mysterious stranger
We're gonna go power armorless in order to go a little faster and to restock infusion cores. Not that we're like low, but
or something else entirely. With that though, we've reached the end of today's video. As the dust settles on Desmond's battle with Calvert, the tantalizing prospect of a new matchup remains up in the air. Fallout 5 is still a long way off, but the possibility of a return does seem at the very least possible. I think the most likely rivals for Desmond in a future game would probably be another Calvert, or perhaps most realistically, a completely original character. But what do you think? Would you like to see this gruff ghoul appear in a future title, with the great game entering its next phase? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. If you enjoyed this particular video, please consider subscribing to help the channel grow. With that said though, I'm off. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Creatures found in stories that some believe exist but have never been proven to exist, cryptids have been present in Fallout since the very beginning. One of the series' most recognizable creatures, the Deathclaw was once among their number, viewed as little more than a rumor by the various inhabitants of Southern California, before spreading throughout the wasteland and making their existence abundantly clear to all. But for many others, unraveling the mystery is more surprising, as Fallout's cryptids range from interdimensional invaders and scientific abominations to paranormal phantoms and even the spawn of Satan himself. Also characters like the wandering storyteller would have you believe, as the truth is often far less mystical. In today's video, we're running through the known lore of every cryptid to appear so far in the Fallout series, covering their origins, inspiration, and the impact they've had on the setting, before moving on to mentioned only cryptids and a series of in-game hints, dialogue, and illustrations in Fallout 76 that strongly suggest which creatures will be next to arrive, with chapters in the video's description for each section. beginning today with the only cryptid to appear in every title so far, in one form or another: aliens. First appearing in Fallout as a special encounter, the existence of aliens was mostly alluded to in the beginning, thanks to advanced technology like the Psychic Nullifier, Biomed Gel, and Skynet, the latter an extremely powerful AI from Fallout 2, but outright stated it was created for the use of alien technology in 2050. Whilst in Fallout 3, with the introduction of the Zatans, and the much anticipated DLC, aliens were officially canonized in the flesh, where their impact on Fallout's history was fully revealed, with the revelation that they had been distant out for centuries. Visually very similar to the stories of little green men from our world, the Zatans are a technologically advanced species of small, green-skinned humanoid beings with disproportionately large heads, with a penchant for crash landing and abducting humans, their technology, and apparently just about anything they could get their hands on. And alongside them, two other alien species as well, as their unappetizing alien squid food and alien worm food clearly did not originate from Earth. Despite these frequent trips to the surface, aliens qualify as cryptids, thanks in no small part to the US government and the Enclave. It could also be surmised that to some extent, pre-war society was at least aware of the possibility of such creatures existing. Uncannily accurate depictions of the Zatans appeared in comics, animatronics, and creator of the Blue Religion pathology, Dick Hubble, was apparently in possession of an alien blaster too. Their existence was confounded internally by the government in 2062, courtesy of the Paladite UFO report found on the Pentagon Library Terminal, further supported by recovered Zatan corpses in Enclave facilities in Appalachia. But widespread knowledge of the Zatan's existence was kept a closely guarded secret, a secret that was closest to being revealed to the general public in 2063. The crackpot conspiracy group Queer Verum discovered a secret government installation in the desert, possibly meant to be Fallout's version of Area 51, and successfully managed to steal evidence they believed proved that alien technology was being used by the government for their own nefarious ends. This smoking gun was in fact the MPLX Nova Surge, an early prototype for the plasma pistol, and inadvertently they stumbled on two closely guarded secrets: the existence of aliens and the pre-war Enclave. Hell-bent on going to the press with their findings, they were undone by a double agent, Dr. Aldwin Morley, with the group quickly hunted down. Their discoveries died with them, as although the final living member, Rhiannon Wood, succeeded in securing the weapon in a safe, it ended up being recovered by the Zatans anyway. Post-war things are very different though.
Awesome.
The inhabitants of Appalachia and the capital wasteland, the Zatans' existence isn't much of a secret anymore. Invading the surface en masse in West Virginia, and a motley crew of abducted humans led by the Lone Wanderer successfully commandeering a mothership, destroying another one in the process. But the Zatans aren't the only cryptids to originate from the stars. One is arguably one of the most powerful creatures ever introduced in film lore, the Flatbush Monster. A staple of West Virginian folklore, the first sighting of the Flatbush Monster happened on September 12, 1952, after a bright light tore across the sky before landing on the property of a local farmer. And on the crest of a hill, the party that investigated claimed to have seen a tall man-like figure with a round red face shrouded in a pointed hood, accompanied by a pulsing red light. Capturing the imagination of many, its legacy would see the sighting commemorated in an annual festival, immortalized in music, documentaries, and other media. Conventional explanations rationalized the sighting as nothing more than the combination of a meteor, hazard beacon, and a very disgruntled barn owl. But Fallout's Flatbush Monster is something else entirely. In the Fallout universe, this cryptid's origin story isn't too dissimilar. Many claim to have seen this creature pre-war, with West Virginians like Colton Pickens, proprietor of Hill Fork Hot Dogs, claiming to have been abducted.
Well, the lights started turning different colors. First it was blue, and then green, and then red, and then back to blue.
All right, I've heard enough. Colton Pickens, I'm arresting you for drunken disorderly conduct and indecent exposure.
Indecent what? What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong.
Discovered naked and shouting on a roof, police officers didn't buy his story, but thanks to uncannily accurate depictions of this creature found on the cover of Who Goes There, we can surmise that more than one person did come face to face with this creature. The wandering storyteller is more than happy to talk about this creature with you.
With my own two eyes, I saw the creature zap him with a purple laser. And then the two of them vanished into the night.
But to truly get to the bottom of this mystery, you will need to defeat one yourself and peer under its metallic hood, which will actually reveal a face looking back at you. And it's a Zatan. But not just any Zatan, as tiny malformed legs are found inside this battlesuit, and facing one in daily ops reveals its true name: the Alien Inquisitor. The Enclave are also privy to this information, as we find a depiction of one in their bunker, and the enlightened cult of the Mothman were also aware of it too. as we find warnings of its true nature written in their sacred tomes. In combat, it utilizes powerful purple rays, teleports around the player at will, and will regenerates health near death. But what makes it so powerful in the lore is its controlling ability.
Its mere presence can warp the mind of all but the most iron will.
As the Alien Inquisitor can and will control almost every single entity in its vicinity to assist it against the player. Everything present at major boss fights, other cryptids, and even camp turrets and robots. The wandering storyteller wasn't embellishing his story about this one, which begs the question, how far could this power extend? Its ability to control scorched affected creatures, including the Queen, are particularly impressive given the fact they are already possessed by a hive mind. But could it even control entities like Liberty Prime? Do its powers come from the suit, or is this Satan an exceptionally powerful mutant? We're unlikely to ever find out for sure, but it's safe to say that the tales about the Flatless monster in Fallout only tell half the story. But sometimes cryptid legends in Fallout are just stories after all. Entering the world of Appalachia's cryptid enthusiasts means picking up the trail of unsolved mysteries. One is Unsolved Death and Taxidermy, a quest started at Priblo's Curios. Once home to Janelle and Raymond Priblo before the war, their shop specialized in selling cryptid merchandise, peddling a variety of interesting creations, ranging from the Doggonet to the Buckler. This pair would seemingly come face to face with the real thing, the Beast of Beckley. Picking up their trail for a series of notes and holotapes, we learned that both Raymond and Janelle would meet their end hunting this creature for fellow enthusiast Calvin Van Loo, someone we'll be talking a lot more about later on. But following in their footsteps for the moment, the true nature of this beast is both surprisingly believable and a bit disappointing. The Beast of Beckley was nothing more than a large albino wolf, which along with her pups, savaged the pair, and putting all of them down completes the questline. Although Fallout 76 depicts it as a canine creature, it's described as being an incredibly tall, black, shadowy humanoid creature in cryptid stories in our world. The consistency between the two designs, however, is the four bright yellow eyes, which can be seen on cryptid artwork found in-game, if not on the creature itself. Another cryptid legend can be found at Priblo's Curios as well, its terrifying form depicted on the sign. A mythical animal of North American folklore, the jackalope is described as a jackrabbit sporting a pair of antelope horns. Famous for its many taxidermy mounts, many including the original, are actually made with deer antlers. Classed as gaff taxidermy and a fearsome critter type of cryptid, stories of horned rabbits can be traced as far back as 13th century Persian artwork, being popularized in America in the 1930s. In universe, we actually find the first mention of the jackalope in Fallout 2. Downloaded from a terminal on Control Station Enclave, we learned that Vice President Daniel Byrd intended on this creature becoming the new national mascot. Ventured a second time in the same game as well. Chosen One might spot a mole rat named Jackalope if they decide to participate in Mole Rat Mambo in Reading. And in Fallout 76, aside from the Curios sign, a Jackalope plushie and wall weapon rack could be set down in the safety of your camp. As of yet though, this cryptid is yet to appear in the flesh. Moving on, it's time to discuss a pair of cryptids whose origins differ greatly from traditional source material, but are no less horrifying. The AV mutants, the Grafton Monster, and Saligaster. A gigantic hairless grey mutant with disproportionately large limbs and a foul many-eyed quadrupedal
What's that?
Both have West Tech to thank for their existence, and most shockingly of all, were once both human. Before discussing the unique biology of these two mutants, we start at the beginning of their shared origin story at the West Tech Research Center. Founded in August 2075 to house the Greenhouse Initiative, the project's original goal was to apply mutations to edible plants which would greatly increase food production, thus solving crippling food shortages throughout the country. But in February 2076, the project goals changed. The Greenhouse Initiative was replaced by the Forced Evolutionary Virus Initiative, which meant human experimentation in an attempt to isolate a viable FEV strain, with the town of Huntersville providing a perfect testing ground. That same month, what seemed like a rare strain of flu broke out, eventually escalating into a full quarantine, military intervention, and house arrest of the town's residents. A stream of unsuccessful strains produced numerous failed mutations until October 14th, 2077, when a new FEV strain took to test subject AM52, the very first Snallygaster. This subject combined traits that resembled a number of different species, sporting an increased number of ocular organs, an enlarged torso, and two sets of arms with clawed digits. The scientists described it as a pile of quivering genetic bio-waste. Still, it was considered a success, as it was a living, stable, functioning subject.
Stable.
Sustaining itself, left in containment to incubate.
Yeah, super stable.
The Snallygaster had other ideas though, as we learn in the special report Containment Breach, but it managed to escape on January 3rd, 2078, where it was create
Love having that acrobat perk.
Although based on our local legend, Fallout Sanagasta is arguably the most drastically different appearance-wise. Schnellergeist, which means quick spirits, early accounts come from
This is not a perk, more of a modifier.
describing it as a half-reptile, half-bird chimera, which will swoop down in the middle of the night to snatch its victims, before draining them of blood, but could be warded off by 7-pointed stars, which can still be seen painted on local barns. This cryptid legend is more accurately depicted on the artwork from the Season 12 scoreboard. Heading back to West Tech, the scientists were very pleased with the success of AM52, so they decided to tweak some genomes for the next FEV strain, and infecting test subject AM53, the first grafted monster was born. Despite a lack of a discernible head, the subject survived its metamorphosis, far exceeding expectations, but growing too large for containment on site. So, on October 23rd, 2077, a truck carrying the mutant set off on a fateful journey. Distracted by the nuclear bombs falling from the sky, the truck's driver John Bunter...
Cool. I love that one, the radiation modifier.
And presumably like the Snagasta before it, this thing can actually procreate, as these titanic powerhouses can be found throughout Appalachia post-war, launching tar-like projectiles and slamming the ground with its fists. Deadly variations can be found, one even being infected by strangler vines, suffering from deep seeping lesions. Unlike the Snagasta, Fallout's grafted monster is visually quite similar to its supposed real-world sighting. In 1964, Robert Cockrell, a reporter for the Grafton Sentinel, claimed to have seen a large humanoid creature with no visible head and slick seal-like skin stalking the forest outside of the town. His account was quickly dismissed by his editor, but news of the monster spread, leading to its growing popularity in the region.
You bitch!
This representation of a real-world cryptid in the Fallout universe, though, is actually the ravenous Wendigo, a cryptid that, quite interestingly, is most often portrayed incorrectly in most other media. Originating from Native American folklore, a Wendigo was described as an everyday human being who, in times of famine, had resorted to cannibalism. Possessed by evil spirits to crave human flesh, they would become emaciated but possess preternatural speed and strength. No antlers in sight. In Fallout 76, Wendigos have all of those qualities, with the addition of a piercing scream capable of stunning their prey. Despite the Wendigo sighting reported by cryptid enthusiasts,
not this time.
dated 2077. And who goes there? Yet again, depicting an accurate image of the creature. There are 2 candidates for the first actual Wendigo in Appalachia. Morris Stevens, leader of the cannabis Man's Raider gang, was driven out after breaking their one rule, don't eat your own, due to his increasingly depraved fixation with cannibalism and a shortage of their normal food supply. Morris and his wife Edie killed a fellow gang member, the half-eaten corpse discovered by the rest of the gang. Their banishment in the cave didn't stop the hunger, though.
Jesus Christ.
Growing so ravenous that Morris ate his wife Edie, mutating into the creature we now find in the cave, devouring anything stupid enough to come inside. But Morris might not have actually been the first, as in January 2076, before the bombs had dropped, Earl Williams and a party of drunken and disgruntled townsfolk from Monongah were sealed inside the mine by Supervisor Pete Sykes. Trapped inside and growing desperate at the body of James,
Jesus Christ.
caused a division amongst the survivors. Several, including Williams, agreed to cannibalize the corpse, though others stated they would rather die than feed on their fellow man. And that was just the start. As more died from starvation, the more they fed. Documenting his mental collapse in a journal you can find, Williams' hunger got the best of him, and the living were next on the menu. By 2103, Earl Williams has mutated into a Wendigo Colossus,
shooting at me.
A powerful variant with 2 additional heads, increasingly long, disproportionate limbs, towering over their smaller kin. Whether this is due to increased feeding or
shit.
is unclear, but all variants
Good thing I got my dense mod armor on.
feral ghouls, working in tandem and not hostile to one another, perhaps suggesting that they are actually a subtype of ferals after all. Not all cryptids are the stuff of nightmares though, and one is actually pretty docile, with conflicting information in-game as to whether it even is a cryptid at all. The Megasloth.
I see you.
Garahan, son of the CEO of the Garahan Mining Company in Appalachia, had a very interesting
Oh, you
disinterested
poor misguided creature.
preferred to spend time with his peculiar pets.
The majestic sloth, so misunderstood, so intelligent. Yes, they move cautiously, with great precision. But it is not mere laziness. Oh no, my friend, it is
in cages at Garahan State, they made their escape following the Great War, mutated by the abundant radiation into colossal lumbering creatures, filthy and shaggy fur covered in clusters of mushrooms. They released clouds of spores and potential attackers, all hurling rocks and using their large claws to scratch. They could often be found dangling from large trees in the mire, and are unique in that they ignore almost anything unless attacked first. The confusion over their status as a cryptid stems from the fact that these do not count as cryptids in the Queen of the Hunt's daily quest, but do count towards various daily event challenges. Whatever the case, these megasloths were no doubt inspired by the prehistoric megalonyx. Fossils of this enormous ground sloth were originally discovered in Organ Cave in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, a location you can actually now visit in-game. Although if you do, keep your wits about you, as cultist worshippers of the red-eyed Mothman have since made it their gruesome abode. And these cultists aren't only interested in that cryptid either, as we discover a hunting party based in Sacramento Glade tracking the Ogwa. O my shepherd, such blessings you have cast upon us. Grant us your strength once more, for we have found a beast worthy of being sacrificed in your holy name. Sacrifice is a big deal in the cult of the Mothman, and the sect based in Sacramento Glade had found something very special indeed. A great creature had traveled south, and trudging through the night in pursuit, they have as of yet been unsuccessful in bringing it down. Strong and savage, snapping into any who would dare step near its mighty jaws, the cult's target is the Ogwa. A cryptid in Fallout we actually know very little about, except what the cultists believe. They claim its blood is
like a weird turtle sloth.
Unfortunately, they aren't always the most believable source for a creature's origins, but if they are correct, the Ogwa could potentially be a pre-war cryptid, or perhaps more rationally, this could be a reference to the fact that the snapping turtle family...
Why is my health so low right now?
...nearly 90 million years. The Ogwa, also known as the Rivesville Monster or Holt Monster, is a freshwater cryptid native to West Virginia and the Pennsylvania area. It is said to dwell in the Ohio, Allegheny, and Monongahela rivers, repeatedly 20 feet long and weighing in at 500 pounds. Its visual representations all seem to depict the creature as an enormous snapping turtle. Common snapping turtles are native to those regions, and the Ohio River is of course present on the in-game map. Facing this behemoth in combat means avoiding its snapping jaws, lunging attack, and a unique ability in which it will hide in its shell, temporarily protecting it from all damage. Although its exact origins remain a mystery in Fallout 76, it pales in comparison to the entity that the cult hoped to sacrifice it to, as the Mothman is up next.
Red eyes to witness the future. Purple to see the lies, but orange? Green? That remains to be seen.
Stalking the dark forest of Appalachia, the Mothman remains one of Fallout 76's greatest mysteries. Encrypted creature, in actuality, it is not a single entity, with numerous Mothmen having a variety of different eye colors and tentacles. Some will stalk you, others will hunt you, some are worshipped, and others impart wisdom, made all the more confusing by close ties to another one of Fallout 76's greatest mysteries. What we are left with is more questions.
Drugs save the day again.
Mothman considered divine? How did the wise Mothman become wise? And what is the significance of all Mothman hatchlings having orange eyes? All questions I've attempted to answer in a full-length lore video about the cryptid you can check out on the channel. But in today's video, I'll try and keep this section much shorter. The Mothman of Fallout 76 is known to have existed before the Great War, featured in the tales from the West Virginia hills as a hostile red-eyed beast, preying on those in the Point Pleasant area. And despite its vicious reputation, it garnered quite the following. And it's a pretty similar origin story to the real-world sightings of this legendary cryptid. We find the Mothman statue in Point Pleasant, and multiple shrines spread throughout the town. But it is in fact the concealed church that we learn of the first actual sighting after successful summoning, and the schism of the cult who worshipped it. Brother Charles was visited by the creature on October 22nd, 2077, who warned him of impending floods the next day, and the only way to survive it would be to find higher ground. Those that took this very literally stood on the roofs of the town, and the others, including Charles, found sanctuary in Lucky Hole Mine. And on October 23rd, those that hid in the mine survived. What comes next is where the mystery deepens, and the second schism of the remaining cult members. With the introduction of two beings so mysterious and unknowable, legends about them don't even exist. The Interloper and the Visitor, which I believe were actually in opposition to one another. My theory is that Fallout's Mothmen were once wild creatures, perhaps originating from the stars, with their natural eye color being orange. Hatchlings share this eye color, but depending on outside influence from these two interdimensional entities and environmental factors, their eyes change. Green being the simplest to rationalize, is just irradiated. which leaves red versus purple. On one side we have the Interloper, the red-eyed holy Mothmen, and the followers of the Winged One, the hostile cult we find throughout the region. The Interloper currently inhabits Lucky Hole Mine, where it craves blood, and the cultists worship it often unknowingly, provide just that, pouring the blood of the sacrificed offerings onto its roots, and even using their own in some instances. The red-eyed Mothmen act as shepherds, drawing more people to the cult to keep the offerings flowing.
He is our shepherd, guiding us through the darkness to his divine light. Where his wings flutter, I will follow, and I will not fear the darkness of night.
Within this sect, knowledge of the Interloper appears to be a rank one can actually obtain, called a Brother of the Wood. The only non-hostile member we can actually speak to, Stephen Scarberry, has this to say on the subject.
Maybe one day I will become a child of the wood. I just need to... Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Just ruminating.
But in opposition to them, we have the Visitor, the singular Wise Mothman, and the Cult of the Enlightened. And I think there's actually a very good reason why only one Wise Mothman exists now, because the Visitor is dead. As a side note, prior to the introduction of the Visitor's body in the Deep during the Wastelanders update, you can actually find multiple Wise Mothmen in Appalachia, ones you can actually kill in a random encounter. But the moment the Visitor's deceased body was added, that number reduced to 1, which can only be met in public events Mothman Equinox and Path to Enlightenment. The former, a seasonal festival held by the Enlightened so they can absorb neurotoxic dust from the Wise Mothman. Interpreter Clarence has more to say about that.
Let the dust and flames and fumes fill you. Let it soak into your throats. Let it show you the truth.
And the biggest difference between these two cults is the apparent acceptance that this Mothman is not a deity, but it does have cosmic wisdom.
The wise Mothman is a single entity, though immeasurable in power with knowledge beyond the age of man. He is but mortal nonetheless. The red-eyed pretenders are wild animals.
And more than that, speaking to another member, Observer Johanna, she has quite an interesting story to tell.
My brother Yel, he tried to clone him, you know. So foolish. His wisdom was not his at birth. The little ones, they eat poor Yella.
Her brother Yella tried to clone the Wise Mothman, but he was foolish, she says, as his wisdom was not at his birth, and the hatchlings ate him. Confirming then that, like the hatchlings we find, something must have made this Mothman wise, and I think the most likely candidate would have been the Visitor, which, now dead, can no longer influence any existing Mothmen, pitting this single entity against a veritable army belonging to the Interloper. Of course, this is just my take, so let me know your thoughts about this one in the comments. In combat, the Mothman will utilize sonic attacks, powerful shockwaves, and will disintegrate into a pile of neurotoxic ash upon death, something they will try to avoid, often bolting into the sky, disappearing in a wisp of black smoke. But the Mothmen aren't the only cryptid to utilize this getaway technique. Another cryptid inherently linked to the real-world Mothman sightings, a man with the biggest smile in the wasteland. On your travels, you may now encounter Indrid Cold, or as he is also known, the Smiling Man. A cartoonishly wide grin and unmistakable in his black Jack Gordon outfit, he actually won't speak to you until you initiate conversation, creepily staring at you as you circle around him. Perhaps even creepier than his smile, though, is what he has to say. So let's take a listen.
Salutations. Do not be afraid. I do hope I have found you well. Indrid, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. What are you called? We have, haven't we? Not from you, for you. I want only happiness for you. I have been away a long time. It appears that much has changed during my absence. I have such sights to see. Perhaps you can recommend a local peculiarity. Am I? I am in no way special nor spectacular. You have my thanks for your time and company. Before I forget, I must go. I do hope to see you again.
He introduces himself as Indrid Cold, and the Smiling Man is in fact a reference to a real cryptid sighting of the same name native to West Virginia. It's hard to believe he means well with that grin, but interesting that he mentions he's been away a while, and this original sighting actually came very close to the time that a supposed Mothman sighting took place as well. Although this conversation is fascinating, it's actually his other dialogue that's more interesting. If he interacts with him repeatedly, he will say this.
Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. At least, not yet. I've heard the moon can be blue, and I trust that to be true. Ever dance with the devil under a blue moon?
Acting as a kind of herald for another cryptid, the Blue Devil.
I really must be on my way, as must you.
Injured will disappear in a flash of black smoke, extremely similar to the Mothman if attacked, and since he arrived he's actually been more active in Appalachia, but is immediately obvious too. As heading to the Blue Ridge Caravan pit stop, and reading the meat proprietor Clyde's terminal, we can read about what he's been up to. In the entry Bad Juju, a strange visitor arrived at the pit stop. Grinning from ear to ear, wider than should be possible, they placed 10 caps on the counter one at a time. As this was actually the cost of a drink, Clyde obliged. Taking his beer, he sat by the fire and said nothing for hours, and the only sound Clyde heard was a faint chuckle. And not long afterwards, the pit stop came under attack from a very large bipedal cryptid, the very same Injured was searching for. Appearing like a werewolf of legend, the Blue Devil in Fallout 76 is an aggressive powerhouse, utilizing a unique howl attack, which will actually send you running for the hills, unless you've topped up on liquid courage. But what actually is this creature, and what inspired it? The Blue Devil scare of 1939 to 1940 documents a sighting in Webster County during the winter. A large bluish dog-like creature with a ghastly howl apparently was little more than a large grey wolf. In Fallout, it's clearly much more than that, and the little we can glean about its origins is thanks to a pair of in-game investigators, who may or may not be onto something. Pre-war cryptid enthusiast Calvin Van Loo, now known as Ares, and the unfortunate barman Clyde, acting as Calvin's eyes and ears on the ground. Through a series of coded messages and reports between the pair, we eventually learned that from a coded cipher, Ares hoped to find one with white on it, as he needed a hunting companion to find the mother. Reading the investigation report notes, it reads, "Color variations are limited, especially local specimen. Dark black hair is most common, appearing almost blue in certain light. None were white like you suggested." Although Clyde's investigation does not name a specific species the Blue Devil originated from, he says that they used to be bred for racing and then fighting before the Great War.
Nice.
This continued after the bombs dropped, but Clyde has not fully determined a reason for the Blue Devil's immense size compared to other canine-like creatures, going on to say that the size could have something to do with that place and what's nearby, although the note does not clarify what that place actually is. So not really anything final from this, but notably you can find Emmett Mountain disposal site pretty close by. Perhaps the Blue Devil is little more than a giant mutated breed of dog, which I currently believe might be a German Shepherd. My rationale being that German Shepherds were originally bred as sheep herders, racing sheep back to the pen, but are now often used for a variety of uses, including search and rescue, police work, and even warfare. Get your theories down in the comments though, as this mystery is still unsolved. Speaking of sheep and Calvin Van Loo, leads us nicely to our next cryptid. A woolly-haired cryptid reported across numerous counties in West Virginia. In our world, Sheep Squatch of Fallout 76 is one of the most fascinating cryptids we will cover in today's video, as it's a tale of falsehoods, myths, and the revelation that this thing might have actually been knocking around long before the Great War began. Calvin Van Loo, although...
Alright, this is starting to put me to sleep. I need to find something new. If Oxhorn has anything going on, just do nothing. Yeah, let's see Oxhorn's take on the Enclave coming back.
Club for Fallout 4, the Enclave arrive in the Commonwealth. At last, we have a fleshed-out presence for the Enclave in the ruins of Massachusetts. we finally understand why they're here and what they're doing after their destruction at the hands of the Lone Wanderer during the Broken Steel DLC for Fallout 3. Now, usually when the Creation Club is updated, you have to click on the Creation Club button from the main menu and then navigate the Creation Club to find the creation you want and then purchase it with credits. Only once purchased and downloaded and installed will you be able to access it from within the game. But in Bethesda's latest update for Fallout 4, these new creations, as well as a few old ones, are added to your game for free. You don't have to download them, you don't have to install them, they're included in the update, which essentially makes them now a baked-in part of the game. So once the update is installed, all you have to do to access these creations is log into the game. Once you do, all of the new quests associated with these new creations start flying by on your screen. Today we're going to be tackling Echoes of the Past. Investigate the last known location of the missing caravan. This quest is new, but there are some other Enclave creations included in this update that are not new. These were published years ago, and I covered them in dedicated videos at that time. They include the quests Speak of the Devil, Crucible, Best of 3, and Pyromaniac. Those quests added Enclave soldiers and gear to the Commonwealth, but we never really got an explanation as to why they were here. This new quest, Echoes of the Past, wraps everything together. Since I already covered the other Enclave creations years ago, I won't be doing so again here. Instead, I've linked to all of those videos below. But the quest makes reference to them from time to time, and we'll be getting some loot in this creation that we already got in the other Enclave creations. Echoes of the Past places a marker on our map on the road due west of the Museum of Witchcraft. Heading that way, we see that the location is smack dab in the wreckage of Skylane's Flight 1981. The problem is, as we get close to the location,
What's all this then?
we get ambushed by Enclave soldiers who immediately open fire. The way this quest works is they're not here until we get close. Then after we pass the location, they spawn and attack us. Which is really annoying for someone who does a stealth build, for example, because you can't exactly sneak up on them if they haven't even spawned in yet. In general, I dislike quests that just spawn in enemies behind you, because it essentially makes your character's perception useless. What if you're a high perception character and you should be able to see enemies from a great distance? Well, that doesn't matter now if they don't even exist until you walk by, and they just spawn in and start attacking. Due to this, I died multiple times.
I can't disagree with that.
Level 17. Ultimately, once I learned where they were gonna spawn, I had to use a stealth boy and approach slowly while stealthed. They spawn in and start attacking Codsworth. That gave me all the time I needed to finish them off. With the Enclave soldiers dead, we can loot the bodies, and on one of the bodies we find orders, eliminate Nate. Opening the holotape in our Pip-Boy, retrieval operations, Enclave, God bless America. We can view orders from First Lieutenant Franklin, Field Camp, to Sergeant Michaels, Squad Gamma. Message start. Sergeant, intelligence reports that a Wastelander has come into possession of a Tesla cannon. It is imperative you eliminate them and return the weapon to Field Camp. Coordinates enclosed for cataloging. Remember, no loose ends. This is in reference to the Best of 3 quest that we get from the Tesla Cannon Creation Club creation. Again, I covered that creation years ago, but essentially, we find an Enclave member who goes berserk in possession of a Tesla cannon. And when we kill him, we loot the cannon. Apparently, that caught the Enclave's attention, and they sent this squad to ambush us. On the body of one of the troopers is a full suit of Hellfire Mark III Enclave power armor. This beautiful set of armor.
All right, I will be back in 1 Okay, we're back.
Is also not new. We get this from the Pyromaniac creation. But at that time, we only got one suit. And as you're about to see, Echoes of the Past will give us multiple suits. We also find one of these guys carrying a heavy incinerator. This item was also previously added to Fallout 4 in the Crucible Creation Club creation. I covered all of the modifications available for the heavy incinerator when I did my video on Crucible. We'll go ahead and edit this to give it the napalm canisters, the long barrel, we'll keep the large propellant tank, and we'll keep the incinerator shield, which is going to protect us from using this during close encounters. Now, the soldiers' orders mentioned a field camp, and the document shows us that it's close to where we killed this patrol. Heading that way, we see a small enclave camp under a ruined overpass. Climbing atop the overpass, we get a height advantage here and rain down napalm.
Hey.
The troops are dead, but there's a turret here. And this turret looks just like the uniquely styled turrets that the Enclave used during Fallout 3. This is new to the Echoes of the Past creation, and it's great to see these Enclave turrets alive and well in Fallout 4. But of course now we've got to destroy it. Looting the bodies, we see that each of these soldiers carries Enclave tags. A new scrap item similar to the Brotherhood of Steel tags. And the soldiers who aren't in power armor are using combat armor emblazoned with the Enclave logo. It has an Enclave paint scheme attached. We'll go ahead and save these to see if we can put together a full set. We find a dead settler nearby with a dead Brahmin. Presumably the Enclave killed them. And we can loot yet another suit of Hellfire power armor off of the trooper. The architecture of this camp is new to Fallout 4. But it's not new to Fallout. In Fallout 3, the Enclave, after the Broken Steel DLC was installed, would set up camps like these all over the Capital Wasteland. It's made from modular walls that look like they snap together to form barriers and little rooms. Here we find a pedestal with a bed on top of it, an Enclave flag on the wall, and a unique Enclave crate. New with this creation, but again, not new to Fallout. These crates were in Fallout 3 as well. Next, we can read the Enclave Field Operations Terminal. We find 3 entries as well as turret control in the first retrieval logs. We'll start with Hellfire Power Armor. Items, Hellfire Power Armor. Overview. Multiple sets of Hellfire
Ooh, that was close. That was close.
Recovery is of paramount importance. Additional notes. A local trader, deceased, has corroborated reports that a hooligan by the name of Pyro is in possession of Hellfire power armor. It's currently presumed that Pyro ambushed a deserter and took the armor for themselves. Retrieval operation to commence ASAP. This is referencing the Hellfire power armor creation with the Pyromaniac quest where we had to kill Pyro to get our first suit of Hellfire power armor. And the next one, Heavy Incinerator. Items, Heavy Incinerator overview. Heavy incinerators are confirmed to be within the AO. Recovery is of paramount importance. Additional notes. A local trader deceased has corroborated reports that a fanatic group of Forged are in possession of a heavy incinerator. Records indicate a misguided soldier, deceased, traded this weapon for local rations. Soldier has been proportionally disciplined. Retrieval operation to commence ASAP. This is in reference to the Heavy Incinerator creation and the Crucible quest published years ago, where we first got the Heavy Incinerator. And this terminal is great because I complained at the time that both of those quests felt really weak. We had absolutely no backstory behind having to go hunt down Pyro and kill him to get the Hellfire power armor. We had no story as to why a member of the Forged would have the Heavy Incinerator. But now we do. It's a small bit of story, but at least now we have an explanation as to why Enclave Tech was in the Commonwealth. This makes those two creations much more reasonable. And the next, Tesla Cannon. Items Tesla Cannon overview. Tesla cannons have confirmed to be within the AO. Recovery is a priority. Additional notes, NA. This refers to the Best of 3 Creation Club creation, where we got the Tesla cannon off the corpse of the deranged Enclave soldier in the glowing seas. Next, XO2 power armor. Items XO2 power armor overview. Sightings of XO2 power armor sets reported within the AO. Recovery is paramount. Additional notes, a deserter who fled to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was in possession of a set. Intelligence is working to identify possible locations. This refers to the Speak of the Devil Creation Club creation that again I covered years ago, where we got a full suit of XO2 power armor, or Black Devil power armor, in the base of an Enclave deserter. So from these terminal entries, we learn that the Enclave is here in force primarily to retrieve Enclave weaponry and technology that had been taken here by deserters, stolen by raiders, or inadvertently sold. In the next one, fusion cores. Items fusion cores overview. Numerous fusion cores noted in the AO. Recovery is of high importance. Additional notes, intelligence has identified the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as containing a significant number of fusion cores. Any fusion core should be retrieved when sighted. As per orders, any civilians found to be in possession of fusion cores are to be eliminated prior to the confiscation of said fusion cores. This is a really interesting one because, of course, there are no fusion cores in Fallout 3 or in Fallout New Vegas. And in the Fallout TV show, fusion cores are seen as a rarity. But for some reason, in Fallout 4, they're absolutely everywhere in the Commonwealth. Looks like the Enclave has recognized this, giving them a reason to come to the Commonwealth to pilfer them. In the next one, plasma weaponry. Items plasma weaponry. Overview, high concentration of plasma weaponry within the AO. Recovery is of moderate importance. Additional notes, a local PMC named Gunners are in possession of an especially large quantity of plasma weapons. When tactical advantages present themselves, gunner squads are to be destroyed and their weaponry confiscated. Survivors are to be hunted down and executed as per orders. Addendum, a Brotherhood of Steel presence has been noted in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Though they will likely possess plasma weaponry, confrontation is to be avoided. Understandable, Enclave, due to your unfortunate history with the Brotherhood of Steel. And finally, plasma cartridges. Items plasma cartridges overview, high concentration of plasma weaponry within the AO. Recovery is of moderate importance. Additional notes, a local PMC named Gunners are in possession of an especially large quantity of plasma cartridges. And from here, the memo essentially repeats the last one. Backing out, we can then go to orders. Commanding officer eyes only. Mission directive, recovery of valuable equipment from non-authorized personnel. 1. Establish discrete encampment in AO and produce fortnightly reports to superiors regarding occurrences of note in the vicinity. 2. Identify locations of missing equipment via reconnaissance, coercion, torture, or other known effective methods. I see the Enclave hasn't changed much. 2B. On conclusion of interaction with general populace, dispose of them. 3. On identification of equipment location, initiate recovery and dispose of any witnesses. 4. Upon successful recovery of equipment, return to field headquarters via homing beacon. Radio frequency enclosed in terminal. 5. Relief squad scheduled in redacted. So there's a field headquarters nearby, and from this terminal we can get a radio frequency that'll take us there. Backing out of orders, we can download the homing beacon frequency. We can now track down their field headquarters. And we have an optional objective to start the search from the edge of the glowing seas. Alright, well I guess that means their field headquarters is in the glowing seas. Dangerous place to set up a field headquarters. After scanning this encampment one more time to make sure we get absolutely everything, we can make our way to the edge of the glowing seas and turn on our radio. We see a new option, Enclave Homing Beacon. With the homing beacon activated, we can follow it in the same way that we track down the courser at Green Tech Genetics. But this is the glowing sea, and there's a lot of baddies here. We've got to fight through all of them before we reach our destination. Enclave have set up in the ruins of the Atlantic offices. That is amazing, because the Atlantic offices were a really interesting ruin in the glowing sea, but there was really nothing there. No quest took us there, and there was very little lore inside. But even so, I covered it, and you can see how it existed before this creation in my video that you watched here. Now we've got a quest that populates this place and makes it worth visiting. The Enclave soldiers are on top of the roof, and they're armed with Tesla cannons.
What a fucking nightmare.
I think our best bet is to lose their scent and find a sneaky way to enter the building. Creeping around the back of the building, we eventually find a side covered in portholes. There are soldiers inside. Maybe we can lob one of these piggy banks in there? And that's a bullseye! No VATS used. Gotta say I'm pretty proud of that one. But we still haven't found a way up. We see that the hole in the wall that we could use before this creation was installed is blocked up with Enclave barricades. At last we find a ledge on the middle level that we can use to creep through a hole in the wall. But as soon as we enter, the building goes into full lockdown, and Codsworth is locked out. Oh, great. We've got to lift the lockdown. But to do that, we gotta clear the place. Opening the door to the left. Whoa! Over here! Well, this piggy bank launcher is very effective. It killed an Enclave soldier wearing a full suit of XO2 Mark III power armor in one hit. We can snag the armor and then loot the combat armor on the other Enclave soldier. In this room, we find a weapons workbench and an ammo box and an Enclave gun case lying on the top of a shelf. But this is a dead end, so turning around, we can cross the hall to the west. We see a security door behind us that we can't interact with. There is a terminal on a desk here, and from the terminal, we can access the security door. But upon opening the door, we don't really find much of interest here. A little bit of loot in a desk and in a toolbox. So, turning around, we see a hole in the floor below. Codsworth is outside. He really wants to join us. Looks like we gotta drop down. On the bottom, we find 2 gun cases against the southern wall filled with ammunition, a first aid kit on the wall, and then we can open a door. Inside, we see Enclave barricades and soldiers in power armor.
Right.
But the piggy bank launcher makes quick work of them. But now we can switch to the Chinese grenade rifle. And with the help of a little jet, we clear the room. Looks like there are more on a level far below us. We'll loot this level first. We can loot even more Enclave power armor off of this corpse, and more Enclave combat armor off of this one. And we can't forget to loot our caps. By now, I was heavily encumbered, and Codsworth wasn't here to help me with my load. I definitely wanted to walk away with all of these suits of power armor, so looks like I'm moving slowly for the foreseeable future. Near to a power armor workbench, we find a staircase leading...
Guess I'll drag my stuff there.
Oh, he's behind us! That guy's dead, but there's one below us. Before looting the body, we can open this door, where we see a hole in the floor trapped with laser tripwires. Looks like that's where we need to go. As we disable the tripwires...
Huh.
But one grenade from the grenade launcher kills the Colonel. Before hopping down, we can finish looting this floor. We can loot the body of the guy who surprised us from behind when we first got down here, whereupon we find another full suit of XO2 power armor. With this level looted, we can drop down, loot the combat armor off the Enclave soldier, and then loot an Enclave terminal password from the body of the Enclave Colonel, as well as the Colonel uniform, a brand new item unique to this creation. I'll cover it in detail a bit later. We see some ruined iBots here, which of course makes perfect sense. The Enclave used iBots in both Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas to communicate with each other. There are a number of ammunition boxes in this room that we can loot, but to continue we need to move out. Here, however, there's a bit of a bug. The quest marker tick never moves from the body of the Colonel. I already looted the code off of his body, but that marker is still there.
Yeah, they still haven't fixed it.
In the next room, we find the Enclave CO's terminal that we can now access with the password. Inside, we find 3 entries and the ability to end the lockdown. In the first, communications, CO eyes only. Note, are you cleared to access communications? If not, please report to your
I love watching her do that.
disciplinary action. Have a nice day. In the first one, in further orders, from redacted to Major Elias, Field Headquarters, message start. Major, this has been duly noted. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has been identified as a viable location for a permanent base of operations. Should your current mission proceed without issue, we will allocate more resources to your mission. In the meantime, I recommend you identify locations that would be ideal for a larger headquarters. It matters not if civilians currently reside within potential premises. They can be removed. And the next one, out, current status. From Major Elias Field Headquarters to redacted, message start, redacted. The field headquarters and field encampment have been operational with minimal issues. Equipment recovery has been proceeding at an acceptable pace. I believe this pace could be accelerated if further personnel could be allocated to our current mission. In the next, in Hellfire Power Armor findings. From First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp to Major Elias Field Headquarters. Message start. Major, the trader has informed us that a member of the Forged uses armor matching the description of Hellfire Power Armor. The trader last saw this individual close to Listening Post Bravo. We will arrange a recon patrol shortly to confirm this. Yet another reference to the previous creation where we first got the Hellfire Power Armor. In the next, in Heavy Incinerator findings, from First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp to Major
Alright,
Elias,
let's get to the Tappington boathouse. That's as close as I get to be able to... Shit.
in possession of a heavy incinerator. They reside in Saugus Ironworks. We will arrange a recon patrol to confirm this shortly. This, of course, yet another reference to the Crucible creation. In the next one, in Local Trader Captured, from First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp to Major Elias Field Headquarters, message start. Major, we have captured a trader who passed in close proximity of the camp. I believe they may provide valuable information after some coercion. Private First Class Matthias and I will begin shortly. That explains why we saw a dead trader and his Brahmin lying inside the camp. In the next one, out, Tesla Cannon location update. From Major Elias Field Headquarters to First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp, message start. Lieutenant, we have reason to believe a Tesla cannon may in fact be in close proximity to the field headquarters. Until confirmed, hold off on any operations related to it. This, of course, another reference to Best of 3, the creation for the Tesla cannon, which we found in the glowing sea not far from here. And in the final one, in encampment established. From First Lieutenant Franklin Field Camp to Major Elias Field Headquarters, message start. Major, I'm delighted to report that we've finalized our encampment. The squad has been briefed, and we will commence our operations immediately. Well, we just learned a whole lot. First, it repeats much of the same information that we learned on the last terminal at the field camp, including additional references to all those previous Enclave creations. But we learned that these guys were sent here by their commanders whose names are redacted and location are redacted. This brings up lore questions about the Enclave in the Fallout universe. They clearly still exist after being destroyed during the events of Broken Steel, and it seems to be more than just fragmented soldiers operating on their own. There seems to be a command structure still in place. Who commands the Enclave now? And where is the Enclave currently located? It's not in Boston. They were sent here from someplace else. Where? In the next one, orders, COIs only. Mission objective, establishment of a concealed field headquarters for commencement of operations within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 1. Establish field headquarters within secluded Fallout Zone to the southeast of the sector. 2. Initiate recovery of high-value equipment identified as residing within the sector. 3. Eliminate non-Enclave personnel who comprise the location of the field headquarters. 4. Stand by for further orders from Redacted. 5. Relief squad scheduled in Redacted. So they purposefully chose the Atlantic offices in the glowing sea due to how secluded it was. I wonder how the soldiers who weren't in power armor were surviving all of the radiation. Because it's not like they were in hazmat suits. They were in combat armor and military fatigues. How are they not dying to the radiation? In the next one, encampment distribution. 4 options in the first overview. Additional encampments have been authorized at the enclosed locations. These sites will serve as staging locations for future excursions. Ensure that they are adequately fortified and well equipped. In the next one, Southern Enclave Encampment. Southern Enclave Encampment operational. Location selected, south of Galaxy News Network building. Equipment issued, 1 laser turret, standard issue weaponry, and standard issue ammunition. This puts a miscellaneous quest on our log to investigate the Southern Enclave Encampment. Next, Eastern Enclave Encampment. Eastern Enclave Encampment operational, location selected east of Parsons State Insane Asylum. Equipment issued, 1 laser turret, standard issue weaponry, and standard issue ammunition. Again, we get a miscellaneous quest. And finally, Western Enclave Encampment. Western Enclave Encampment operational, location selected, southwest of Dark Hollow Pond. Equipment issued, 2 laser turrets, standard issue weaponry, standard issue ammunition. And we get a 3rd miscellaneous quest. Finally, we can back out and end the lockdown. Our quest log updates to leave the building, but just then... Oh crap, it's a vertibird, and I'm encumbered with all of this power armor. Oh no, they're coming for me.
The feeling, brother.
At the end of this room. Pulling out our grenade launcher, we can take the elevator all the way to the roof.
I did not know that.
We see the
I
dead
think.
Enclave soldiers that we killed with our piggy bank launcher when we first arrived, and we can loot their power armor. But the
Excuse me.
vertibird has dropped more. We've destroyed the ones on the roof, and we got rid of the vertibird, but it looks like there are more on the ground below. Before heading down, we can loot the bodies. On this guy, we find a Tesla cannon, the same reward we got from the best of 3 Enclave Creation Club creation. Nice. And a full suit of Exo-2 power armor. We find a 3rd full set of Exo-2 power armor on the body of the 3rd soldier on the roof. And we can loot the caps from the piggy bank launcher that I shot right through this window. Yeah. Okay, I'm a little proud. Maybe just a little. Creeping to the very top, we can loot the fusion core from the fusion generator. Loot ammunition from a number of gun cases up here, and then take out the Enclave on the ground below. With that, we complete Echoes of the Past, and we can jump down to loot the bodies below. We find a heavy incinerator, another full set of Hellfire power armor, a heavy napalmer, another full set of Hellfire power armor. And whose leg is that? He wasn't wearing power armor. Oh, there's his other leg. Where's the rest of his body? We find another full suit of Exo-2 power armor. And after dumping some armor into Codsworth's inventory, we can track down the vertibird. Ah, there's the guy who's missing his legs. They're both kind of just hovering in the air right now, but it was the pilot. And looks like we looted this guy earlier, perhaps off of a limb that we saw lying around. And there's the wreckage of the vertibird. With the quest done, we can head back to our settlement and dump off all of the power armor and weapons we've accumulated. But we're not done. Remember, we picked up those miscellaneous quests. We need to see what the Enclave is up to elsewhere in the Commonwealth. We'll start by trying to track down this Western Enclave encampment. Upon arrival, we see a setup very similar to the last one we saw outside of the glowing sea. They've encircled their camp with a bunch of Enclave barricades on top of a rocky outcropping. but the Tesla cannon makes short work of them. Moving forward, we can loot another full suit of Exo-2 power armor, more Enclave combat armor, and within the encampment we find more Enclave ammunition crates. There's another ruined Enclave Eyebot. Interestingly, we see a couple of wild Mongols dead in here. I'm not sure if they just wandered in or if this means the Enclave was experimenting on them. At any rate, on a desk next to a terminal, we find a new magazine, Enclave Entrenchment Manual.
Huh. He's got no arms.
You've collected an issue of the Enclave Entrenchment Manual, fending off friendly fire. Permanently unlock the Enclave paint job for your power armor. You are now able to build the Enclave flag and Enclave crate at settlement workshops. Awesome! We can finish looting the crates and then inspect the field operations terminal. This terminal has a lot of duplicated copy that we've already read from other Enclave terminals, but there are a few unique things here. In number 1, we learned that they were establishing an encampment within the cliffs to the west of the sector. And number 2, we learned that this encampment was used to prepare and release Eyebots to dispense Enclave materials and propaganda. So the Eyebots we saw at the Atlantic offices in the Glowing Sea weren't just to deliver messages between outposts, they were also to dispense Enclave propaganda like how Eden used Eyebots in the Capital Wasteland. So it looks like this one had nothing to do with mongrels. It was all about Eyebots. To remove this mission from our miscellaneous section, we have to deactivate the Enclave communications tower in the middle of the encampment. With that, it powers down, and we complete the miscellaneous quest. Well, that's it for the Western Enclave encampment. Heading back to our settlement, we can check out the new stuff we unlocked. The new Enclave paint scheme works for the previous 4 tiers of power armor that existed in the vanilla game. The T-45, the T-51, the T-60, and the X-01. We unlock a new black Enclave paint scheme for these suits of armors. And of note, the chest piece has 2 variations. A variation with the Enclave symbol, and a variation with the Enclave flag. The American flag with the Enclave symbol in place of the stars. We also unlock 2 new wall flags. A black Enclave flag with the Enclave symbol, and the red, white, and blue Enclave flag. And we get a new container, the Enclave crate, which we've been enjoying in all of the Enclave locations we've explored so far, and it looks ripped right from the files of Fallout 3. Wonderful. But we're not done. We've got 2 more encampments to find. The Eastern Enclave encampment is close to the Museum of Witchcraft. Getting close, we see a setup much like the last one, and we can take out one of those turrets with the Tesla cannon. Napalmers are nasty. We can loot a Napalmer and a full suit of Hellfire power armor off of this guy, and then move in closer to get the last enemy. One of the soldiers has more Enclave emblazoned combat armor. We can loot all of the chests here, and we see that this experiment must have had something to do with vegetation and crops. There's a pile of vegetables all over this desk. We get even more combat armor from the Enclave soldier sitting at the desk, and we can loot another copy of Enclave Entrenchment Manual.
Perfect.
Technical superiority. You are now able to build the Enclave laser turret and Enclave comm tower at settlement workshops. Sweet. Like the last terminal, much of this copy is repeated. However, there are a few new things here. In number 1, we learned that they established this encampment within the north of the sector. And then in Number 2, we learn the experiment conducted here. They were analyzing the viability of local flora, hence all of the vegetables on the table. And I love the attention to detail here. The terminals have the same format as the Enclave terminals that we find at similar field camps in Fallout 3. They've really done a good job importing that experience. There are tons of canisters and crates here, and when ready, we can power down the Enclave communications tower. And that completes the miscellaneous quest. Heading back to our settlement, we can drop off the gear and check out what we've unlocked. We see that we now have 2 different versions of the Enclave laser turret. One requires 2 power and provides 8 defense, and the other requires 2 power but provides 12 defense. The 8 defense version requires rank 1 of science, the 12 defense version requires rank 3 of science, but they both look identical. Then we can place down the new comm tower, and I couldn't figure out what this does. It requires electricity. You can't directly attach a wire to it, so instead you need to place it within the vicinity of something that exudes ambient power. But even once it's powered up, it doesn't appear to do anything. We don't find new radio signals on our Pip-Boy, and we can't really interact with it, so I'm not sure what this does. Finally, we need to track down the southern Enclave encampment. It's south of Fallon's department store, way south by Galaxy News. Following the train tracks all the way south, we encounter a lot of really dangerous enemies. But eventually, we find the encampment by a swamp, and we can put our baseball launcher to good use. With that, they're all dead, and we see these guys were experimenting on Mirelurks. Each encampment in
Speaking
Fallout
of.
3 had a different experiment, and it looks like they're doing the same thing here. We find a Mirelurk in a cage and Mirelurk eggs lying about. We can loot more Enclave combat armor from the dead, and we find another copy of the Enclave entrenchment manual.
There we go.
Fortification in the field. You are now able to build Enclave barricades at settlement workshops. Sweet! Can't wait to check that out. Like the last terminals, we read a lot of duplicated copy, but we find a few new things here. They established this encampment within the marshes to the south of the sector, and their goal was to sequester quote-unquote Mirelurks in this area and procure DNA samples. Looks like their experimentation has gone beyond using Deathclaws in combat. They were thinking about trying to use Mirelurks. Backing out of orders, we find a new option here, cell control. We could open the cell door and then hop in our power armor really quickly. And he's out of there. No way I'm tracking that corpse down. We could avoid this and just not open the cell door. We get another full suit of Enclave Exo-2 power armor off of one of the bodies, and another set of Enclave combat armor. We can loot all of the various containers here, and then when ready, we can deactivate the Enclave communications tower. With that, we've completed all of the miscellaneous quests. It's time to head back to camp and see everything we've looted. We'll start with the new Enclave barricades, and there's quite a variety of barricades that we can choose from. Annoyingly, most of them don't snap with each other, so we're gonna have to be really careful if we want these to actually make an effective barricade. However, there is one thing that snaps: an Enclave ring. And there's a brand new guard post, an Enclave guard post that we can assign settlers to. A pretty cool looking defensive structure. we keep all of the armor and weapons that we got from this creation, we can walk away with 9 full suits of
Wow.
XO2 power armor and 5 full suits of Hellfire power armor.
Not to mention the people you find across the wasteland, too. Pretty good. Alright, there it is. We're almost home.
We also walk away with 5
Oh my god.
incinerators and 1 Tesla cannon, and they are beautiful.
That bitch came out of nowhere.
As well as multiple suits of Enclave combat armor. I didn't loot all of them, but I did get just enough for a full set. I won't be going over the stats of any of these as they're identical to the versions that I've already covered in previous Creation Club creations. However, it does come with 1 new piece of armor. The Colonel's uniform is completely new. It's a full body piece of armor that grants us 50 damage resist and 1 to perception. It has many miscellaneous upgrades that are similar to the upgrades available for existing armor pieces, but uniquely, we can change the material. It comes with standard leather, but we can change it to winterized leather. And in so doing, we recreate General Chase's overcoat from the Operation Anchorage DLC to Fallout 3. The original skin looks a lot like Colonel Autumn's uniform, which is why it dropped on a Colonel, but during Operation Anchorage, General Chase wore a jacket exactly like this, just with a different winterized skin. And here it is, in all its glory.
That's a cool looking
And yes,
gun.
it can be modified with ballistic weave, making this a viable end-game piece of armor for people who don't want to use power armor. And there we have it. Echoes of the Past is a great little quest, with numerous callbacks to Fallout 3 and faithful depictions of how the Enclave is represented in Fallout 3. The quest successfully explains why the Enclave is here in the Commonwealth to begin with, and it raises interesting questions about the leadership and location of the Enclave remnants. We really only get 1 new piece of armor, but we do get a bunch of new settlement build items. But the update includes all of the other Enclave updates for free. And during the course of this quest, we gain multiple copies of the armor and the weapons that we got in the previous Enclave creations along the way. Honestly, I think this creation's a bit overpowered. I think it needs to be level gated, like you can't start the quest until you're level, I don't know, 25 or 30 or something. Because at level 17, I walked away with over 10 full suits of the best power armor in the entire game, exceeding that of even XO1. I walked away with some of the best weapons in the entire game, including 2 Tesla cannons. I did die a few times at the beginning, but once you get your first suit of power armor, the rest of the quest is pretty much a cakewalk. And with all the gear we get from the quest, I fear the rest of the game might become a bit of a cakewalk. But I'd love to know your thoughts. Let me know what you think of this creation in the comments section below. I publish new Fallout videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss my next episode, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. If you have already, but you still feel like you're missing out on YouTube notifications, consider following me on Twitter @Oxhorn. I update Twitter manually with every new piece of content that I publish. I've got a plush for sale. My one-of-a-kind plush is in stock and ready to ship, but I am almost sold out.
That is so strange. I couldn't... Listen, I would sell out and sell a plush of myself, but I couldn't imagine buying one.
I've
You
also
know?
got a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come on shirts in a variety of men's, women's, and children's.
All right. Yeah. See what else you got. Yeah, let's like the video. He did provide a lot of entertainment there. Let's see. Pardon.
In our last episode, we destroyed the Institute with the railroad. After the dust settles, we can head to the ruins of CIT to find that there is nothing but a crater left. Approaching the edge of the crater, we begin to take on 10, 15, 22 rads per second. The Institute really was beneath the ruins of CIT. The Charles has come in to flood the crater. A thick cloud of radioactive fog hovers over it, and we can't stand here long before we've got to back away and take some rat away. I thought maybe I had just gotten unlucky and arrived during a radstorm, so I came back a while later, and briefly, for a moment, we were able to see the full destruction. The college buildings have crumbled into the crater below. The bridge lies in pieces. But soon the radioactive fog creeps in again. What have we done? How long will this site be radioactive? I dove into the water to see if we could find anything left. Any synths, any technology, any remnant of the Institute. But all we find are bricks and stone, pipes and rubble.
Oh, you bitch.
In any state other than dust. After destroying
Don't like that.
Desdemona told us that our job wasn't over. And so heading back to Railroad headquarters, we can check in with her.
Good. You're here. With the Institute out of the picture, we're secretly securing key locations to speed up transporting synths out of the Commonwealth. We gotta take this slow and steady, so once they're out, they're safe for the rest of their lives.
Do they have to leave the Commonwealth?
We highly encourage it. In the capital wasteland or elsewhere, the chance of discovery is minimal. And even if they're identified as a synth, most people wouldn't care. But ultimately, the choice is theirs.
At least the hard part's over.
A raider's bullet can kill someone just as easily as a courser's laser beam. Well, kill someone else at least. I swear you're indestructible.
We could just rush them all out at once.
You're not alone in that sentiment. But we still have enemies out there. So we move them carefully, and their identities will remain secret.
After all this, best not to take chances.
It's all too easy to make a misstep close to the goal line. Pam or Carrington undoubtedly could use your help. No rest for the wicked.
Sure enough, sounds like the Railroad has more jobs for us. But before we tackle those jobs, let's see how the Commonwealth has changed now that the Institute is gone. And Tinker Tom has come up with a way to get us around the Commonwealth faster than on foot.
You know that vertibird from Red Glare? Well, Tom and the boys fueled it up and it's ready for you. Just throw this and it'll pick you up. Tom will start stocking signal grenades too.
That is nifty.
Has given us some vertibird signal grenades. And heading to Tinker Tom, we see that now he keeps these grenades in stock. So we never have to wander on foot again. We can hitch a ride on a vertibird. Not that it really matters with fast travel in the game, but it's a fun mechanic. However, it has its quirks. Heading outside, we can toss a vertibird grenade right next to the statue of Paul Revere. But we get a notification that the vertibird will be unable to land at the requested location. so this isn't gonna work deep in the city. Annoying. I tried another nearby location that clearly had enough room for a vertibird to land, but got the same message. In order to get this to work, I had to go far outside of Boston. I found an empty patch beneath a ruined overpass. And after a while, a vertibird comes into land.
Let's see what I can spare.
The vertibird is being piloted by somebody in a red rocket jumpsuit, presumably a railroad agent that Tinker Tom trained. Once we hop into the vertibird and man the minigun, we next have to choose a location on our Pip-Boy.
Instruments read all clear. Green for takeoff. Your weapon is locked and loaded. Good hunting.
The vertibird alights and takes us to our destination. These vertibird grenades are a great way to see the Commonwealth from an additional perspective. Great for people who want to roleplay without using fast travel, or for people who are playing on survival mode.
There it is. I was gonna say.
Next, we can head to Diamond City and check in with Nick Valentine. After helping us with our story, he has a lot to say about the fall of the Institute.
And the people of the Commonwealth slept soundly, for the greatest monster was gone. It took a lot of guts to do what you did. I know it couldn't have been easy.
What do you mean?
It's just not the sort of thing most folks could handle. Changing the face of the Commonwealth forever.
You'd be surprised. It was as easy as pushing a button.
Well, aren't we lucky you showed to do the deed?
Everything the Institute's done, they got off easy.
Won't hear any argument from me.
It had to be done.
You'll get no argument from me. It's hard to even wrap your head around. A world without the Institute, lurking in the shadows. But that's the life the people of the Commonwealth will get to lead now. All thanks to you.
How are you doing with all this?
Well, there were a lot of questions I was hoping the Institute could answer. But I've already made it this far without them. I think I'll manage.
Hey, it was fun. Anything else you need blown up?
You know, I dare say you've done enough.
Well, the people of the Commonwealth better be ready to show their gratitude.
After what you've done, I don't expect that's going to be an issue.
I didn't do it alone.
Sure. But we both know without you, none of this would have ever been possible. This is a brave new world you ushered in. But I suppose it'll do.
Then we can head to Public Occurrences and talk with Piper Wright. Of all the people in Diamond City, she's probably the most excited that the Institute's gone.
I can't believe it. They're gone. The Institute's gone. Do you know what this means?
Cambridge has one hell of a new pothole?
I suppose it does, but more than that.
You gonna make me guess?
Have you ever known me to hold back information?
I know a lot of people sacrificed themselves to get us here.
They did. But thanks to them, and you, we get to live free.
But the
Holy shit.
Exactly. It means no more kidnappings. No more sleepless nights, terrified your neighbors.
What the fuck?
No more fear, thanks to you.
Am I dead or no? Just screwed? Oh my god. Why? Why is this my life? Thank you, Ada.
So with the Institute gone, does this mean
I think.
you're out of a job?
You're joking, right?
What am I supposed to do with this?
Document the post-institute world now, won't they?
Oh, don't worry. I'll give them something new to be afraid of.
You know, your victory speeches could use some work. Doesn't change the fact that we're all in your debt.
They don't have to be afraid thanks to us. I never could have done this by myself.
True. But the Institute was around for a long time before you got here. Not anymore. Welcome to day one.
Pisses me off.
And sure enough, after waiting a few days, Piper releases a new issue of Public Occurrences. The Boogeyman Banished by Piper Wright. We've all succumbed to it at one point or another. No matter how brave or how strong we actually are, the people of the Commonwealth have known fear. Ever since the Broken Mask incident of 2229, when the first human-looking synth infiltrated and attacked a group of innocent settlers, we have lain in wake in bed at night, terrified.
It's just, I
everything
can't make this shit up.
Long have we dreaded the possibilities. Will someone I know be taken, snatched in the night for who knows what reason? Will one of my loved ones suddenly turn on me because they are, in fact, a synth replacement? Or will the boogeyman finally step out of the closet and devour all who stand in its way? We, the people of the Commonwealth, remember the past. We lived in terror in the present. But with the catastrophic explosion at the CIT ruins quite obviously signaling the destruction of the Institute, which this reporter learned was actually located deep underground, the question on everyone's minds now is, has the boogeyman really been banished? It would certainly seem that way. As long as there's been an Institute, there have been those opposed to the shadowy, sinister organization. While most ordinary folk wouldn't dream of defying their merciless masters, the Railroad has waged a secret war against them for over 30 years. And the Brotherhood of Steel's arrival in the Commonwealth signaled the most overt opposition the Institute has ever faced. All empires must eventually fall. That said, perhaps it was never a matter of if, but rather when. So what exactly does this mean for the Commonwealth going forward? That, dear readers, is the question. For the boogeyman may indeed have been banished, but isn't it possible other monsters may step out of the closet to terrorize us in the night? There are other players in the Commonwealth. None had been as strong as the Institute, but that's sure to change. Will they work with the Commonwealth or against it? Are they for the people or against us? This reporter holds on to hope for one very specific reason. If my sources are correct, and I know they are, the Institute's destruction was actually orchestrated by someone many of us have already met, the Vault Dweller. It would seem that lonely figure who came into our settlement searching for a missing child actually found the monster that had taken so many children and killed it. So be wary as we go into a new tomorrow, my friends, but stay strong. And always, always remember that humanity lives and dies on the surface. Humanity is the Commonwealth. And maybe, just maybe, with the Institute finally gone, we can have the future we all deserve. No mention that that monster we killed was actually the child we were looking for. Numerous guards and civilians all over Diamond City and Goodneighbor have something to say about the destruction of the Institute and the Brotherhood.
That explosion came from the old CIT ruins. I mean, if you believe the stories or the history. Could the Institute really have been destroyed?
I don't know who had the guts to attack the Brotherhood's blimp, but I hope I don't piss them off.
There he is, the man of the hour.
You see that big explosion over at CIT? They say that's where the Institute got started. So, the big kaboom hits old CIT. I hope the stories are true.
Now that was some fireworks show. Teach those Brotherhood bastards not to step into this Commonwealth.
We're getting a lot of graffiti these days. Pictures of lanterns. Know anything about that?
Big shitstorm, the funk of hell, huh? As long as the Institute took a licking, I'm happy.
I was on duty when I seen that airship fall out of the sky. I wonder if anyone survived.
God, did you see that explosion? The old CIT ruins, they're just a big crater now.
The legend himself. Way to give it to the Institute. You're like my hero or something. I don't know. Thanks.
And instead of Institute flags waving over Diamond City, we now find Railroad flags waving over Diamond City. An interesting thing for a secretive organization to do. Travis Miles can barely contain himself. First, he gets all afluster over the explosion.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but did anyone out there see that? Or hear it, or feel it? Or probably all three of those things? some sort of massive explosion near downtown, and I mean like massive, really huge. They rumor is it might have been the Institute, but well, I can't confirm that. I'll try and find out, and yeah, we'll have more on the story maybe later soon. I hope.
Then, when he realizes what has exploded, he goes bonkers.
Okay. Okay, so here's some big news, maybe. Maybe the biggest news since ever. The Institute. It's well, it's gone. Blown up, like totally destroyed. I can't find. I mean, I don't know exactly what happened, and it's not just because no one tells me anything. But rumor is that the railroad had something to do with it. Like they got in there and blew it up. And like so, the Institute. It was underground the whole time. Man, who knew, right? I heard that people were saying that the Vault Dweller was involved. So if that's true, then I think we all owe him, like, a lot. And now we can all sleep better, because we're not gonna be kidnapped or replaced with robots or anything. So I'd say it's a pretty great day for the Commonwealth.
Heading to Good Neighbor, we can check in with Dr. Amari. Remember, when we sided with the Institute, Dr. Amari didn't want anything to do with us. But it's a different story this time.
The Institute is finally gone. We can all breathe easier without them lurking behind everyone's lives. Thank you.
I was surprised that Hancock didn't have anything to say about it, considering that speech he gave to everybody in Good Neighbor when we first arrived. Then we can track down Preston Garvey. And this is where issuing the evacuation protocol in the Institute matters. Now, for some reason, during this dialogue, he kept on trying to walk away from me. So I had to break out of the dialogue window to finish his dialogue. And it happened whenever I talked with him about this in Sanctuary. But if we fail to issue the evacuation protocol, he says this.
The Institute is gone. I guess I'm glad about that. But you just killed everyone. There wasn't any other way.
I didn't have time to waste helping my enemies escape. I have no regrets. I went there to destroy the Institute, and I did. Does it matter? They were my enemies.
No, I don't accept that. The leaders of the Institute were your enemies. Maybe they all deserve to die. But that doesn't justify killing the innocent along with the guilty.
I should have let the civilians evacuate before we blew the reactor. I'm sorry for that now.
You should have thought of that before you blew them all to hell. What you did was mass murder. Plain and simple. What's done is done. People are still gonna need the Minutemen for a long time. The Institute was hardly the only threat out there. I guess we better get back to work.
Preston Garvey of the Commonwealth Minutemen cares about human life. He's the only one who has a reaction to us not issuing the evacuation protocol. Even the railroad, who told us to avoid civilian casualties while we were attacking the Institute, has nothing to say about the evacuation protocol. I think it says a lot about the character of the Minutemen that they care so much about the lives even of their enemies. However, the conversation goes very differently if we do issue the evacuation protocol.
I can hardly believe it. The Institute is gone. I never thought I'd live to see that day. The way is now clear for the Commonwealth to finally come together and build something good for the future. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows from here on out.
The Minutemen are still needed. There are plenty of other threats still out there.
I couldn't have said it better myself, General.
What? No sunshine and rainbows? Next you're gonna tell me I'm not getting a pony.
If I had any ponies to hand out, you'd be first on my list. None of this would have happened without you.
I don't care about the Commonwealth. I just wanted to see the Institute destroyed.
I hope someday you can let go of your anger and see how much good you've actually done.
The Institute wasn't the Commonwealth's only problem. We've still got plenty to do.
I couldn't have said it better myself, General. The Institute kept the Commonwealth divided for centuries, but there are plenty of other problems left to deal with. I don't think the Minutemen are going to be out of a job for a long time yet, as much as I might wish it.
And with this choice, he's proud of us. And I gotta say, as annoying as Preston can be, there's no one more wholesome in all of the Commonwealth, with the exception of maybe Codsworth, than Preston Garvey. His means a lot. However, there is
like, what am I supposed to do when I can't move? It's cool that I get to sit around and wait for animations, but
Virgil, and if we failed to get the serum for him,
The radio. The Institute signal, it's gone. What happened? We had a deal. I help you get into the Institute. You get me the serum. Instead, what do? You blow the damn place up. My home, my friends, and the one chance I had of being human again.
but even if we got the serum for him,
The radio signal from the Institute isn't coming in anymore. Something happened, didn't it? Something terrible.
It's gone. I made sure of that. Aren't you better off now?
Better off? Well, you... maybe personally, but...
It had to be done, Virgil. It was them or us.
You... It's all gone? All of it?
I'm sorry, Virgil. The Institute's gone. Destroyed.
Oh, God.
Oh, I blew that place to hell. Nothing left.
You did what? The Institute had done some questionable things, but... all those people... I think maybe you should go. For good.
Virgil?
I don't want visitors. I think you should leave. Just please. Leave me alone.
I suppose I can understand. He was born and raised in the Institute. Those were his family and friends, and they're dead because he helped us. That must be an enormous amount of guilt that he now has to live with, and he couldn't bear it. His reaction here is the same, whether or not we issued the evacuation order in the Institute. Then, like when we sided with the Institute, the faction we side with, in this case the Railroad, takes over and occupies all choke points and pieces of technology scattered around the Commonwealth. These military checkpoints often come under attack from monsters, from raiders, sometimes from Brotherhood survivors, and sometimes from synth survivors. We can, optionally, come to their aid. But Desdemona said that the Railroad has some new jobs for us, so we can head back to the Railroad to see what they are. But as we descend the steps, we find Synth Sean.
I wish there were cars that worked. It would be really fun to drive one.
Hey, Sean.
Dad, I was so worried. I thought I'd never see you again. Is it true? Did you really blow up the Institute? Why would you do that?
Trust me. They deserved it.
Really? They were kind of like my family.
They were dangerous, Sean. To everyone in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's what Tom told me.
We had no choice, Sean. It was us or them.
That's awful. I thought they were nice.
I know it's hard to understand. Are you okay, Sean?
I mean, I'll miss them. But if it means everyone else will be safe, as long as you don't leave me, it'll be okay. You're not gonna leave me, right?
Oh, Sean. Where would I go?
I don't know. You're busy and lots of people need you. Just make sure you don't forget about me.
I can't make any promises, kid.
I know you're busy and important and all that. I just hope I get to see you sometimes.
Hey. I'm not a babysitter.
No, I know. Just as long as I get to see you.
Don't worry, kiddo. I'm here for you.
Okay. Oh, before I forget, Father, he told me to give this to you. I didn't listen to it, so I don't know what it says. But I think it's important.
Remember, he only appears here in the railroad headquarters if we choose to save him. If we abandon him and Tinker Tom saves him instead, he completely disappears from the game. And similar to when we sided with the Institute, Synth Sean gives us a holotape from Father. But the contents of this holotape are very different.
If you are hearing this, then whatever conflicts you and I have endured are over. I have no reason to believe that you'll honor the request I'm about to make. But I feel compelled to try anyway. This synth, this boy, he deserves more. He has been reprogrammed to believe he is your son. It is my hope that you will take him with you. I would only ask that you give him a chance. A chance to be part of whatever future awaits the Commonwealth.
What a strange thing for Father to do. It was Father who sent Synth Sean up to the relay room as we were about to leave the Institute. Sending him to us was his final act before he died. One of the final things he said to us while on his deathbed was that because of our actions, the Commonwealth is now doomed.
You've spent time up there. You know as well as I that it's doomed.
And yet, he sends his synth prototype with us out into the Commonwealth. Why? Father said that he thinks this synth deserves better. Deserves a better what? Deserves a better life? Is Father admitting that he thinks that synths are living beings? I can see no other reasonable explanation for this behavior. All this time, he has talked about synths as robots, property,
robots,
more human than a toaster or a Nuka-Cola machine. And yet he pleads with us to care for a synth because the synth deserves better than to perish in the Institute. On some perhaps subconscious level, Sean, our son, must not really believe that synths are just machines. But that's a bigger topic for another day. Talking with Sean again.
Sometimes I'm scared, but it all seems okay when you're here.
Sean, do you want to get out of here? Go live somewhere else with me?
If we say no...
Oh, okay, well, maybe some other time. Thanks anyway.
He seems disappointed, so we can talk with him again, and then choose any one of our Minuteman settlements, or even our Mercer safe house.
Okay.
And with that, this seemingly 10-year-old boy walks off into the Raider and super mutant-infested ruins of Boston alone. Good luck, kid. Later. Bye. Oddly enough, if we want to do his side quest later on, we have to send him to a settlement. From this point on, he just continues to talk with us about leaving the railroad headquarters until we send him to a settlement. If we do, we can meet up with him at that settlement.
I heard people saying they don't have enough clean water here. I hope you can help them soon.
And he's a good source of information to learn about whether or not our settlement is making our settlers happy.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, Dad, can you do something for me?
And then he begins his side quest. This side quest is identical to the one we did for Sean if we sided with the Institute. He sends us out to get bits and pieces of scrap, and after we complete that side quest a couple of times, he gives us the...
Oh, come on. Why? I just can't get a... Just can't get a break.
After siding with the Institute. But after the quest is done, he does have some unique dialogue that we don't get if we side with the Institute.
It's going pretty rough today.
People just never give up, do they? They're always trying to make things safer. You know, it's not as clean as the Institute, but I like it. It's hard to think about before this. Sometimes I can remember, sometimes I can't. Does that happen to you? I like this place. Finally a real home. If humans make synths, who makes humans? Like you and me. The world is so much bigger than I've ever imagined. We're going to live here, right? I think it's great. Are you leaving again? I like it when you're here. I just wanted you to know. I love you, Dad. Last time you came back, Never mind. I'm just happy you're here.
Back at Railroad headquarters, we can finally check in with Dr. Carrington to see what task he has for us.
What you accomplished. What we accomplished. Well, sadly though, our work isn't done. Despite Tom's best efforts, we simply transported too many people out of the Institute too quickly. A sizable number of synths and other refugees were teleported near randomly. These poor, disoriented souls make easy targets for bigots and others. Hopefully you can find time from resting on your laurels to help a synth that's been captured.
You're such an ass.
You do understand irony. Sarcasm? No? I apologize. If there's anyone in this organization that deserves my respect, it's you.
How bad's the situation out there?
Unknown. The evacuation was, by necessity, quite chaotic. We don't even know how many synths were teleported into danger. I fully expect this is a problem we'll be dealing with for quite some time.
Rescuing synths is what I do.
I figured you'd say something like that.
Tell me the plan.
Cut and dry rescue operation, really. Once you liberate the synth, give them this care package.
Oh yeah. Need our
They may
bonuses.
wind up at your Mercer safe house. That's the only safe house that isn't well past maximum capacity.
Huh?
Good luck.
With that, we begin the Radiant quest, Lost Soul. And it makes sense that they would give us new Radiant quests here, because many of the Radiant quests we had with the Railroad before we destroyed the Institute had to do with fighting the Institute. But now that the Institute's gone, they're gone as a threat, which makes those Radiant quests obsolete. So to make sure that the player had the same opportunities to earn experience and money, if they sided with the Railroad compared to siding with the other factions, they gave us these new Radiant quests. The destination is chosen randomly, as with many Radiant quests in the game. With this one, we infiltrate the location, clear it of all hostiles, and find a kidnapped synth.
Take this and leave.
You're the Railroad, right? Oh, thank you.
With that, we give her the care package, and she makes her way to Bunker Hill, or maybe to our Mercer safe house. Heading back to the Railroad, we can check in with Carrington.
One synth safely out of harm's way.
I have no doubt our runners will find more stray synths. It's virtually guaranteed.
And it's rinse and repeat. We can do that side quest over and over again ad nauseum. Now, Dr. Carrington gave us the impression that our Mercer safe house would be bursting at the seams with synths, but I found that not to be the case. Heading to my Mercer safe house, which was at Hangman's Alley, I even tried to spruce it up a bit by adding sources of food, adding beds and shelter and water, but no people in synth outfits or Institute lab coats ever arrived. And I don't recall them ever arriving on my first Railroad playthrough either. On that playthrough many years ago, I fixed up every single settlement and perfected the happiness, and I don't remember any big batches of synths appearing. Now, that's not to say that synths don't appear at your settlement. They do. They just do so incognito. We don't know that they are synths, and they don't know that they are synths. These are synths that have already had their memories wiped by the Institute. There are mods you can install to see whether or not one of your settlers is a synth. But that's a very different thing from what we come to expect from this bit of dialogue we get from Carrington. We expect synths who escaped from the Institute, who didn't have their minds wiped, who got lost along their way, arriving to our Mercer safe house. And that didn't happen in my game. Did it happen in your game? Perhaps I just got unlucky. On a related note, when we talked with Father in the Institute, before we issued the evacuation protocol, we got the impression from that dialogue that we would find Institute scientist survivors roaming the wasteland. And I even have some vague memory in the back of my head of seeing them in random encounters, or maybe I read a forum post at some time from somebody who said that they encountered surviving Institute scientists in a random encounter. But during the production of this video, I spent hours triggering random encounters after siding with the Railroad and issuing the evacuation protocol, and I never saw that. I never found any Institute scientists. I, of course, found the Art synth encounter and the Timothy escaped synth random encounter, but I didn't find any surviving synths or scientists in random encounters, which frankly surprised me. But again, maybe I just got unlucky. Did you find any in your gameplay? Next we can head to Pam. She's got a mission for us too.
On
organization Brotherhood of Steel removed from the Commonwealth prediction equations. Corollary: the remnants of said organization have transformed into a highly unpredictable subset of human actors. Warning: success of railroad operations at unknown risk due to this change in the predictive matrix. Solution: remove Brotherhood variables.
How much of a threat are they?
Individual actors display far more erratic and diverse behavior than groups. Posit: the capability of any given Brotherhood of Steel actor is superior to the mean Commonwealth actor. Consequence: lone Brotherhood actors capable of tremendous ingenuity and disruption possibilities to Organization Railroad's desired outcomes.
Why is it whenever I do math with you, Pam, I wind up covered in blood?
Unable to process.
I've killed enough Brotherhood to last a lifetime.
Acknowledged. However, these individual actors remain a great threat.
Sounds like they need to be dealt with.
Affirmative. A patrol has been spotted and identified. Target data dispensed.
And this replaces the Radiant Quest where we went to go kill a Courser.
Holy shit.
Courser, we're now hunting down Brotherhood of Steel remnants. For this one, I decided to take a vertibird to the location and found it swarming with Brotherhood, including knights in power armor. This was far more difficult of a fight than I thought it was going to be. But to complete the Radiant Quest, we got to single-handedly kill this entire Brotherhood patrol. It took me quite a while. With that, we complete the objective, and we can head back to Pam to turn in the quest.
Pam, I killed the patrol.
Processing. Processing complete. Offering congratulatory token.
She can offer us another quest similar to this called High Ground, where we have to eliminate a Brotherhood of Steel vertibird. However, this quest is bugged. She won't offer the quest if we still have variable removal. The quest still active in our Pip-Boy by the time we destroy the Institute. And even if we don't, she sometimes never offers the quest for unknown reasons.
Oh god,
I couldn't get her to offer the High Ground quest. Then one day when arriving at the railroad, Desdemona herself greets us at the door.
A word. Patriot didn't make it out of the Institute. He died during the evacuation. Are we clear?
What happened to Liam?
I don't know specifically. Neither do you.
There's more to this story.
No, there isn't. It was a tragic accident.
There's one loose end tied up.
This wasn't me.
Not Liam. That's so...
I know. Believe me, I know. Read this letter, and then destroy it. We won't talk about this again.
Desdemona hands us Patriot's suicide letter. Reading it in our Pip-Boy. You betrayed me. Me! After all I did for you. I trusted you. I risked everything to help Synths. To help you. And this? This is how you repay me? My father is dead. Everyone I loved and cared about was vaporized or lost in this barren, irradiated crap hole because of you. I used to feel sorry for you. You lost your son. You missed out on every moment of his life. Now I see it's only what you deserved. I cannot live with myself. Due to my stupid trust in you, I've destroyed humanity's best hope for the future. If there's any fairness in this world, you'll never get a good night's sleep in what remains of your hopefully short, miserable life. Liam. Desdemona walks to the center of the crypt, where we see Liam's body lying, and addresses the railroad.
We're all here. We knew that taking the fight to the Institute would cost us. We lost many. Great heroes, like High-Rise and Glory. But many others as well. But this last blow is an especially painful one. An unfair one. Patriot. For many years, Patriot was our secret weapon. He helped dozens of synths escape to freedom, at a time when each victory was as precious as it was perilous. And his final sacrifice helped usher in a new, better life for a whole people. We will bury him in a place of honor. That is all.
Patriot just wanted to free the synths. He thought slavery was wrong. He wanted to save all these people. He didn't know we were gonna come invade the Institute and destroy Institute robotics so no synths could ever be made again, and kill his friends and kill his father. Had he known any of that, he never would have worked with us. Which of course is why we were really quiet about what we were doing with Patriot towards the end there.
Again? Really? I just got out of the fucking vault. It blows my mind. It just can't stay stable for 2 seconds.
We'll ever know what really happened.
I never even got to meet him.
Patriot was... I need a moment. This is a real blow to the railroad.
Patriot saved so many synths. Patriot. He'll never get to...
One day, just after arriving at Diamond City, we see the mayor walking out the main door. Strange. Okay. Where you going, Mayor?
Mayor McDonough?
I have somewhere to be. Sorry.
He's busy. Right. But then later, we find a crowd hovering over a body.
You gotta listen. Mayor McDonough. I saw him with one of those Institute synths. Piper was right. He's one of them.
McDonough's a synth. Oh, God. What do we do now?
You can stop standing around. Someone get a doctor.
It's Danny Sullivan, the guard we met when we first arrived at Diamond City. We now need to confront Mayor McDonough, but we can optionally give Danny a stim pack.
Danny.
2 slugs in the gut, plus the fall from the elevator. I ain't gonna make it.
What happened to you, Danny?
I was making my rounds near the mayor's office when I heard shouting. Thought he was in trouble at first. Then, when I found him, he was with a synth. One of those ultra ones with all the metal parts. Said something about how they can't do this to him. That's when they noticed I was there. Got plugged 2 times before I ran to the elevator. I remember falling. And it's kind of hazy.
Hold on. I'll be back.
Not much else I can do.
If we refuse to give him a stim pack...
Just let go. It'll all be over soon.
We should have done something about McDonough. Ain't like we weren't warned. Just didn't want to admit it.
He dies.
Pastor.
A man has just died. Don't just stand there and gawk.
God, I voted for the mayor twice. He was with the Institute this whole time?
The mayor. He's part of the Institute? Oh, God.
But if we give him a stim pack...
Quick. Take this stim pack.
Thank you. I feel better. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna stay here for a bit.
McDonough's a synth. Someone has to do something.
Yeah, and that someone is me. Heading up the ramp, we can go to the elevator and take it all the way to the top, where we find that, unsurprisingly, Piper has beat us to it.
Yes, Piper. Congratulations, you've won. I hope you break your foot trying to kick that door down.
Ugh, damn it, it won't budge.
I,
Lock the door. There's no key. Gotta be a way in.
Well, thankfully, we've been through all of this before. Casting our mind back to where we came here to get the key to Kellogg's house, we find the button underneath Geneva's desk. He has Geneva as a hostage.
That's far enough.
Help me! He's crazy!
I am not just going to be discarded and tossed to the wolves. I'm the mayor, goddammit!
Discarded? The Institute didn't want you back?
No. Before the explosion, they sent some discount messenger to tell me I've outlived my usefulness.
Hell, I'd vote for him again.
Cracking jokes? I'll kill her. I swear I will.
Now we could attack.
Goodbye, McDonough.
You'll never take me alive.
Or we could tell him to get rid of his hostage. If we succeed...
Mayor McDonough, I can help you. But not when you're holding a hostage. Let her go.
Oh, all right. She can go.
And he then continues with his dialogue. But if we fail...
Oh, no. I'm not losing my bargaining chip. Now, I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I'm walking out of this city, unharmed, with my dignity intact.
You're not getting off the hook that easy, McDonough. You have to answer for what you've done.
I'm either walking out of the city a free man, or I'm killing as many of you disgusting, filthy savages as I can.
Yes.
He continues with his dialogue anyway. That dialogue check doesn't really change much here. At this point, we could again attack him.
Time to shut you up for good.
Or we could explore the rest of his dialogue.
What are you gonna do then, McDonough?
I can't go back to the Institute. I can't stay here, but I'm a man of resourcefulness. I'll make my way. Just let me go. Hasn't there been enough bloodshed? Think about poor Mr. Sullivan.
Aside from killing him, we are left with two choices. We could agree to his terms.
Fine. Get out of here, and don't come back.
And if I were you, I'd run. Far.
I'd say I'll miss this rust bucket of a city, but I won't.
So the big fat liar gets to walk free. Another depressing story to add to the pile.
True, the mayor's a synth, but letting him go...
Oddly enough, Piper liked that. Deacon didn't like that. He's the one who complained about that choice. But Piper liked it if we let Mayor McDonough go. That's gotta be a glitch. I can't imagine that could be accurate. Or we could tell him that he's gonna stand trial.
You're going to stand trial. And these people are gonna have justice.
Lord knows you've got plenty to answer for.
Trial? Please. You know how these people feel about synths. I won't be stuck in a prison while they gloat.
But if we choose that option, he turns hostile. He didn't try to shoot Geneva. He immediately tried to attack us. So again, passing that dialogue check to free Geneva doesn't seem to matter.
Made that look easy.
He's dead. I can't say McDonough didn't deserve worse, but... Without a mayor, the city council will be next in line to pick up the pieces.
Come on, I lost my fucking mind with this today. I can't make any progress. Not that it fucking matters.
Finally have the truth.
Institute infiltrators are bad news. It's probably better he's gone. For what it's worth, you can never trust a synth infiltrator. They've been specially designed to fool everyone.
I got a lot to clean up here, Blue. Hit me up again later.
Exploring his body, sure enough, in this instance, we do find a synth component. We can check on Geneva to make sure she's okay.
Oh my god, he almost killed me.
Well, what a shock that must have been for her. Heading back outside, we can check in with Danny.
Sullivan.
I'm just gonna stay here for a bit.
Pastor Clemens.
Thank you. God willing, he'll make a full recovery.
And then a few days later, we find Danny, good as new, back at his post.
Listen, thanks for saving my life. I would have walked into the great beyond if it weren't for you. It's not much, but here, take it. Can't believe I let McDonough boss me and the boys around for so long. We just kept looking the other way. You're a hero. Diamond City needs more people like you.
Danny.
Can't talk. All this chatting is gonna tarnish my tough cop persona.
And he gives us 100 bottle caps. We can then head to Bunker Hill. And we find that the outcome here isn't that different from the one we get if we side with the Institute. Like when we side with the Institute, Kessler tells us that she doesn't want any trouble, and she gives us free reign over Bunker Hill. We gain it as a settlement. Strangely enough, if we talk to Old Man Stockton...
I run 3 caravans that travel throughout the Commonwealth.
He's still in character, despite the fact that the Institute is gone. Though him remaining undercover makes a lot of sense when we head back to Desdemona. Our job is not done.
With the Institute dealt with, we're reevaluating our ongoing operations. And the LNL gang is currently our single greatest threat. Glory had been pushing me to deal with them for years. Looks like she finally gets her wish.
Who is this L&L gang?
They're not so much a gang, really, as a loosely affiliated group of raiders. What sets them apart from the usual filth is they take a particular sadistic pleasure in finding and executing synths. We've lost more synths to them over the years than even the coursers.
If they're that big a problem, we should have done this when Glory was alive.
If we had started picking off L&L, that pattern would have been recognized by the SRB immediately. But now, we can bring them down without that risk.
I miss Glory too, Des.
I only wish she was here for this.
Just tell me where to go.
We got a lead on one of L&L's big dogs, Lucky Tatum. Deal with him.
With that, we begin To the Mattress 1. The phrase "go to the mattress" is a reference to the novel The Godfather. It's an idiom for going to war or attacking someone without restraint.
Okay.
People engaged in such conflicts are likely to sleep uneasily in temporary and often uncomfortable lodging on mattresses rather than beds. That's right, the Railroad has told us from the very beginning that hatred towards synths runs deep in the Commonwealth. It's not just the Institute we had to watch out for, but raiders and everyday people as well. Looks like this L&L gang has decided to persecute synths, and so we need to eliminate them. Now, To the Mattress works a lot like a Radiant quest, but like some of the other Railroad Radiant quests we've explored, it's not a true Radiant quest, as it does have a definitive...
Where's my lightsaber? Why is it taking so long for it to come out? For fuck's sake.
The destination is randomly chosen, but the destination is always a raider hideout. In this case, the first one we go to is Beantown Brewery. We don't have to kill everyone here, we just have to kill the raider boss, in this case, Lucky Tatum. With Lucky dead, we can make a hasty retreat and head back to Desdemona.
Lucky Tatum is eliminated.
Good. If we get a lead on any more of the L&L gang, I'll let you know.
With that, we complete To the Mattress 1. A day later, we can come back and talk with Desdemona again.
We found another of the L&L gang. Her name's Big Maud. She's killed 3 synths that we know of. Revenge here will be sweet.
Any more info on the target?
No, but we believe the intel's credible.
On it.
Get to it then.
I'm busy.
Well, hopefully you can get around to it sooner than later.
It'll be my pleasure.
Make them pay.
We begin To the Mattress 2. This time we need to kill Big Maud. The Radiant location chosen for me this time was the Drug Den, an unmarked location close to Bunker Hill. Heading inside, we can clear the place of raiders until Big Maud shows her face. And then we can kill her too. Heading back to the Railroad, we can talk to Desdemona.
Maud's taken care of.
Excellent. The L&L gang aren't rocket scientists, but even people like them probably know someone's onto them. As soon as I hear more, I'll let you know.
And we complete To the Mattress 2. Then, a day later, we can talk to Desdemona.
More news on the L&L gang. Stevie Buchanan is negotiating with another gang, trying to drum up allies. If we take him out before those negotiations are complete, it'll make our job easier down the line. You know what to do.
Any more info on the target?
We know where the raiders are. That's it. Make them pay.
And we begin To the Mattress 3. This time we have to kill Stevie Buchanan. In my game, Stevie was at the Revere Beach Station. This is a tricky place to get in and out of unseen, so I pretty much had to clear the whole place of every raider here. At the very end of the tracks, we find Stevie Buchanan, and we can finish him. With Stevie dead, we head back to Railroad HQ and talk to Desdemona.
Stevie is gone.
That'll make other raiders think twice about helping the L&L gang. Good work.
A day later, talking with Desdemona again.
The L&L gang hit some of our people. Tammy Mack caught a runner and his synth out in the open.
Hey.
Killed them very graphically to send a message. Unfortunately for her, she was sloppy and we took her down. Now it's time to send a message of our own. Get to it then.
We begin To the Mattress 4. This time we need to kill Tammy Mack. In my game, she was located at the BADTFL regional office, a place we actually cleared earlier in the game, but looks like it has become repopulated with raiders. Heading inside, we can clear it of all hostiles, until at last we find Tammy Mack. With Tammy Mack dead, we head back to Railroad headquarters and turn in the quest.
Tammy Mack's been dealt with.
Hopefully we can deal with the remaining LNL bosses before they find more of our people. Thank you.
A day later, we come back to Desdemona.
Only 3 LNL game bosses left. It took some digging, but we found where the Bruiser is laying low. The Bruiser is our public enemy number 1. End the synth.
This guy.
Just stay careful out there.
And we begin To the Mattress 5. This time we've got to kill Bruiser. And Bruiser is at Hyde Park. Oh god. I did a video on Hyde Park years ago, and it's absolutely swarming with raiders. And it's right next to the ruins of Quincy, which is swarming with gunners, and sometimes the raiders and gunners exchange shots at each other. It's just a messy, messy place. But going in guns blazing did the trick. I was lucky enough to find the Bruiser almost immediately. And with the Bruiser dead, we can get the heck out of here so as not to aggro the whole place. Back at Railroad HQ, we can again talk to Desdemona.
The Bruiser's dead.
We're this close to finally avenging many of our fallen. Thank you.
And we complete the quest. A day later, we come back to learn that we're almost done.
The last of the LNL gang have banded together. They're hiding. But some very scared raiders ratted them out. Kill Captain Sally. Then finally, the LNL gang will be no more. Make them pay.
With that, we begin To the Mattress 6. Time to kill Captain Sally. And oddly enough, we're sent to the Revere Beach Station again. I did this in just a matter of days. I'm surprised the station filled up with raiders so quickly. But we already know what to do. We head to the end of the tracks until we get to the final room, where we find more than we bargained for. After already clearing this place once, we find not 1, not 2, but 3 named raiders, as well as a few legendaries thrown in just for fun. To kill Cinder, Johnny T. Walters, and Captain Sally. Johnny T. Walters and Captain Sally are the 2 bosses that appear here when doing To the Mattress. But Cinder is the boss that's here usually. Tough, but not impossible. With the raiders finally dead, we head back to Desdemona.
The last of the LNL gang have fallen.
Over the years, LNL have killed so many, so much blood. I know it wasn't easy, but you've made the Commonwealth a safer place for everyone. Especially since, take this, you've earned it.
And with that, we have put an end to the LNL gang. The To the Mattress quests come to an end, so we can't get any more from her. And that's pretty much it from Desdemona for the rest of the game. And so, by siding with the Railroad, we arguably changed the Commonwealth more than siding with any other faction. We get a lot of new Radiant quests and a bit more backstory too. And that is the full story of the Railroad. But it's not the full story of Fallout 4. In our next episode, we will go back in time to the point where we just learned the true nature of Sean. We will then choose one of the
Alright, I will be back in 1 minute or two. And we're back. Alright, let's see if we can't find anything interesting.
Hello, I'm the Resolute Cartographer, and this is the history of Point Pleasant. In Fallout 76, Point Pleasant is one of the 17 real-world towns that can be found in in-game Appalachia. But as it lays off the path of the main quest, you may not have ever ventured here. I visited Point Pleasant during the beta, but I hadn't returned there until I started researching the location. In the game world, Point Pleasant shares a few similarities to the real-world version of the city, but there are several differences. In this video, I'll go over the real-world history of the city, and then move on to what Point Pleasant was like in the Fallout universe up to the Great War and beyond. Also, while West Virginia wasn't an entity until 1861 and the state wasn't a state until 1863, for clarity's sake, I'm going to refer to the part of the colony of Virginia and later state of Virginia that became West Virginia as West Virginia. We'll start the history of Point Pleasant in 1749, when the area on which the town is located, the junction of the Ohio River and the Kanawha River, was on the wild western frontier of the Virginia colony. On the 18th of August, 1749, the French explorer Pierre-Joseph Céloron de Blainville, sorry if I butchered that, buried a lead plaque at the site, attesting to his expedition's purpose to make peace with the local native tribes and reclaim the area in the name of King Louis XV. His expedition was a failure, though, as the local tribes were friendly to the British, and eventually the French ceded the territory to the British with the Treaty of Paris. That
You really need to go back that far into the history.
1768, the Treaty of Fort Stanwix was signed by the representatives of the British and the
Whatever.
Six Nations of the Iroquois, with the Iroquois ceding lands that included the territory that would become West
The story to tell.
Colonel George Washington visited the land that would become Point Pleasant on a surveying expedition in 1770 before camping at a spot 14 miles up the Kanawha River, proclaiming an abundance of wild game and fowl in a report. British colonists pushed into the interior and came in contact with more local tribes that had been unrepresented in the Treaty of Fort Stanwix and thus were not bound to it. In May 1774, Virginian Royal Governor John Murray, the 4th Earl of Dunmore, asked the House of Burgesses to declare a state of war on the hostile Indian nations following increasing tension and violence. On October 10th, 1774, near the place the Wyandotte called Tuindeway, or the point between Two Rivers, sorry if I butchered that as well, Colonel Andrew Lewis, for whom Lewisburg is named, established Camp Point Pleasant. The 1,000 Virginia militiamen under Colonel Lewis met somewhere from 300 to 500 Shawnee warriors under the Shawnee leader Cornstalk. The Virginians won the Battle of Point Pleasant, and the Shawnees ceded claim to all land south of the Ohio River. A small fort, Fort Blair, was built on the site, but it was abandoned at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War in 1775 as one of the final acts of the royal governor before he was ousted by the rebels. In 1776, the Virginia Assembly, alarmed by their unprotected western frontier, ordered the construction of Fort Randolph, built on the site of the Battle of Point Pleasant. When native raids were undeterred by this fort, the fort's defenders detained the Shawnee leader Cornstalk and 3 companions, holding them hostage in an attempt to keep the Shawnee neutral in the Revolutionary War. On November 10, 1777, a militiaman was killed by a native outside the fort. The slain militiamen's enraged comrades stormed in and murdered Cornstalk and his companions. Virginia's governor, Patrick Henry, attempted to try the killers for murder, but no one would testify against them. The fort survived a siege by the Wyandotte and Mingo tribes in 1778, but was abandoned in 1779 and subsequently burned by the natives. The fort was rebuilt in 1785 after the Revolution in preparation for the Northwest Indian War of 1785 to 1795, and rebuilt again as a historical replica outside of Point Pleasant in time for the 200th anniversary of the Battle of Point Pleasant on October 10, 1974. In 1794, Point Pleasant received its charter from the Virginia General Assembly. As the frontier moved west, Point Pleasant became a more stable location. In 1804, the Virginia General Assembly carved Mason County off of Kanawha County, and Point Pleasant became the county seat. It served as a port on the Ohio for settlements on the Kanawha River. As West Virginia began its split from Virginia in 1861, brother against brother fighting was a very real occurrence in Mason County. The county supplied the Union with 1,000 men and the Confederacy 61 men. On October 10, 1901, the Point Pleasant Monument in Tuindaway State Park was dedicated by the Daughters of the American Revolution to commemorate the Battle of Point Pleasant. This battle is sometimes referred to as the First Battle of the Revolutionary War, although I don't subscribe to that idea. From 1942 to 1945, the West Virginia Ordnance Works, located 5 miles north of Point Pleasant, served as a munitions manufacturing plant employing 3,500 people at its peak. While it was shut down in 1945, it still contains live ammunition, and in 1979, red water was found by fishermen to be seeping from the site. In 1981, the site was discovered to be leaking TNT and its precursors into the local environment. In 1983, the site was admitted to the National Priorities List, making it eligible for cleanup as part of the Superfund program. And while some parts have been cleaned, as of 2007, it was still not fully decontaminated. While today it is technically known as the McClintock Wildlife Management Area, locals are known to refer to it as the TNT area. It was at this site in 1966 that the first sighting of the Mothman was said to be.
Oh, that's shit.
On December 15th, 1967, the Silver Bridge, anchored on its east end in Point Pleasant, collapsed during rush hour traffic, killing 46 people and injuring 9 others. This collapse, along with the attested sightings of the Mothman at the time, are at the heart of the 1975 book The Mothman Prophecies, which loosely inspired the 2002 movie by the same name. The bridge collapse occurred in the Fallout universe as well, as evidenced by the plaque memorializing the event, and the Christmas tree that you can find at the bottom of the Ohio, as the collapse took place during the Christmas season. Interestingly, to me at least, is the fact that this replacement bridge for the Silver Bridge in the Fallout universe was built on the same site as the original bridge, while the real-world Silver Memorial Bridge was built just south of Point Pleasant across the Kanawha River. This difference is likely in part due to the fact that the in-game Point Pleasant is not on the Kanawha River unless you count this drainage ditch as the Kanawha River, which I don't, given the size of the Kanawha River. As with all in-game locations, the area of the town is truncated and lies on the upward-sloping ridge, while the real-life town lays on flatter ground. Point Pleasant in the real world is believed to have about 4,100 residents, with the population having been on the decline since the 1970s, although the decline appears to have slowed over the decades. As Point Pleasant lies on the Ohio River, the main town is surrounded by a flood barrier of walls in some areas and earthen berms in others. Point Pleasant's real-world Riverfront Park exists in Fallout 76 and is home to the Mothman Cult Sacrificial Altar. There is a Jeep in town which I can use to mention that Carl Probst, the designer of the original Jeep prototype, was born in Point Pleasant in 1883, but that mostly concludes the extent of my research on the real-world Point Pleasant, so let's go over the in-game town. In terms of housing, Point Pleasant has 6 houses, apartments over shops, and a hotel. Community buildings include a church with an attached cemetery, and a survivor cemetery located next door. A post office, a theater, a Mothman museum, and a Mothman statue. It should be noted that the Mothman museum and statues are facets of the real world as well, but to my knowledge, the basement shrine to the Mothman and sacrificial altar on the Ohio are not. In terms of commerce, the town has a bank, a barber shop, a hunting supply store, a pharmacy, a hardware store, a feed store, an electronics store, a veterinary clinic, a liquor store, a dry cleaner, a deli, an ice cream shop, and what I assume is a restaurant, Bernardo's. While the available lore on Point Pleasant is sparse, there are a few things that we can piece together. On Thursday, October 21st, 2077, the cult of the Mothman met in the secret shrine hidden beneath the Mothman Museum. They met to summon the Mothman, seeking his wisdom of disaster to come so they might protect themselves. The next day, Friday, October 22nd, 2077, it was preached that the Mothman had appeared and whispered a portent. He warned that the next day a terrible flood would come. This flood would arrive early in the day and wash the non-believers away as the chosen of the Mothman sought shelter on higher ground. At 9:47 the following day, October 23rd, 2077, the flood came in the form of nuclear fire. Many of the chosen, though, were tucked away in their Lucky Hole mine when the radioactive ash began to fall out. After the nuclear winter, the people of Point Pleasant emerged and tried to secure their town. Walls of junk went up. Barricades controlled the entrances to the town and formed a protective ring around Main Street. Eventually, the responders arrived and did what they could to shore up the order in the town,
Well.
reinforcing the walls of the local church and turning it into the local command center and medical facility. Once again, on the frontiers of civilization, Point Pleasant was low on resources and manpower. While other towns in the region engaged in commerce with each other, Point Pleasant is without a Vinterbot. Many of the barricades are shoddily built or incomplete. As the scorch began to spread across Appalachia, those who remained in Point Pleasant faced a choice: fight or flee. While many chose to stay, there are those who fled, attempting to escape the oncoming rush of abominations that staggered in from the east. Whether they fell before or after the siege of Morgantown Airport, Point Pleasant fell to the scorched, and those monsters still make up the bulk of the hostile population there. The bridge across the Ohio River tells the story of the final days of Point Pleasant. As though barricaded, it lies in ruins. As the scorched spread out across the countryside, they eventually closed in on Point Pleasant. The responders purposely destroyed the bridge in the face of imminent defeat in an attempt to contain the scorched on the southeastern side of the Ohio River. Waves of the scorched crashed against the barricades, eroding the remaining defenders until they made their last stand in the church. But that's really the main thrust of what we can determine from the evidence at hand. There is a list of medical supplies scavenging sites that the responders were planning on searching, but it raises questions. AVR Medical had already been searched by Maria Chavez herself. Others were clearly closer to the responders' outpost, like Arcos Pharma and Vault-Tec University. This could indicate that Point Pleasant was in overall charge of the responders' medical supplies, or it could indicate that they survived the destruction of the Morgantown Airport, being that they were out of radio range of the headquarters, and they may not have known to go and help. And they may have been trying to shore up their position before they were overrun, and ended up searching places they didn't know had already been searched, because their friends and allies were already dead. My hope is that, as isolated as Point Pleasant is, and uninvolved in the overall story, that we'll see some wastelanders settle here. And with any luck, they'll be the people who fled Point Pleasant in the first place, and will be able to fill in the holes in our understanding. This has been the Resident Cartographer. If you enjoyed this video and you want
It's okay. I like him.
One day while passing by Vault 76, we see something new. Something strange.
There's got to be a way in there. Maybe... Wait, a vault dweller? Hey there! Whoa, whoa. Just a friend here, not a threat. Just had some questions for you. You came out of the vault, right? I thought it was empty. Wait, is the door still open?
The door's sealed tight. No one's getting in.
God damn it.
It's probably empty now. Doubt anyone's still there.
Son of a bitch, we missed our chance. We really needed that.
What's your interest in Vault 76?
My partner and I need a way into that vault. We got a tip from the Wayward. Heard of the place? New bar down the road. So this guy told us that...
After you gave him the last of our caps?
And he said that inside that vault is the... You know, that's where the big one is. Our last chance to turn our lousy luck around.
We find a couple of options here that can impact how the conversation proceeds. We can say, the big one? What are you talking about?
You know, the thing that brought everyone back. The treasure.
There's a treasure out here?
Well, yeah. There was this big broadcast, but shouldn't you know it was in there?
I told you, Lacey. The guy was scamming us.
Or we can lie and say, oh yeah, the big one's in there all right. We managed to trap it, but I barely made it out with my life.
Wait, what?
Ay, pendeja. She's jerking you around, Lacey. Face it, we got scammed.
But
Those are the last of our caps. No. Someone has to know something. We're just gonna stick it out until we find them.
Wonderful.
Look, thanks for whatever. Now, unless there was something you needed?
If we lied to her, and we then say, "Want to tell me what this one you're up here looking for is?" She responds,
I certainly could, but since you decided to yank our chains, I'm gonna say no.
But if instead we were honest with her, she says,
Happy to tell you what I know, which isn't much. Someone made a broadcast not too long back about there being some kind of treasure buried in Appalachia. We don't know what, we don't know where. With people as desperate as they are, it's meant everyone with a functioning radio has come back to try and see if they can get a piece of it.
Monsters or no?
The guy we met at the Wayward, Carter, I think was his name, he gave us a couple of leads to chase down in exchange for all our money. Up to us now to make something of them.
"What can you tell me about the area?"
About Appalachia?
Other than it's a graveyard?
There's that. We haven't been here real long, but from what we've been able to piece together, the area got hit pretty hard. Not long after, well, these things showed up.
The Scorched.
Merciless. They seem to have cleaned up whoever the bombs might have missed. Without people around, everything else has gone haywire.
"What's the world like out there?"
We both came over from Virginia. Well, what was Virginia? There's a lot more hot zones that way. And the few spots that are livable, well, they got picked clean fast. I mean, Appalachia's dangerous, really dangerous, but it's better than where we've been.
If we have a brand new character, we find an option to say, "You wouldn't have a spare weapon, would you?"
They didn't give you a weapon? I guess I've got something I could spare. Here.
And she gives us a machete. And if we haven't collected the Overseer's holotapes yet, we find an option to ask, "Did you see another Vault Dweller go by? An Overseer?" And if we responded with a lie to her earlier, she is not too keen to answer our questions.
Maybe I did. Or maybe you should ask the thing you've got trapped inside the vault.
I'll be going now.
Watch yourself out there.
So, these two settlers came back to Appalachia because they got word of some nearby treasure. But we've been exploring Appalachia for well over a year. We've found a lot of cool stuff, but nothing I would really call a treasure. Who is it that's broadcasting about a treasure here in Appalachia? And could it be true? Lacey mentioned a fellow by the name of Carter, operating out of the nearby Wayward pub. Our best bet to find some answers is to head to the Wayward to see if we can find this Carter. Now, for this series, I'm not going to be able to explore every dialogue option like I typically do in my Fallout lore series, and that's due to the nature of Fallout 76 Wastelanders. As an online game, I can't quick save and go back to explore the consequences of making other decisions. During conversations, you pass points of no return, making it impossible to go back and explore some of the other options without creating 3, 4, or even 5 other characters and going through the entire game with each. So for this series, I'll do my best to cover as much of the dialogue as I can, but we will miss some things, and I won't be able to cover every possible outcome. The Wayward is a new restaurant and bar that we now find south of Vault 76, on the road leading to Flatwoods. Just outside, we find a Brahmin pen, and inside the pen is a sentry bot wearing a distinctive paint scheme.
Exhalation of air through nostrils.
A sentry bot that thinks it's a Brahmin. Cute. We see that the Wayward is a series of caravans that have been stacked on top of each other and pieced together. When ready, we can climb onto the porch and head through the front door of the Wayward.
Lady, I will paint the wall.
Honey, you picked the wrong time to get a drink.
What are you? Hey! Who the hell are you?
Whoa, whoa, what's going on here?
None of your damn business.
What's going on is that this one seems to think I know where this big treasure is, and that I'm building my new bar out of refuse for fun.
Lady, this is your last warning. Our crew is getting that treasure. And
I will happily send you both to the great goddamn beyond if you don't start explaining where I can find what's ours.
Tell me about this treasure. Maybe we can work something out.
Treasure's our crew's business, not yours. And unless I start getting answers right now, I'm gonna start shooting people.
Crew? Are you hiring?
Hiring? You serious? You got a gun in your face and the first thing that comes to mind is picking up a side gig? Guts like that might take you places. Let's say you and I finish shaking down this broad and then...
I told you it was gonna end badly.
Smart little distraction there, honey. Though I am hoping you're here to play nice. Don't want my people to have to dig any more graves today than they have to.
Or, of course, we can always simply attack.
I told you it was gonna end badly.
Now I'm hoping you're here to have a drink and play nice. I've had a gun pointed at me more than enough for one day.
Either way, when ready, we can talk with this Duchess, whose name, for some reason, rings a bell.
Not exactly the introduction to the Wayward I would have hoped for. Oh, sorry about that, darling. First round's on me. Name's Duchess. There's something I could do for you.
Well, that Duchess gives us some of Duchess's Dram, a brand new alcoholic consumable. It heals 80 hit points at the cost of 2 intelligence. What was all that about? He said something about a treasure?
Your guess is as good as mine, sweetheart. He busted in here saying I needed to turn over the location of some fellow named Crane, who I guess I must have served at some point or another. Since then, a steady stream of miscreants has been making my life irritating. Not exactly good for a budding business.
What can you tell me about the area?
Not a whole hell of a lot. We only just got back here ourselves. 100 years ago, before the bombs, this was a popular little highway between two of Appalachia's biggest cities, Morgantown up north and Charleston to the south. We set up here hoping it might relive that fate, but so far all we've gotten is trouble.
100 years ago before the bombs? Well, the bombs only dropped 26 years ago. I'm sure the highway was popular a bit less than 100 years ago, but at any rate. At this point, we can offer our services by saying, you looking for help dealing with these thugs?
Now that you mention it, I could use an extra pair of hands.
Or, if we haven't found the Overseer's holotapes yet, or if we have a brand new character, we find an option to say, I'm looking for the Overseer of Vault 76. Have you seen her?
Overseer, huh? So you must be the one. No, I haven't seen her, but I have heard her. My people found a tape she left behind for one of her dwellers at that camp across the way, though it is a bit out of date now. Maybe you're the one she left it for. I'm happy to hand it over. Though, now that we've drifted naturally onto the topic of helping one another, maybe there's something you could do for me in return.
And you'll give me the Overseer's tape in exchange for what, exactly?
Just agreeing to lend us a hand in a little diplomatic intervention. See? That boy we put down? He's not the first of his crew to roll in here. But I want him to be the last. Normally, I'd send my people out to clean house. But my muscles run off, so I don't have the bodies to spare right now. But I'm willing to pay good money if you put an end to this for me. So, what do you say?
Well, why not send your friend over there?
Primarily
because your security, other than me right now, are one former contractor and a robot that has no guns and thinks it's a cow.
To not put too fine a point on it.
Son of a bitch.
I can absolutely use another set of hands if you're willing to lend them.
Well, what do you know
Oh my god, I can't. My brain is just so fried from this.
That is, if you're doing this job for me.
And you promise you'll give me the Overseer's tape if I help you with this gang?
Sure will. Throw some caps your way, too.
How much are you paying?
50 caps if you can get the job done.
You want me to kill them?
I don't care how you deal with them. Sweet talk, string up their leader by his ears. Hell, buy them all ice cream sandwiches. Whatever you can do to get them to stop harassing us is fine by me.
I'd like to hear your plan first.
Only seems fair. The details, then. Now, each of these boys came in asking after Crane. I'm thinking we can make that work for us. How would you grab the attention of a bunch of single-minded thugs?
Here we find a number of options. I tried 2. We can pass an intelligence check of 2 to say, you want me to pretend to be Crane, don't you?
Well, aren't you a smart cookie? And I think I know just how to do it.
And with that, she walks off to work on something. Or we can pass a charisma check of no greater than 1 to say, mail invitations, maybe? That's what my mom did for my birthday parties. Though, I guess no one came to those either.
Oh, darling.
Really?
You
know what? Fuck them all.
Just give me 1 second.
Either way, she walks to the table behind her and starts fiddling with some schematics.
Okay, I think I'll just... I just want you to know, architecture ain't exactly my forte. Huh, not half bad. So what I've chicken scratched together here for you is the schematic for one custom-made Crane Treasure Hunting Inc. sign. If I didn't butcher the plans too bad, it's got a little system built in that'll make sending out an advertisement and getting this gang's attention a snap. You just need to build it, use the tape it spits out to tell the world you're open for business, and then convince any punks that show up to tell you where their boss is hiding. They did teach you all how to build from schematics up in that vault of yours, didn't they?
How did you know I was from a vault?
You vault boys and girls carry yourselves different, like you matter. Plus, your Pip-Boy was a dead giveaway, but that's beside the point. You think you can work from these schematics?
We can say, sure, I know how to build structures from schematics.
That's the spirit.
Hey, if you need a refresher, good old Morty Mort can help you out.
What are you on about, Mordecai?
Hey, nah, I'm not bragging or anything, but I've got some tapes that cover that very subject.
Oh, Mort, not the tapes. Well, you find yourself wanting a refresher? Talk to Mort.
Or we can say, build a sign? Are you crazy? I don't know how to do that.
Huh, damn. Okay. Let's see, new plan. We paint all the Brahmin, and then we...
Duchess, plan's fine. I can walk them through how to build it.
How's that exactly?
I was hunkering down for quite some time waiting for this headless thing to clear off on my last ammo hunt. Ended up reading some old training materials to pass the time, and guess what? Made some tapes on it.
Oh, Mort. Not the tapes.
You have a better option?
Not one that doesn't involve painting all my cattle. There you go, I suppose. You can talk to Mort. Of course, you're gonna need materials, but we should have enough lying around to cover you there. Get you together a little care package. Throw some rations in there, too, so you don't starve on me. And so you know, you might have to break some of this scrap down for parts. But I can spot you some workbench materials, too, since you're doing me such a big one. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn something while you do it. Now, you ready to get this show on the road?
If we didn't agree to help in exchange for the Overseer's tape, we find an option to pass a 2 charisma check to say, construction, scrapping, and dealing with thugs. You're gonna need to pay more for all that.
It is a lot to ask. Fine. I could do 75, but that's as high as I'll go. That means you're up to the task?
Let's do this.
Hot dog. Be good to have those dolts off our back at long last. Just make sure once you find out where they're hiding, that their leader gets the message. The Wayward gets left alone.
With that, we complete the quest Wayward Souls, and we begin the quest Hunter for Hire. Stop the attacks on the Wayward for good. Taking a look at Duchess's inventory, we see that she sells her custom-made dram, and we find a variety of other beverages. She also has a small selection of ammunition, with about 1,400 caps to barter with. Well, whether or not we need a refresher course on how to build a camp, we can head on over to talk to the ghoul, Mort over here, to see what he has to say. Now, if we told him we didn't know how to build a camp...
Crazy. That is just crazy. They hand you vault kitties, all this fancy equipment, and then just throw you to the wolves.
If, however, we told him that we already knew how to build a camp...
Glad to hear Vault Tech actually took care of some of their people. You hear these rumors, right, about them just throwing folks to the wolves. Here's some rations and a fancy suit. Good luck. Well, don't you worry that smooth little face of yours. You are in good company now. Because around here, we look after one another.
How does he have hair?
If, through the course of dialogue, we gave Mort the opportunity to kill Batter, the raider, we find an option to say, "You killed that man."
I did, and your eyes still work in case that's the reason you're bringing up the obvious. Look, the world's hard now. Better you learn that lesson real fast.
Can I ask what happened to you?
Allergies. Learned the hard way. I can't stand within 10 feet of a strawberry. Come on, man, that's a joke. Truth is, I was outside on Doomsday. Now you see, I drove security, and I was coming back from a pickup in the truck when I feel this rumble, and then quiet. Then a whole lot less quiet. And the truck was hit with this wind, and it was like someone dropped a hurricane on it. I can hear it battering the truck. Bang, 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 like it's got a grudge against it. And then I unlocked the door and into the back, and then bang, I wake up, man, and it's crazy. Somehow, in the back of the truck, alive and kicking. All it cost me was my skin and any opportunity for someone liking me for anything other than my lovely personality. And that was the day I became, well, they call us ghouls. Not the most flattering name, but still, beats being vaporized.
What's it like being a ghoul?
I mean, it's got its advantages. Main one is that radiation rolls off me like water off a duck's ass. Can stride through a blast zone like it's a spring breeze. Also, means I can survive in situations that would turn a normal person into a TV dinner. The major downside? Well, shit, you're looking at it, right? Head to toe disfiguration. There's also, well, you might have seen them. Not all ghouls are saved. Not sure how it happens, why some ghouls lose their minds and others don't. But ever since I turned, there's always this nagging feeling just at the back of my mind that I will have to feast on humans. Seriously? Nothing? Shit, I thought it was funny. Overall, though, being a ghoul, mixed bag. Can't say I'd recommend it as a lifestyle choice.
So what's your job here?
Don't have one. I'm an independent operator. When these folks need a hand or got an errand that involves running into radiation, they come to me. Rats? They don't bother me anymore. In exchange, Duchess lets me drink and doesn't bother me too much about my tab. Really, about the best sort of setup a guy in my situation could ever ask for. Of course, sitting around looking like hamburger ain't all I do. Plans work out, I'll have all the drinking money I could ever need. But that ain't what you came here to talk about. Was there something else?
You can teach me about using my camp?
Listen, friend, you happen to be talking to the exact right person to fix your predicament. But if I'm gonna help you, I want something in return.
When you want someone dead? Just give me the name.
Whoa, 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 not even remotely what I meant. Nah, you're gonna help me get rich. See, the folks who made it big off the gold rush, they weren't the prospectors. They were the folks that sold them their shovels. Now, I don't do shovels. What I collect is knowledge. I can go all sorts of places you folks with your rad-sucking skin can't. So, I'm selling what I've got between my ear holes, and you're gonna test it for me. I made these holotapes. Now, this set's all the info I dug up about that Camp Doohickey you Volters got. All I'm asking is you give them a listen and let me know what you think.
These are tapes you recorded? With the voice you're speaking in right now?
It's the only voice I got, so yeah, that's what you're gonna hear. Now, you want them or not?
Sure, I'll listen to them.
You will? Oh, thank you. I mean, thanks. Just come back once you've taken them out for a test drive. Now, there anything else you wanted to chat about?
Didn't have anything at the moment.
Some other time then.
Taking a look at our inventory, we find 3 new holotapes. In the first, Mort's Edutape #1, Placing Your Camp.
Son of a... What tiny fist that a rat built. Oh, wait a second. The thing is on. Hello? Hello. This is Mort McCoy. And welcome to the first of Headmaster Mort's Edutape.
Headmaster.
Today we're talking about your camp. Now, former Vault resident basics. Placing your camp. When plunking down your camp, C-A-M-P, that's an acronym, for the first time, remember to... crap. Where'd that... here we go. Remember to take the lay of the land. Consider the grade of the terrain, general defensibility, and proximity to your surroundings. Could that clipped edge be used to protect your flank? You bet your chops it could. Once you found the perfect spot, it's time to move on to the best part of working with your camp. Construction! Construction can be an intricate process, so a steady hand and an eye for detainment, details, damn, I had to get that one wrong. An eye for details are a must. You should take a moment to familiarize yourself with the camp's patented intuitive construction interface. But don't worry, we'll cover construction in gory detail in the next of Headmaster Mort's EduTapes. So long. Get your chops. Come on, Mort. What was that?
Next, we can listen to Mort's EduTape number 2, Building at Your Camp.
Hello, dedicated listeners. Welcome back to Headmaster Mort's EduTapes. Today, in this second tape, we are talking construction. Now, the first step of construction is... Wait, what? Is that soda? Soda's red, right? Wait, well, electing. First, electing what you're going to build. Once you've made that election, it's just 3 easy questions to construction success. 1. Is the location I've selected going to work for an object of the size and shape I'm building? 2. Have I read the schematics thoroughly? And 3. Do I have all the required materials too? Who the hell bled on my notes? Saul! If I find out it's you, you're gonna bleed on... Whatever. Just finish what? Short on materials? Loot the local junkyard, mills, and warehouses for parts. Missing a critical schematic? Your local vendors might have just what you're looking for. And on that note, this has been Headmaster Mort's EduTapes. See you again soon. Solomon, so help me, this better be Jen. Where are you hiding?
And finally, we can listen to Mort's EduTape number 3, Powering Your Camp.
Welcome back, lovely listeners, to Headmaster Mort's final tape in the camp series, Powering Your Camp. After listening to the second tape, you should already be well-trained enough to build a generator. If you haven't yet done so, I'll wait. Screw it. Alright, I'll assume you nailed it. Now, generators are the heart of your camp.
I hate my life. I didn't even know the Mirelurk thing ran out.
Though, be aware, your wire will need a clear, unobstructed path to establish and maintain a direct connection.
Losing it. Fucking losing it.
All you need to do is run a wire from your generator to a power pylon. Place the power pylon near your lights, then voila! Let there be lights! Well, this has been Headmaster Mort's Camp Construction Holotape. Please check back with Headmaster Mort himself at the Wayward to learn more about his other exciting courses, including Mort, can I selate this? And mutations. Am I a monster now? And thanks again for listening. Ha! Nailed it.
Oh my god. I can't believe I've been here all day.
Looking forward to hearing what you thought of those tapes. Now, what do you want to discuss?
I listened to your tapes.
Did you now? What did you think?
You're gonna be huge, Mort.
Ha. If I needed smoke blowing up my ass, I'd sit on a campfire, okay? Seriously, what'd you think?
We can completely deflate this guy by saying, you know, I think you've got a real future as a producer. Let someone else handle the talking and writing. and all technical aspects of the job.
It's that bad, huh? Well, thanks for listening to them, I suppose. Hopefully you got something out of them.
Or we can say, they were rough, but they got better as you went.
I mean, yeah, that's what I thought too. I figured I'd do a couple more batches. I mean, I'll have this thing down. Headmaster Mort will be a household name before you know it. Thanks for being honest. Now, was there something else I could do for you?
That's it, Mort.
Some other time then.
All right, so we've got to stop raider attacks on the Wayward, and to do so, we've got to find out where they're coming from by luring them to our camp. And we can lure them to our camp by crafting a new sign, the Crane Treasure Hunting sign. But first things first, let's explore the Wayward. The Wayward is a great little place to hit early on in our gameplay with a brand new character, because we can walk away with a lot of foodstuffs and a ton of scrap for crafting. We can loot anything we want in the Wayward without making these guys angry. They're not gonna attack us for picking up an empty bottle. We don't find much but scrap behind the counter. Moving south behind Mort, we find a number of crates stacked up in the corner. There's a bathroom here with one urinal and one toilet, and that's really it for the ground level. But we do find a staircase here that leads us up to a second floor. Here we find a big bear skin rug, and turning left we find a restricted area with a locked door that requires a key. What could Duchess be hiding here? Turning north, we find Duchess's desk. There's nothing on top of it or in it, but behind it, we find a skill level 2 locked floor safe. After picking it, we find a holotape. Visit with Officer Whitehead.
Maud?
Jerry, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Not a social call, Maud. They're coming.
You want to be more specific? They who?
BADTFL.
The Bureau of Alcohol, Drugs, and No Fun is paying Welch a visit? Says who?
Says me, Duchess. You need to skip town, ASAP.
You're a crooked cop, Gerald. Associating with known smugglers of firearms and illicit substances. How can you be trusted?
Why are you making this so hard? I'm trying to keep you out of jail.
Gerald, please. This hurts to watch. Can we just be honest with each other? Hey, I'll start.
What are you...
My friends, plural, at the Bureau, say you've been making some big claims about this Appalachian drug kingpin you're about to bring in. The one you're trying to get rid of so your new friends from Charleston can take your territory. But wouldn't you know, all that extra yammering got them looking into your finances, and your house, and your car. And they didn't like what they found. So yes, Gerald, they're coming. But no one's coming looking for me.
And then we remember Duchess, Welch, Drug Kingpin. In my series on the mining saga of pre-war Appalachia, we visited the town of Welch. And there we found holotapes that told the story of a pre-war drug dealer in Welch named Duchess. This holotape confirms it. The Wayward's Duchess and Welch's Duchess are one and the same. At some point, Duchess left Welch, has been gone for 26 years now, and just recently came back. Why did she come back? We find a sliding door against the northern wall. It's Duchess's bedroom.
Son of a bitch.
But we don't find a key here, a terminal here, nothing that allows us to open up the locked door. What is she hiding? Well, we don't have answers now. To find some, we'll have to work with her. Heading to our camp, we can read the plan for the Crane Treasure Hunting sign, and then craft it from the quest section of our settlement build menu.
Broadcast tape issued. Please deposit data tape into any relay system terminal. Target marked.
Even though it's says it requires electricity, the sign deposits a broadcast holotape into our inventory as soon as it's crafted, even if it's not powered. Powering it isn't necessary for the quest, it just illuminates the sign. So, we've planted part 1 of the bait. Now for part 2. We need to head to any broadcast tower. The one by the Wayward works, but I'm heading to the one next to my camp. After clearing the tower, we can load the new broadcast holotape that we got from the sign we just created into the terminal. Presto Radio Systems, connection buddy. Connection target detected. Initiate transmitter connection.
Message uploaded. Initiating broadcast pulse. Attention, all consumers. New business established. Please seek out Crane Treasure Hunting Incorporated to exchange goods and services. Initiate tagline. Follow the sign to fortune. Broadcast complete.
Follow the sign to fortune. That should send some raiders our way. Heading back to our camp, we can wait a while to see who takes the bait. After some time, a treasure hunter arrives, and he calls out for Crane.
Pardon.
Whoa. You're not Crane. What the hell's going on here?
We can say, you know Crane? He tell you anything about this treasure he found?
Crane found the treasure? Holy shit. Where is he?
Or we can say, where's your gang? Tell me or I'll eat your eyeballs.
Whoa, whoa. I'm not with any gang. Crane has just been MIA for a while. I was hoping to check in with him. You know where he is?
What can you tell me about Crane?
Probably not much more than you. He came to Appalachia not far back, hunting for the same treasure everyone else is. Last time I saw him, he mentioned something about an abandoned storage facility he'd picked up some details on, but beyond the general, he didn't share. Now, your turn. Where is he?
That's none of your concern. Now get out of here.
Fine. I'll find Crane myself. Thanks for nothing, prick.
Or we can say, your guess is as good as mine. Last place he was spotted was this bar down the hill from Vault 76. The Wayward.
The Wayward, huh? Might be I pay the place a visit. Oh, shit. I've got to get over to... not here. Good luck with those guys.
With that, the treasure hunter turns tail and runs away. He ran away because we hear the shouting of a raider that has arrived at our camp.
Crane! Come out, wherever you are!
This free radical raider makes a comment based on the quality of our camp. If we have a nice camp...
You Crane? Quite the setup you got here.
But if we have a meager camp...
You Crane? This it? Thought you were some kind of big shot. So, rumor is you've got information our boss wants. You tell me where this treasure is, and he's willing to leave you alone. Scout's honor.
I'll share, but I want to join your crew. Now, where do I go to apply?
How about you just tell me where the treasure is, and if I like what I hear, I'll tell you where you can hand in your application.
We can lie and say, it's inside Vault 76. Yeah, that's it.
You think we're idiots? The only thing in 76 are a bunch of wimpy, soft-shelled rich kids that got to nap away the apocalypse. Now, start flapping. Or things are gonna get messy.
No, you first.
No, you first.
No, you first.
No, you first.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No, you first.
No, you first.
And he took my lightsaber.
Tell me what I want to know.
No, you first.
Okay, fine. We're at the West Virginia Lumber Company, okay? There. Now tell me where the hell the treasure is.
Oh, I have no idea where the treasure is.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find the treasure some other way. Because you are dead.
With that, they attack. Or, among a number of other options, we can pass a luck check of 2 to say, I bet your name is Davy? Davy, you said you were gonna help me kill this one, right?
Excuse me? How does this jerk know your name? You're working together. What? No! Can't you see they're full of...
In which case the raiders attack each other, making it easier to pick them off. If we resolve this by killing them, on the body of the first free radical, we find a note. Bring me Crane. Crane. Last spotted, the Wayward. Sex, male, build, middle, dangerous. Allegedly not, but be careful. First person to get him to give up the location of this treasure gets a share of the overall take. But the raider made the mistake of using paper that had a watermark reading West Virginia Lumber Company and including its address. So even if we didn't get the location from the raider himself, this way we always walk away with the location. Now that we know where these free radical raiders are, we can bring the news back to Duchess at the Wayward. And before heading in, we find a fellow standing outside, whom we missed earlier, G-Day.
Duchess is damn lucky you showed up when you did. Hope she comped you a drink or two. Look at you. Where'd you find that outfit? Not sure you even fit through the door. Bet you can go just about anywhere in that thing. Never could get Duchess to spill on what she did before the war. Got the distinct feeling I wouldn't like the answer.
Heading inside, we can talk with Duchess.
Well, you don't look too worse for wear. You managed to figure out where those miscreants are hiding?
I had a thought. What if I decided I wanted to work for this gang instead of you?
Well, honey, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that line of thinking. But if we run along it, maybe those things don't need to be mutually exclusive. I just want those boys to stop threatening us. Now, if one of their own convinced them we weren't a threat, I'd be real indebted to that person. Might be I remember some things that could make their lives a bit more comfortable. But let's say we cross that bridge when we get to it. Now, did you find where these possible new friends of yours are hiding?
Duchess, bring me your finest flannel. I'm heading to West Virginia Lumber.
Good to know. Then that's where their boss will be. You need to go...
Wait, West Virginia Lumber? That is not right. You misheard them for sure.
And that's of concern. Why, exactly?
Was wandering up that way not too far back. The lumber company? That place was overrun with a bunch of those big green bastards. Mutants. You've seen those Frankensteins. If this gang was able to clean those things out of the mill, these guys might be tougher than advertised.
You got any recommendations on how you proceed?
Well, I wouldn't go in guns blazing, unless you got some big guns. Could try and luck your way inside, maybe see if they want to talk to you. But there was this family I ran into up that way that I'm sure...
Oh my god. How can this be this difficult?
Special scrapper who was making some pretty bold claims about his knowledge of the mill. Wouldn't be a bad idea to check in with either of them.
Huh. Tell me about this scrapper.
Found him living in the stalls at Tyler County Fairground. Guy kept claiming he knew the best way to run the mutants out of the mill. But listen, I couldn't get him to spill how. Probably have a better chance he'll share what he learned with someone who still has...
Driving me nuts.
Tell me about this family.
You'll find them at Anchor Farm, if these thugs haven't already run them off. But if they are still there, well, they probably managed to work something out with them. Hey, it couldn't hurt to find out what it was.
I think I've got everything I need.
Well, that's a good thing, because that's all I've got. If you haven't already explored up that way, the fastest route back would be via Vault 76 and trekking north from there. And take care of yourself, all right? You're doing us a big one here.
So, we need to infiltrate the Free Radical Raider camp at West Virginia Lumber, formerly occupied by a bunch of super mutants. We could do it the old-fashioned way, run in guns blazing, Or we can talk with the traveler at the Tyler County Fairgrounds or the family staying at nearby Anchor Farm. We'll have to explore both of those options to see what happens. But sadly, I am all out of time. We'll pick up right here where we leave off with the story of the Wayward in my next episode. I publish new Fallout videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss the next episode, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. Is named after the giant anchor inexplicably standing just outside the farm. In the back
Swan
of the
anchor?
house, we find a ruined airplane, a number of workbenches, and a settler.
Thought Appalachia was gonna be better than back east. We've been through enough trying to get here, all right? Just leave us in peace.
Moving onto the porch, we find a small child.
You should go. You'll get me in trouble.
These settlers don't seem too thrilled to see us. Heading inside the house, we can take a staircase to the top floor, where we find a man named Daniel drinking coffee by a window.
Plenty of unclaimed space up the road. Maybe you should give it a visit.
Are you guys new to the area?
Just like everyone else. Except we like our privacy.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Trying to let you know you're trespassing. Free to leave whenever you like.
Are you all here for the treasure?
Treasure? Nothing but trouble. We hope to start new lives here. Private ones. So much for that.
Heard you might have had some dealings with the gang up at West Virginia Lumber.
West Virginia No. Don't know anything about them. Now, I'd like you to leave.
You sure you don't know anything?
I'm sure what I know is none of your business. Now, how about you take a hike?
We find a number of options here. We can pass a charisma check of 3 to say, we're all friends here. Just tell me what you know, and I'll get out of your hair.
You'll go. Fine. We worked out a deal. Supplies for protection. What do you need to know to leave?
Or we can pass a perception check of 3 to say, you sure? Because you started sweating when I mentioned them. I know you know something.
All right. We worked out a deal. Supplies for protection. What do you want to know about it?
Tell me about this deal you worked out.
Once a month. Food, ammo, scrap. Murray and me take it up to the mill ourselves. Gave us a password to get in. Blue Danube.
Any idea how many people are in this gang?
Plenty. 12 minimum. They don't let us in the main building, so I can't say how many were camped out in there.
Any idea where these guys came from?
Bunch of cons from back east. They're not crazy, though. Not like the Blood Eagles or the Scorch say. You can reason with them. They don't know how to farm or hunt. We do. So we worked out a deal. You have something you can offer them? You probably can, too.
I'm gonna kill these guys. You can start giving those supplies to me instead.
You do that. Maybe I can see having a little something set aside for you. One time, though.
No other questions right now.
Then by all means, beat it.
Blue Danube is the passkey. Perhaps this will come in handy. We find a lot of scrap exploring the house, and then if we head back down to the first floor and look behind the stairs, we find an unlocked floor safe. Inside is a holotape, Agreement with Radicals.
Maggie, we all benefit here. We provide you with protection, and you help feed the many, many mouths I have in my camp.
You mean you get to take whatever you want and leave us all to starve?
It won't come to that. I'll see to it personally. Now, do we have a deal?
You can take your deal and shove it. We're not your slaves. If you want our food, you can...
I'm sorry, Maggie. The rest of us are in agreement. We'll bring you shipments once a season.
Once a month.
Once a month. I'll deliver it personally.
Good. Password to get inside is Blue Danube. Pleasure doing business with you.
Daniel killed one of his own, Maggie, so as not to upset Roper, leader of the Free Radicals. Heading upstairs, we can try to confront Daniel.
We're not hiring, so you can go.
Now I understand why you want me gone. You're murderers.
What are you... You found the tape. Fine, I did it. And I'd do it again, because Maggie was going to get us all
That's
killed.
pretty.
She wanted us to stand up to those thugs, to take them on all by ourselves. There are 4 of us. You know how many times we're outnumbered by that gang? 3 to 1? 4 to 1? I have a daughter, and she's alive now because we all were willing to make a deal. Maggie was going to throw that away because she didn't like being pushed around. Was bound to happen sooner or later.
And that's it. We can't say anything else to him. And since he's a story-related NPC, he is invincible. We can't kill him. I spent some time running around trying to find the body of this Maggie, but I couldn't find a grave or any sign of her body. Though we do find evidence that the settlers here are constantly fighting off enemies. We find a pile of carcasses in the corner. They don't mind if we help ourselves, and as a farm, it's a great place to hit for vegetation. Lots of vegetables, even some purified water, and plenty of workbenches.
Look, I'm not supposed to be talking to you, but nearest hunk of ocean is 300 miles from here. Someone really dragged that anchor all this way?
That's a good question. How did a ship's anchor get all the way to Anchor Farm in West Virginia? I guess we'll never know. So we've got a password that allows us access to the lumber mill. But what could the scrapper at Tyler County Fairgrounds give us? We find the fairgrounds by following the road north from Anchor Farm. It's right between Anchor Farm and the West Virginia lumber mill. When we arrive, we might start a miscellaneous quest to collect a missing Jangles the Moon Monkey. This one is easy. We find him on the ground behind one of the stalls in the middle of the fairground. We find the scrapper on the roof of one of these little huts, hiding from the scorched. We can get up here with a jetpack, or if we don't have one, we find a rubble ramp leading on top of a nearby tent, and from here, we can jump on top. The scrapper's name is Leibowitz.
Hey, get the hell out of here. Oh, yeah. You're not one of those creeps. Well, you here to rob me? Well, joke's on you. Don't get nothing.
We could pass a strength check of 4 to rob this guy, or we can say, so what's your story?
Me? Come here. I'm a science experiment. Broke out of a government lab, trying to decide whether to use my powers for good or evil. Figured I'd have a drink while I thought.
Okay, anything you can tell me about the area?
Folks have been doing some building at that track across the way. You could try your hand at it. Oh, I'd steer clear of the West Virginia lumber up the road. There were a bunch of ogres or whatever up there, but it sounds like someone might have given them the boot. Not sure it's an improvement. At least you could smell the ogres coming.
Why are you hiding out in a place like this?
Looking for peace and quiet. Presumed those creeps down there would keep everyone else away. Guess I was wrong.
I heard you were bragging about being able to run everyone out of West Virginia lumber. How?
You talked to the well-done guy, huh? Well, yeah, I got a little trick up my sleeve. Could kill them all, if I wanted. But I'm not giving it away for free. You gotta get me something.
What is it you're gonna give me?
Government-issued astral transporter. Snagged it on my way out of the lab. Takes your physical form and drops it right into the astral plane. Makes you nearly invisible. Makes it a whole lot easier to take folks out of this world at the same time.
If you've got something that'll make you invisible, why don't you grab this thing yourself?
Makes you invisible, not agile. I can't run so good since I escaped from the government. But I bet you can.
And what is it you want?
Island nearby's got a big nest in it. Bring me an egg? I'll give you what I got.
What am I stealing this egg from?
Something nasty enough that I don't want to do it? Up to you, though.
We can pass an intelligence check of 4 to say, you know, it'd be a whole lot easier to steal this thing for you if I've got one of those transporters.
I suppose there's some logic to that. Well, here you go.
And with that, he hands us one stealth boy. Now, we could bully him by passing a strength check of 8, or we can say I should head out.
Mind the locals out there.
Okay, so what? This guy was kidnapped by the government and experimented upon? What, by the Enclave? Something has certainly made him paranoid. He wants us to retrieve an egg from nearby Deathclaw Island. Heading to the island, we pass by a picnic from a horror movie. Something mangled these guys, and we find a Deathclaw egg inside a suitcase by a Deathclaw nest. But no Deathclaw. Both of the times I tried this, there was no Deathclaw here, so I don't know if I just got lucky or the Deathclaw just failed to spawn. Either way, once we have the egg, we can go back to the Tyler County Fairgrounds and give the egg to Leibowitz.
You find me my egg?
You sent me to an island filled with Deathclaws.
Well, now you understand where I didn't want to go. So you got me my egg or not?
I got one. Here.
Well, hello. That is a beauty. When you're hatched, you're gonna call me Papa. Here, goes in my end of the pocket. Make the most of them.
And as a reward, he gives us 3 stealth boys. He doesn't give us one less if we passed the intelligence check. That got us one earlier, so we can walk away with 4 stealth boys by passing the check first. Well, the point of this encounter is clear. Instead of using the password, Blue Danube, to talk our way into the camp, we could use a stealth boy to sneak in and assassinate Roper, the leader of the Free Radicals. An assassination sure sounds fun. But for the sake of the story, we'll go ahead and use the password to see if we can learn more about these Free Radicals. We don't know much about the pre-war history of the West Virginia lumber yard. There's not a lot of lore there, but what we do know comes from the Gilman Lumber Mill, which is really close to Vault 76, one of the first places we're likely to explore. We find a skeleton on a balcony at the very top of the ruin, sitting in a chair with a potted plant and a hatchet. On a crate next to him is a note, a job opportunity. Gary, you sick of cutting wood over there yet? I've been working over at West Virginia Lumber Yard for a few weeks now, and it's a world of difference. Better pay, better hours, and best of all, no robots. I talked to the foreman here, and he's looking for a few more guys. You better grab the gang and head over here before someone else grabs your spot. Paul. Sounds like the Gilman Lumber Mill was automating, like much of Appalachia. But West Virginia Lumber, at least, still hired people, and apparently treated them well. Heading to West Virginia Lumber, we see that it has changed a lot. We explored this place in a previous live stream, and as Leibowitz said, it was swarming with super mutants. But now it's a walled-off raider city, made from scrap shacks, floating pods, tents, and shipping containers. We find a pile of burning super mutant bodies just outside the front door, and to gain entrance, we can talk to the nearby speaker.
What?
I'd like to join your organization.
Don't take in strays. Unless someone gave you the password, you can take a hike.
Butternut squash. Oh, wait, you said password or safe word?
Nice try. Now, either give me the password or take a hike.
Oh, well, I don't know the password.
Then kindly piss off.
Look, I'm here to talk to your boss.
Oh, yeah? What's the password?
If our luck is high enough, we can pass a luck check to say, password, which
what in the name of fuck?
Or we could attack, or if we have the password,
Unbelievable.
Blue Danube.
Go on through.
Oh god, I'm so sick of this.
The lumber mill and explore it without the Free Radicals attacking. The lumber camp has changed a lot, but there's still a lot of wonderful scrap around here. We learn from Raider Flavor dialogue that after killing the mutants, they dumped most of the bodies in the river.
I'd avoid the river, unless you like swimming in mutant guts.
Though when I dove into the river, I couldn't find a single corpse. We do find few piles of super mutant bodies burning around the camp. We can walk away with a lot of scrap, a lot of ammunition, and a wide array of low-level weapons. We can even find a suit of Raider power armor and a couple of fusion cores here. We also find a bit of an automobile workshop here. Looks like the Free Radical Raiders are trying to retrofit this pre-war nuclear-powered limousine. Perhaps they dragged this here from Hornwright. We see the
So I guess if you have enough dense armor, it negates explosions altogether, doesn't it? If it's not direct.
Vehicle modifications.
So I finally found a supercharger for Roper's limo. Sent Dog Breath and his crew over to Gorge Junkyard. They hit the jackpot. They even found an engine hoist, some big block double dump heads, and pistons. The head gaskets are blown, but that shouldn't be a problem. I'll know more when I start ripping it apart. I'm also gonna take a shot at modifying the exhaust and the suspension. Big rig is next on the list, though. I'm having spikes welded to the sides. That should save bullets from dealing with tools. I just finished up mounting a harpoon gun on the hood. Can't wait to own some settlers with that thing. Radical.
Fucking kidding. Where is she?
Once these vehicles hit the road.
Wow, these Free Radicals were gonna go full-on Mad Max here. And within the context of the Fallout universe, their plan isn't too far-fetched. After all, a certain chosen one does pretty much the same thing to a highwayman in about 138 years. I wonder if we should put a stop to this. Another cool feature in the middle of the Free Radical camp is a Raider throne. At the top of the throne is a plunger, and if we push it, we turn on a bunch of flaming jets. Pretty rock and roll throne there. Roper, the leader of the Free Radicals, is inside a brand new interior cell that we find at the sawmill. This is the West Virginia Lumber Company office. Once inside, we immediately find a Porta Diner. We can try our luck. No dice. We arrive on a middle floor. If we head to the bar, we can find a short double-barrel shotgun and a sickle, as well as a bunch of shotgun ammunition and a hatchet. We can take a staircase to the top level, which serves as the Free Radicals locker room. We can find some chems and ammunition in the lockers, and a tinkerer's workbench.
Holy shit. Yeah, so I do have immunity.
A great find early on in the game, and a few beds, all of which
That's cool.
use if we're sleepy.
And some immune to explosions and fire. Well, direct, indirect damage, anyways.
Chemistry station, we find a fire axe, and when ready, we can take the staircase down to the bottom floor. Here we find a blasted-out terminal, a chainsaw, and a cap stash on a nearby table.
Hey, Gen Pop, I smell? Washed these clothes like 3 times. Still think they reek of mutant blood.
When I streamed this live, I had no idea what Gen Pop meant. But the chat clued me in. They said it's short for general population. I guess the Free Radicals are using Gen Pop as a derogatory term for anyone who isn't them. There's a stim pack on a desk next to a skill level 0 locked box safe with goodies inside. And when done looting this level, we find a staircase leading down to a root cellar. As we move forward, we overhear a conversation.
No one's heard from Batter. Suspects he finally managed to get himself killed. Batter was a long shot anyway. Always figured it'd take someone coloring with a full box of crayons to find us our prize.
Roper. Here we find the Raider boss. We arrive on a ledge overlooking a pit. Not much up here on this ledge but scrap. Moving down to the lower level, we find a weapons workbench, a shelf filled with cams, and a holotape. The Wayward Interrogation.
Say it again so the mic can hear you. The name.
Crane.
And where is this Crane?
I saw him. We were at this bar. The Wayward, just north of Flatwoods.
And what does he know?
He said he was on the trail of this vault.
God damn it.
The kind that holds stuff.
The kind that holds stuff. I'll consider the topic clarified. You think it's the treasure?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, seems like that'd be worth finding out, wouldn't it?
Yes?
afraid of me?
Oh god, yes.
Don't be. We're not monsters here. We're pragmatists. You can get off the floor.
Are you... You're not going to kill me?
Not unless you give me a reason. Do you have a place to go?
No.
Do you want one?
What would you need me to do?
Go upstairs. Have a meal and a drink. Share what you know. Maybe it'll jog some memories. From there,
Oh, you poor thing.
And if I wanted to leave?
Oh, I got another one.
all free men and women here. A little family. We take care of our own. Rest of the world, be damned.
Huh. He seems to have left that last line there open-ended. We are all free men and women, he says, giving us the impression she was free to go, and yet he says that the rest of the world, not part of his family, be damned. Do they really let those who choose to leave the free radicals go? When ready, we can talk with Roper.
You the one with the password? Presume someone gave it to you because they thought you could be useful. Name's Roper. Now, explain to me why the hell you're taking up my hair.
Who are you guys?
Just a little band of friends, working together for the common good. Our common good. We call ourselves the Free Radicals, because that's what we are, free. Now, you have any other time wasters you wanted to throw at me?
I'm looking for the overseer of Vault 76. Have you seen her?
I hadn't realized I was looking so much like a milk carton. Unless you've got real business, I suggest you get the hell out of here.
Now, we have two options. We can start by saying, I want you to leave the Wayward alone.
Is that so? And why exactly would I do that?
We can make things easy for ourselves by passing a strength check of 8 and saying, because if you don't, I will rip you all limb from limb.
Don't know why you care so much, but fine. We'll get Crane's treasure ourselves. Now get out of here before I change my mind.
And that's it. Mission successful. We have intimidated the Free Radicals.
All this over a little damn bar? Don't know what she's offering me, but it better be a lot.
Alternatively, instead of intimidating him, we can say, I want to join your crew.
And I want a diamond-studded vertebrae.
Oh god, I can't. This is so dumb.
Explain to me why.
How is this still like a one-hit kill situation?
Now I want a diamond-studded vertibird.
Well, you can get it. Now, you gonna tell me why I should bring you on? Because otherwise you can go jump in the river.
Because I can get you Crane's treasure.
That's so. You bring me that treasure, then yeah, you have a place here. Well, what are you waiting for? Go find my pot of gold.
With that choice, we have now promised the Free Radicals access to Crane's treasure, which we haven't found yet. Turning around, we find a note on Roper's desk. What's that smell? Note is for reminder. Either something died or someone was buried down here when they were digging this area out. Get Jackie to bring down a dog and sniff it out. Can't stand the stench too much longer. About to hurl. Yeah, the raiders here often complain about the smell, but I turned this place upside down and I couldn't find a body, a skeleton, anything, which is weird because typically these raiders like to hang out with dismembered skeletons. Like in every Fallout game, raiders are surrounded by decomposing bodies. But not the Free Radicals, unless you count the super mutants outside. All of that said, these raiders still kill and torture settlers. We find cages in their main camp with the bodies of settlers and traders, people they likely tortured and killed for their wealth and secrets. No matter which option we choose, at this point we have to return to Duchess.
You're back. You managed to get those punks out of our hair yet?
If we convince them to leave the Wayward alone, we find an option to say, sure did. I told them if they didn't back off, there'd be consequences.
And that worked? Well, remind me not to get on your bad side.
Or if we tried to join their gang by promising them Crane's treasure, we find an option to say, I worked a deal out with them. We just have to tell them where the treasure is.
Oh, is that all? I guess I should have specified how I would have liked this to be resolved. I suppose it's on both our heads to find this treasure then.
Either way, she continues.
But you did good. Shows maybe you could be trusted. Maybe. But there's still the issue of my missing muscle. They went out chasing some unsavory characters. Never came back. They're two of the tougher cookies I've met in my day. So them being gone this long means something happened. You track them down? Maybe I remember a thing or two about this Crane fella.
So you do know where Crane is?
Maybe. My age, memories get unreliable. But I bet you finding my people would help refresh it.
What are you paying?
100 caps with your name on them sound about right.
What can you tell me about the folks that have gone missing?
Well, missing person number 1's named Polly. Got a transmitter in her. You could track her with your little radio there. Missing person number 2 goes by Saul. Those two are closer than toes and bad stilettos. So
Oh, god damn it. Fuck this.
Find them for me, and I'll pay you for the privilege of getting to yell at them in person.
Any idea where they went?
Not the foggiest, but that's where the transmitter comes in. Tune to her station and it should get you going in the right direction.
Wait, Polly's got a transmitter in her?
Yeah, little something I slipped under her exterior plating in case she got carried off. I did mention she's a combat bot, right? A friendly one. I got her reprogrammed when I bought her, so she's not gonna hurt you. Unless they bashed up her combat inhibitor. Then, all bets are off. I made the same offer to Saul regarding the tracker under his exterior, but he declined. Go figure.
What can you tell me about these things your people were after?
They're called the Scorched. They're an unpleasant bunch, in character and appearance. They've got raw skin, with crystals sticking out of them. And they're still real handy when it comes to firearms and bludgeons, so you'll want to be careful around them. That's for damn sure.
Wait, they went after the Scorched? Why? We can pass a charisma check of 3 to say, sounds like you like these people. Do you 150 caps like them?
Huh, you're not wrong. Okay, it's a deal. So you'll find them for me?
All right, I'll find out what happened to your people.
Appreciate it. Polly's tracking frequency is 99.7. The once proud home of Appalachia's smooth jazz. I figured someone should get some use out of it. Find out what happened to them. If I need to find new people, I'd like to at least ensure I tried to do right by the old ones.
With that, we complete the quest Hunter for Hire and begin the quest Strength in Numbers. Track down Duchess's missing people. If we again talk with Mort, and if we promise the raiders treasure, Mort expresses his concern.
Hope this deal of yours doesn't come back to bite us. Now, what do you need?
However, if we didn't, he practices his narration.
Hello, this is Headmaster Mort. Is that any better? Look, I think I'm getting there. Thanks again for listening to those tapes. Now, what'd you want?
Sadly, even though he promised us more holotapes in the future, we don't find any further options to get more out of them. Now, what was it Duchess said? Channel 99.7. Tuning to it in our Pip-Boy, we pick up a broadcast. And here the message repeats. Taking a look at our map, we find that the broadcast source is coming from somewhere to the northeast. But sadly, we're all out of time. We'll explore the source of this broadcast in my next episode. I publish new Fallout videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss the next episode, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. If you have already, but you still feel like you're missing out on YouTube notifications, consider following me on Twitter at Oxhorn. I update Twitter manually with every new piece of content that I publish. I've got a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come on shirts in a variety of men's, women's, and Raiders at their headquarters, the West Virginia Lumber Mill. There, we either convinced their leader Roper to leave Duchess and the Wayward alone, we killed him, or we convinced Roper to let us become one of the free radicals if we handed over Crane's treasure. No matter which option we chose, after returning to Duchess, she asked for our help to find her lost muscle. These employees at one time helped keep the Wayward safe, but they disappeared while on a mission trying to hunt for Scorched. A man named Saul and a robot named Polly. The Duchess gave us a radio frequency that we can tap into to locate a tracking device she had placed within Polly. And so moving northeast from the Wayward, we can try to track it down. After fighting through a bunch of ghouls, the radio frequency brings us to the scene of a battle. We find vaporized, incinerated remains and the bodies of half a dozen Scorched. Clear evidence of a battle involving a robot. On one of the bodies, we find the Gali Mine production log. Production log, Gali Mine. And it gives us the address. Collection period April 2077 to October 2077. Iron 0.65 tons, coal 0.1 tons, and uranium 0.006 tons. Foreman notation, boss, this haul is miserable. Usable ores slipped below the break-even point. We are dried up. Maybe it's time we reached out to the Hornwrights, see if some of their machines couldn't kickstart things. So, these Scorched came from nearby Gali Mine. Perhaps that's where Saul and Polly retreated to after this battle. We find Gali Mine just around the corner to the north. After clearing the Scorched just outside, we can open the door to Gali Mine. We arrive at the miners' locker rooms and bathrooms. Taking a nearby staircase up to a loft level, we find a note lying on a pushcart. You're in charge. Carl, you're in charge while I'm gone. Congratulations, and no, this doesn't mean they're paying you more. Looks good on a resume, though. Supply cage is locked up. Code is in on the bulletin board. Double check everything before you close up. Some of these guys forget to put stuff back. Greg. Oh, so there's a supply cage with a code inside. We'll have to keep an eye open. On the loft level, we find a number of containers, as well as a skill level 1 locked safe. Back down to the track level, we can take the tracks deeper into the mine. Along the way, we fight a number of Scorched. At the end, the tracks veer off to the east, but we find a bit of a supply room to the south. Here we find a number of containers and shelves filled with scrap, and on a desk, a holotape light her up.
Okay, gang, the boss wanted me to leave you some instructions, since you apparently can't run this mine without me holding your hands. We're gonna light this place up today. The holes are drilled, so just get the dynamite packed in and wired up. Make sure everyone's a safe distance this time. Tommy, you do not touch the plungers. Got it? You're the reason we're down 2 guys this month. Carl, you're in charge. Don't fuck this up.
So they were rigging the mine to explode. Guess that means it wasn't being very profitable, though we still find a few nodes of coal. Upon entering for the first time, we get a challenge asking us to mine for coal. Thankfully, these are marked for us. We can walk around and pick a few pieces of coal to complete the challenge. After clearing more Scorched, if we continue to follow the tracks to the east, eventually, we hear a voice.
Hey! Over here! Don't shoot! People! Hey. Tell me you got a stim pack. I'm hurting here.
Find your own drugs, freeloader.
Freeloader? Man, I bet you're a blast at parties.
Or we can say, I've got a stim pack I can spare.
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Good to know there's still some heart out there. So, you the cavalry then? Duchess send you to save our tails?
Nope, I'm Santa Claus, and you've been a very naughty boy this year.
Oh, you're a riot, Santa. Listen up, St. Nick. There's someone else who needs some coal in their stocking.
Tails? I don't fraternize with mutants.
Mutants? What? No, it's a figure of speech. Come on. Look, as much as I'd love to discuss the size and shape of my various body parts, my friend needs help.
She did, but if you want help, it's gonna cost you.
You're barking up the wrong tree, friend. Duchess is the money in our little crew, and I'm sure she'll be real grateful to have us both back.
If you're Saul, then yes.
Much as I appreciate it, I'm not the one who needs helping right now. You see, these scorched things have been harrying the bar. Me and my bot sis Polly got the bright idea to track down their nest and clear them out. But a couple of them got the drop on us before Polly chased them off deeper into the mine. I heard some fighting, but then nothing. I think she's hurt. Look, you've got to find Polly. I can't be the reason she... Look, just find her. Please.
Polly's your bot sister? What's that mean?
It's... Look, when you get Polly back, I'll walk you through every little detail of how I became best friends with the machine. But first, I need you to save her. You think you can do that for me?
You're not gonna help me?
Go in there? No, not like this. And the Wayward's been left alone for too long. I know you can do it. You just have to find Polly.
Are you going to turn into a Scorched? Close your eyes. I'll make it quick.
Whoa. I'm a gunshot victim, not a chew toy. The only thing you need to worry about right now is getting Polly back alive.
Fine, but someone better pay me.
Cold one, aren't you? I'm sure Duchess is good for it. Now you ought to get going.
Don't worry, I'll find your friend.
Thank you. Once you've got her, just bring her back to the Wayward. I'll be there. And tell her I'm sorry I couldn't be the one to save her.
If we gave him a stim pack, he walks away. But if we didn't give him a stim pack, he hobbles away. Oh, poor Saul. Well, looks like he's not gonna help us. We need to find Polly ourselves. Turning west, we find a tunnel leading deeper into the mine. Along the way, we kill more Scorched until we arrive in a large room filled with mining equipment and more Scorched. When the Scorched are dead, we can explore. We find lots of shelves and containers on all levels of this room. In the northeastern corner of the middle level, we find a bunch of boxed foodstuffs knocked to the ground. We can walk away with 2 Nuka-Cola cherries. And near to this, we find a bulletin board. On the bulletin board is the supply cage code, 071990. And near to this, we find the supply room with a keypad just outside, 071990. The door swings open. Inside, we find a footlocker, a tool chest, not a lot of supplies, but turning around, we find a break in the concrete wall, leading to a door locked with an ID card reader. It's inaccessible, and we don't have the ID card. Where exactly does this door lead? And does it have anything to do with why the miners were blowing up all the other pathways and abandoning the mine? We find a staircase leading down to a pit in the middle of this room. Here we find a couple of gold veins, but not much else. To continue forward, we can take a staircase to the south, leading deeper into the mine. Eventually, the pathway opens up into a large chamber. But before getting very far, we hear another voice.
Hey! Someone there? I could use a lift.
Creeping closer, it's an Assaultron head lying on a tipped-over mine car.
You are a sight for sore eye. So, those things didn't get you, huh? You happen to see a young man on your way through? Early 20s, rough around the edges, carrying about a bullet's worth of extra lead in him?
We can lie and say, I didn't see him, no.
Crap. He must have just got lost somewhere. Look, what do you say you and I help each other out? My friend's hurt, and my best guess is he likely tried to make his way back to this little bar near the river, the Wayward. You help me find him, and I'll bake to a crisp anything that looks at us wrong.
Alternatively, if we said, sure did, he's hobbling his way back to safety as we speak.
He's alive? Thank God, that's good to hear. So, what do you say you and I help each other out? You get me back to the Wayward, and I'll help you bake to a crisp anything that bothers us on our way out the door.
Either way, we get to the same dialogue tree. We can say, bake to a crisp? What do you mean?
Never met an Assaultron before, huh? Probably for the best. That flashy red pearl in the middle of my face doesn't just complement my scintillating personality. It also happens to fire a multi-gigawatt laser. You pick me up and give my next servos a twirl, I'll kick off a blast that would make Oppenheimer quote scripture. So, we blowing this gin joint?
What happened to you?
One too many of those crystalline creeps. I'll give them this. They may be hideous, stupid, ugly, bad-smelling, poorly dressed, tactically backwards, and overly forward with a lady. But they are fearless. Enough of them rushed me at once that it severed my neck bracing. And so the curtain rises on my current predicament. Now, are you gonna help me out?
And are you going to pay me for getting you out of here?
I won't. But you can bet our good lady Duchess back at the Wayward will.
You got a deal.
That's the ticket. Now, let's... You hear that? Sounds like those things have regrouped. How about we make them regret it? Come on, darling. Let's make sure these things never bother the Wayward again.
With that, a bunch of Scorched spawn in the chamber, and we can use Polly as a laser pistol thing, kinda. Now, when I tried using her on my high-level character, she didn't do much damage. I was fighting level 68 Scorched with a weapon that I wasn't perked into. However, when I played this on my younger character to get more of the dialogue, Polly proved to be a devastating weapon, one-shotting the Scorched that attacked me.
So fierce, so flammable.
Of course, they were only level 6, but hey, I'll take it. Once we kill the Scorched, we can loot an end-of-dungeon steamer trunk at the top of the tracks leading up to a collapsed tunnel. And that's it for Golly Mine. We don't find a key card leading to that locked door, but perhaps we'll get it elsewhere. When done, we can leave the mine by following the tracks east and taking the door outside.
Damn. Ammo finally corroded. Wet Cave really did a number on it. I'm not going to be much help now.
Ow. Looks like Polly stops working once we leave the mine. Not sure how energy ammo gets corroded, but alright, we'll switch back to our regular weapons. With Polly in tow, we can head back to the Wayward to see if Saul made it.
Back at long last. But where's our girl?
Did you find Polly?
Saul was telling me what happened in there. You got a real knack for showing up at the right damn times.
We can't continue unless we have Polly equipped.
Oh, God. Polly?
Whoa. You're not looking so great, darling.
Duchess, I'm not feeling great.
Friend, why don't you sit her down? Jug should do the trick.
This is real snug.
That's not gonna do it all.
Oh, Polly. This is all my fault.
Solomon, no. Don't you dare. This is not... Duchess, tell me you emptied this out.
Did I? You know, I'm 80%.
Duchess?
It's all right. I can fix this. There's a robotics shop over in Summersville that... Oh.
Solomon, you're going nowhere. Look, I'm sorry to even ask, but is there any chance you might be able to help us out here? I can make it worth your while. Find Polly this new body. I'll tell you everything I know about Crane and his treasure.
Please say yes.
Have you actually known where the treasure is this whole time? What are we doing here?
Honey, it's complicated. But I promise, I will walk you through every gory detail if you do this for us.
Where can I find Polly a new body?
Solomon, you had a spot in mind?
Yeah. There's this old robotics dealer over in Summersville. Duncan and Duncan. The owners boarded it up, but it's possible to get back there if you know where to push.
You expect me to lug an entire Assaultron back here?
Oh, don't you worry there. Saul, you still got one of those trackers? You tag the body with Saul's tracker here, I'll have my people collect it. Once it's safe.
I'll track one down.
You are a lifesaver. Here, the tracker. Just plant that on Polly's new frame, and we'll handle it from there.
And here, you'll need this to get into the place. Just leave it unlocked so we can come and get the body later. And make sure it's pristine. No damage, no reprogramming. Factory defaults only. I don't want anything going wrong in the transfer.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, thank you. We'll all owe you big after this.
With that, Duchess gives us the Duncan and Duncan entrance card and Saul's transmitter. So we need to raid a nearby robotics shop to find a new Assaultron body. And it's got to be a pristine one, as Polly is sure to remind us.
Please don't tell me you're having second thoughts. Go body snatch. If I didn't mention before, thank you. Now please get out there and find me a body. Please? This is not my finest moment. If this store's empty, I swear I'm going to drown myself in this thing. I don't breathe, but I will figure it out.
Talking with Mort.
Oh my gosh, Polly's lucky to be functioning at all, state she was in. Now, I hope you two had fun on your way back, but was there something you needed?
And checking in with Saul.
I never made it inside the shop itself. Hopefully it won't be too hard to tag the body we want. Just gonna sit here for a bit longer. Make sure you get a good one. Little problems lead to big ones. I should be the one doing this, so thank you. I'm okay. Just a little dizzy still.
Like Saul said, tag our girl something nice, all right?
Now, we've got to find this Duncan and Duncan robotics store. But I'm sadly all out of time. We'll pick up right here where we leave off in my next episode. I publish new Fallout videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss that episode, be sure to subscribe and
Go this way.
Bell notification button. If you have already, but you still feel like you're missing out on YouTube notifications, consider following me on Twitter at Oxhorn. I update Twitter manually with every new piece of content that I publish. I've got a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come on shirts in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. You can find them on other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, stickers, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming a patron on Patreon or a member here on YouTube. YouTube members and we rescued Polly from Golly Mine. Well, that is, we rescued the head of Polly from Golly Mine. She and her adoptive human brother Saul had been attacked by Scorched, and the battle left her nothing more than a talking head. After rescuing her and returning the head back to the Wayward, Duchess asked us to find Polly a new robot body. Saul said that he knew of a pristine Assaultron body inside the ruins of a pre-war robotics shop in the town of Somersville, a shop called Duncan and Duncan. So, heading to Somersville, we can try to find this pre-war robotics shop. When we arrive, we see that things have changed a bit. We find new graffiti on the walls of these ruins. Graffiti
I still ended up over here.
Crimson red wings outspread, with a black rib cage painted on top of them. And soon we learned why. I saw someone in the middle of town and I went up to have a chat.
Still alive. How am I still alive?
I am your god now! Only to be attacked. Somersville is now overrun by a brand new raider gang, the Blood Eagles. The Blood Eagles are unrelated to the Free Radicals at the West Virginia Lumber Company. No, the Blood Eagles are always hostile to absolutely everybody. They all appear to be hopped up on drugs. And so before we can find this robotics store, we've got to clear the Blood Eagles.
So bored. I'm so bored of this. I don't even want to be near this fucking city, but here I am.
The town of Somersville, we start a miscellaneous quest to find and activate the jukeboxes of Somersville to bring music back to the town. There are 3 jukeboxes in total, one in the ruins of a building that was used for voting before the bombs dropped. It's
Yeah,
on
sure, why
the
not?
eastern side of town, the side of town where we'll likely arrive. We learn more about the voting that was going on here by reading a voting flyer.
See if I can remember my login.
Voting tents. New voting is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Collect a ballot from an active ballot printer. 2. Mark it with your preferred candidate. 3.
Guess it remembers.
Counter. Please don't grab more than 1 ballot. That would be voter fraud. Oh, so it looks like
Wow.
prevented with a simple please. Airtight
That's
solution.
obnoxious.
Another is in a pre-war laundromat. We can easily access it by walking through a big broken wall next to a playground. And the final one in the ruins of a pre-war diner. We find it in the corner of the eating area. Once done, we can enter Duncan and Duncan, and we see that this robotics shop has been largely ignored by the Blood Eagles. We find scrap wood and broken containers leaning against the door. When ready, we can enter Duncan and Duncan Robotics. We arrive in an entryway before a locked door. Thankfully, Saul had a key card, allowing us access to this door.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
We enter reception. We see a Mr. Hand
Alright, I'm back. I'm just checking out the Fallout store. Been a while since I looked at it.
Behind us and a skill level 0 locked door to the west. But instead of picking this lock, we can head through the open double doors to the primary display floor. We find the shop still run by a robot Mr. Handy named Skinner.
Oh. Well now, what do we have here? Are you another ghost? I cannot bring you the peace you require, Spirit. Leave me be.
Got a couple screws loose, eh, pal?
You have no idea. Well, what can I do for you, Spirit? I'm Skinner, by the by, at your service.
I am a customer, not a ghost.
Must we, Spirit? So be it. Welcome to Duncan & Duncan's, Appalachia's premier robotics dealer. I am Skinner. How may I help you, alleged member of the living?
Silence! I am the ghost of Appalachia Future, and I have a demand.
So I thought. No need to put on airs with me. I understand your plight, Spirit. My name's Skinner, and I am trapped in here.
There's so much shit.
Trapped in undeath. Now, what do you require to leave me alone?
Trapped? You aren't able to leave? It should be open now.
My duty is my cell, Spirit. Trapped behind this counter until I finally fade from this world. Someday, but I digress. What can I do for you?
This spirit requires a host, an Assaultron body.
Well, Spirit, unfortunately, Assaultrons are military-grade hardware. As such, all of our machines have already been spoken for. Outstanding deal with the United States military, just waiting for pickup. You understand.
We find a number of options, we can say. Any other pristine frames you've got for sale?
Not for purchase, no. The mint condition Protectron and Handy bodies we have on the premises have been spoken for. And our resupplier is already desperately late with our latest shipment. I do hope you understand.
Come on, you're a businessman. I'm a businessman or woman. How much do you want?
I'm sorry, but I simply cannot. The price of such a machine, even before its noted uptick in demand, was in the millions of dollars.
I've got news for you. No one uses dollars anymore. People use caps.
Bottle caps? Actual trash? Then it's likely safe to presume the amount you'd need to offer is in the mid-10 figures.
We can pass a charisma check of 3 to say, caps are much more valuable. Easily 10 million to 1. But I'll cut you a deal. I'll give you 1 whole cap for the body.
Is that so? Mr. Duncan are so very risk-averse. Fine. Here, you may collect it upstairs. Fool.
Or if we've completed the primary
God,
course,
that's so lazy.
during the course of which we actually become a United States military general, we find an option to say, the Assaultrons are for the military, eh? General Oxhorn, at your service. I'm here to collect said Assaultron.
Oh, I wish you'd said so sooner. Deepest apologies, General. Here you are. The frame's upstairs.
Either of those 2 options grant us the key card to the Assaultron showroom. Or we can say, how dare you! I am the ghost of Duncan himself. You will give me this robot.
You're a Duncan? I perhaps see some distant resemblance, Spirit. But Mr. Duncan, why, they'd tan my hide if I gave away an Assaultron. Here, you may take the Protectron. You can find it in the adjacent room. It was slated for one of the lesser clans in the region, the Garahans or some such. Mr. Duncan, I'm sure, would be thrilled to keep it in the family.
In which case he gives us the access card to the Protectron showroom. Well, I've got to go.
By all means.
The Protectron showroom is the door immediately to our left. This is the same room we could have accessed by picking the skill level 0 locked door that we found at the entrance. However, without permission, we find the Protectron body guarded by laser tripwires. And unless we have the appropriate perks, we can't disarm them. And if we trigger the trap, ceiling-mounted turrets. In this room, we find a Protectron model on a countertop, and against the western wall, we find another skill level 0 locked door. This leads to a scrap storage room, where we find a lot of ruined robot parts, none of which we can use. But lying on a shelf back here, we find the Mr. Handy showroom key. We see another door at the end of this room that leads behind the counter where we found Skinner. And looking up, we see a hole in the ceiling that leads to a room above. Heading back to the Protectron showroom, if we activate the Protectron in the middle of this room, we learn that the body seems to be in pristine condition. We could attach the transmitter to it, though we're not sure how Polly would react to getting this body. We'll back out for now and see what else we can find. Now, Skinner mentioned that the Assaultron body was upstairs. So, moving behind the counter, we pass a door that led to the storage room. We could have opened this to sneak behind Skinner instead of passing dialogue at a staircase leading up to the top floor. This leads to the Mr. Handy robot showroom, which we can either open using a key card that we got from Skinner via dialogue, or using the keys we found in the storage room next to the Protectron showroom. Inside, we find a pristine Mr. Handy body being guarded by laser tripwires. Against the eastern wall, we find a doorway leading to an office. This must be the office of Duncan and Duncan, the proprietors. Each office space is laid out identically. Each desk has a whiskey bottle, a mug, a newspaper, a phone, and a desktop picture mirroring each other. And on one of the Duncan's desks, we find a note. Read between the lines, James.
Hey, Bravo, how you doing?
Code to the Assaultron showroom, James. 8. You have to make your sales some other way, 8. I've already given you the...
Just checking out the Fallout 76 store. I haven't looked at it in like forever. What are you up to today? A butcher shop. Seems like they added a lot more stuff. Oh, good. Seems like they've added a lot more items that do stuff since I've last played, like stuff that generates resources and whatnot. A little more utility to some of the stuff. Nothing I'd be excited to pay money for, but Adam's going for these days. I'm curious. I don't even know. I don't even think I've ever bought anything from the store before. $5 for 500. So they want $10 for, say, this. Which I guess you could buy for stamps as well. Huh. Yeah, it's Vault First Ketchup. So it's like a retroactive, here's all the crap you missed since Fallout First came out. Yeah, whatever. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just whatever. Someday some brave modder is going to port all of this stuff over to Fallout 4. One day. Oh, I see. So they make you pay for it. That's some greasy shit. To unlock stuff from past seasons. Yeah, I don't know, man. I look at the store and I think to myself, it's a lot of money and shit to buy. Not that you have to buy everything, but I do like collecting stuff. But when you put it behind a paywall, it makes it a lot less attractive. I guess I bought some of this stuff, or it came with it. When was the last time you played 76 yourself? Has it been a while? Make you pay for loadouts so you can have a second loadout. It's just some greasy shit, man. I don't know. It's not like it's a free to play game. You still have to buy it, you know? Oh, 2018, yeah, that's... Let's see, where did I leave my character off? I just want to look at my character. Can't even remember the last thing I was doing. Probably got pissed off because I ran out of inventory or something and then quit forever. Alright, let's take a look-see. Oh, there's my great fort. Holy shit, I forgot how high I could jump. Like a grasshopper. It's those mutations. I went out of my way to get a bunch of mutations. There I am. Okay, what am I working with there? I guess this has been my go-to weapon. Not bad, I guess. Got a rifle for robots. Some crappy looking armor. I look like a hobo. Yeah, I think it was built for like melee stuff. Looks like just pretty much melee. Melee, hacking, lockpicking. A lot of survival-based stuff. Let's see, what are my mutations? I'm trying to remember how to look. Nope. There it is. Holy, yeah, I have like almost all the mutations, I think. God damn. I'm a mutant if I ever saw one. See what my face looks like. Hey. I got a black streak across my face. But yeah, that's me more or less. Well, that was fun. Let's take a look at the map. What's going on down there? I mean, I must have not played too long ago, because I have a companion. So it must have been at some point after they added NPCs. Alright, that's a companion now. Let me see. I just don't remember this game at all.
In the meantime, let's just eliminate that rogue USSA robot that's lurking around monitoring us. It gives me the creeps.
Was she the astronaut? Is that who she is?
College days, we used to watch robots fight in the basement of, you know, if they ever...
Alright, good times. Yeah, I don't know if I can get back into it. Seems too... I don't know. I just don't know. I could probably get back into it with a group of people, but I would have to... I don't think I could get back into it by myself the way it was before. I don't know, it's like the gameplay is missing something, like, in comparison to 4. I don't know what it is. Like, they keep adding new things to that game, but I keep going back to this one. And I don't know if it's just the money thing, or, man, I don't know. I mean, mods pretty much do everything better, as far as, like, adding new things to the game. Of substance, I suppose.
Code 8, you don't need me 8, but as you've shown, traipsing around with those...
Almost had me, Oxhorn.
Have 8 read between the lines. James, I have. And from here it repeats, over and over again, paragraph after paragraph, the exact same text. What exactly does this mean? Read between the lines? On the wall behind each desk is the painting of a clown. And on the wall by the door, we find 2 clocks on either side of it, each of which has 2 8s in the middle of the dial. Then, above the door is a birdhouse, and on the birdhouse, another 8. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. What's with all the 8s? We find out when we leave the office and turn left. Here we find the Assaultron showroom, and if we got the key card from Skinner downstairs, we can simply use it to open it. However, On the wall to the left of the door, we find a keypad. And if we couldn't get the key card, if for example we decided to stealth our way up here, we can use the keypad to punch in 88888. Either way, the door opens and inside, we find one remaining pristine Assaultron body. Now, we disabled the laser tripwires guarding the Assaultron body because we had the key card from Skinner. But what if we didn't get it? Even if we opened the door with the code, if we didn't have the perks, how would we get past the tripwire? There's our first
Tripwire. I like Oxhorn, but he says he's funny. He's just funny sometimes. Oh yeah, Oxhorn. I like Oxhorn. He does good like long form lore videos.
Let's see what other options we have. Moving out of the hole in the wall, back into the Assaultron showroom, we find a skill level 3 locked door against the western wall. Inside,
How are you dead already, Ada? Useless.
we can pick the skill level 2 lock on the box safe, and on the desk we find the Assaultron showroom.
Yeah, this is covering the Wastelanders. Yeah, he's still going strong, man. He's pretty much how I know anything about 76 story-wise, but
without passing any of the dialogue checks with Skinner, getting any of the key cards, or solving the 88888 riddle. We can pick the skill level 0 locked doors into the Protectron showroom, then pick the skill level 0 locked door.
Epic Nate is pretty good too when it comes to Fallout stuff.
Snag the key from the desk, disable the turrets using the terminal if we want, unlock the door to the Assaultron showroom, go behind the wall, and then attach the transmitter without tripping any of the laser security using the hole behind the Assaultron. But we find yet another path here. Heading out of the Assaultron showroom, if we move north through the Mr. Handy showroom, we find another hole in the wall, but this one has a rubble ramp leading to the attic. In the attic, we find a bunch of boxes and containers that form a path all the way to the back of the attic. Near to the very end, we find a holotape and a note. The holotape is labeled Negotiations.
Oh, you've truly done it this time, Jonathan. This numeric obsession of yours will be our ruin. You've reminded me multiple times it's the only house in the city with that number. But leveraging our only... You... what?
Oh, come on. Why is it crashing now?
Yes, Mr. Duncan. My brother refuses to continue our discussion without his evening tea because he is a petulant child.
It's like it knows I booted up Fallout 76 and is all pissy about it now.
To my brother, you imbecile. Your brother? At the cemetery? What on earth are you talking about? Go downstairs, make his tea, and bring it to the desk directly in front of you where he is seated. Sir, there's no one there. Well, you don't see him? No, sir. Well, that simply won't do. Skinner, fetch my toolkit. You're clearly malfunctioning. Very well, sir.
We begin to understand what happened here. One of the Duncan brothers, Jonathan, died. And his brother James became so distraught that he refused to accept it. He then went on to
I've been loading from the save file, like for the past hour. So why is it a problem now? What the fuck? What's different today? It's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy.
Reprogramming on the part of James Duncan explain why Skinner believes in ghosts?
I could go days without crashing, and then something dumb like this will happen.
Given a strong dressing down to the men involved in the altercation.
Today's just not been a great day for Paula.
Serve you the summons meant for your twin, and duly hope you can understand the mix-up. Unfortunately, the other Mr. Duncan continues to elude us. Are you sure he's not residing at a different address? Can you at least confirm I have this correct? 88888 Watch Key Street, Charleston. It also seems he's been avoiding your mutual place of business since the lockout occurred, though the men I've had stationed in the neighborhood are having some trouble differentiating you two, as you've well seen. Is there any chance you might be willing to don a small item by which they can differentiate you two? A lapel pin or a rose on your jacket pocket? We at Gramercy and Ulster appreciate your patience in this matter. It is
So what's different? Why did it work now? Why didn't it? I just like, you know, if it seems like it's... Nope, I can't. I should just be super grateful it even works. So... Like, what was different this time that didn't make it crash? What was different?
Perhaps by robbing the grave of Jonathan. But where then is James? Did James die in the nuclear apocalypse of 2077? Or could he still be out there? If we navigate between the furniture here, at the very end, we find a skill level 2 locked box safe and a hole in the floor. The hole is directly above the Mr. Handy, and if we kneel down, we can reach it. In this way, we can avoid the pre-war security to attach the transmitter to the pristine Mr. Handy body. In my 2 gameplays, I put 1 transmitter on the Mr. Handy and 1 on the pristine Assaultron. This body seems to be in pristine condition. Attaching the transmitter to this body means Polly gets the same frame she's used to. We'll attach the transmitter. On our way out, we can have a passing word with Skinner.
If I encounter any damage in those showrooms, you should expect a bill. The Duncan line is an ancient and proud one. Why, there's been a Duncan in this great nation ever since the 1980s. But I'm sure you already knew that. I heard some screaming outside the window. Do the ghosts rule the outside world as well now? General, I do hope you'll accept my apologies about the mix-up. It's so hard to tell rank these days.
Well, the screaming outside, I think, can be explained by the Blood Eagles killing people and taking over the town, and the nuclear apocalypse. I really hope that's the only evidence of ghosts that Skinner has seen. Heading back to the Wayward, we can tell Duchess of our success.
Hey! You got one. Signal's coming through loud and clear.
You know, I don't throw the word hero around a lot. Come over here and let's discuss, huh? Now, I presume you've found something that'll work for someone with natural charm and gravitas?
If we didn't choose the Assaultron body, we find a couple of other options here. We can say, I mean, what's a body, really? It's personality that counts.
Well, there's the vote of confidence I was hoping for.
Still, beats the hell out of your current address, don't it, doll?
Or we can say, your body's a jug of moonshine. You'll take what I gotcha.
You know, you make a strong argument. I believe I can agree to your terms.
Nothing.
You didn't have to stick your neck out for me. I appreciate it. Truly.
You know what? Let's go kill the rest of these super mutants.
You've worked real hard putting things right for us. None of us are going to forget what you've done. But that really just leaves one last topic for us to discuss. Doesn't it? Crane, you ready to listen? I'm just warning you, I can't guarantee you're going to be happy with what I'm about to say.
Wait, this treasure is real, right?
Yes. At least, well, it's better I walk you through the whole thing at once. You ready to hear it?
It's about damn time.
Okay. Follow me. So, I've known where Crane is. I know where his treasure is, but, well, there's a problem.
Duchess leads us upstairs and takes us to the locked door. and the restricted area. Opening the door, we step in to find...
Honey, you awake? You want to give him a little nudge?
It's Crane! And he's... a scorched?
That's all he says anymore. Boy is key. Over and
Jesus, Duchess. That thing's been up here the whole time?
That thing is Crane, Solomon. And what exactly would you have liked me to do with him?
Put it out of its misery. Those things are killers, Duchess. Paulie and I have the scars to prove it.
I don't recall yielding the floor to debate here. You agree with me, don't you?
I do. There's still a person in there.
Exactly.
Okay, fine. But that person is fucking dangerous. And those things, they nearly killed Paulie and I once. I can't let that happen to the rest of you. I promise. I'll do it with dignity. But I'm killing this thing if no one else is going to.
No. Those things are monsters. Only merciful thing to do is to put it out of its misery.
You're not serious.
Duchess, please. Let us fix this. None of us here are safe while that thing's alive.
Why on earth is he that in here?
I swear, it wasn't this bad before. I found him, just resting on the stoop at an ungodly hour, looking like he got burned. It wasn't until I got his shirt off that I saw the crystals. I thought about bashing his head in with a hammer right then, but he didn't fight me. He wanted me to tie him up because he didn't want to hurt anybody. No monster would do that. You have to see he is a person.
I'm not sure. Is there a way he can be cured?
Well, look. I may not have all the information here, but all I've heard is, well, no. Once the infection's this far gone.
Then so is the person inside.
I know.
But look at how defenseless it is. How could you not shoot that?
Excuse me?
Whoa, you need to take this seriously. Because this is serious. That thing could escape. That thing could kill us all. Just like they nearly did to Paulie and I. I'll take care of it. But you need to let me do this, Duchess.
It doesn't really matter. Person or no, they're dangerous.
I wonder if you could just shoot him right there.
For trouble.
And dangerous people are what got us into this whole mess in the first place.
Exactly, Duchess.
Duchess, that person is gone. We have to deal with what's in front of us now. A scorched.
I know. You're right. I couldn't. Please. Just make it quick.
Well, it sounds like we should keep it alive and study it.
What if there's a cure?
And who knows how long that'll take? We just wait around for this thing to get loose in the hopes that someone out there finds it? No. I'm sorry, but Crane's gone. The only decision to make here is, are you doing it? Or am I?
At this point, we find 3 options, and I was only able to choose 2 of them. We can kill Crane ourselves, or we can ask Saul to do it.
All right. Sorry, pal.
You two mind if we just take a moment?
Of course not, Duchess.
Thank you. Now, Crane had a map and an access card he kept on him. You want to grab those, doll?
If Crane dies on his body, we find the Robco experimental cache key and Crane's map. Or we can say, no, you're talking about murder here. Is that what you want to be? Murderers?
Murder? No, you... You're right, I guess. Well, what about... We'll let him go. He's out of our hair and gets a fighting chance at a life. Who knows? Maybe he'll last long enough for someone to find a cure. All right?
Maybe he gets lucky. Be a nice change for you, wouldn't it, Mr. Crane? Fine. We'll let him go. I'll take care of the arrangements. Get him far away from here.
Some reason why you couldn't just leave them tied up? I mean, they don't seem to need to eat.
His pocket there and grab a map and a key card. Just try not to get bit.
If we choose this option, we spare Crane's life, but we can still take the key card and the map from Crane.
According to that map, the treasure is in some kind of special cache tucked away inside Golly Mine, sealed away behind a keycard locked door.
Golly Mine? That's where Polly and I tracked the Scorched.
Son of a... Does that... Did you lure those damn things here when you found the cache?
If Crane died...
Suppose we don't need to feel so bad anymore.
Solomon, too damn soon.
Sorry.
If Crane lived...
You sure you still want to let him go?
Hush, Solomon. Now...
What's up, little cat?
This cache. I tried to check it out myself, but I didn't get real far.
Oh ho! What you doing there?
I'm intimately acquainted with Golly, so I suspect you've got the best shot at actually laying hands on whatever's in there. So,
what's going on?
Terms. I will let you keep said map and access card. No strings attached. As payment for everything you've done for us. But I need your word you'll come back.
Are you a good little cat?
And none of that cheap stuff I served to the scrappers in Saul.
Hey.
I'm just realizing that having the right people in your life
What you love, I know.
is more important than chasing riches.
Why don't we split the treasure?
Honey, I'll take it in tips.
You're still gonna make me pay for drinks?
You bet your ass I am. I have big plans to bilk our new resident treasure hunter for every cap she's got. Now, there anything else you
Are
want
you
to
loving
discuss
on
before
me?
heading out?
Any clue what boy is key means? Did Crane have kids?
No idea, sweetheart. He was only ever here alone. If he did have kids, well, they're long gone.
Hey, Duchess, you need to talk? Like, about Crane?
I'll be fine. This is just the world we got now. A lesson I keep seeming to forget. Lucky for me, I just happen to have access to a variety of mind-altering substances. So, I'll bounce back. But thank you for asking.
How did you know that Crane had the map and card on him?
Maybe I have great vision. Maybe he wore shirts with too many buttons undone. Maybe you don't need an answer to that question. You got what you needed. What say you let a lady maintain her air of mystery?
I think I'm good. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Taking a look at the map, we see that it's a map of Golly Mine. We see the mine entrance where we arrived. A number of places that Crane had X'd out. Looks like he tried to find the treasure there. But then one spot circled with arrows and exclamation marks. And here he gives us the cage code. 071990, the same cage code we found on the bulletin board inside Golly Mine. That must mean that the Robco key card we got from Crane opens the sealed door that we found in our last episode. Now we need to head back to Golly Mine to find out exactly what's behind that door. And we're left with a few questions. What did Crane mean when he said, "Boy is key"? Could this treasure that everyone is hunting for really be behind the door in the depths of Golly Mine? What will Polly say when she discovers the body that we chose for her? If we let Crane live, will we ever see him again? And if we find the treasure and we promised it to the Free Radicals, how will that play out? Sadly, I am all out of time. We'll pick up right here where we leave off in my next episode. I publish
Good little
new
cat.
videos each and every week on my channel, so if you don't want to miss that episode, be sure to subscribe and to click that bell notification button. If you have already, but you still feel like you're missing out on YouTube notifications, consider following me on Twitter at Oxhorn. I update Twitter manually with every new piece of content that I publish. I have a shirt shop with completely unique designs that you can't find anywhere else. My designs come on shirts in a variety of men's, women's, and children's sizes, and in a wide array of colors. You can find them on other products as well, like smartphone cases, pillows, posters, mugs, stickers, prints, etc. So if interested, you can find a link to my shop in the description below, or you can click here. If you like what I do and you want to support me in a more personal way, consider becoming a patron on Patreon or a member here on YouTube. YouTube members and patrons on Patreon are becoming increasingly important as YouTube continues to make platform changes that make the future of YouTube monetization uncertain. So to all my YouTube members and my patrons on Patreon, you have my sincerest thanks. I couldn't make these videos without your help. But more than anything, I'm just so glad you're here watching this video with me today. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon with more brand new videos. Robot body for Polly. And when we got back to the Wayward, we discovered that Duchess was keeping Crane, who was actually a Scorched, locked up behind a door on the top floor.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
His key, and on his inventory,
God damn it.
to Golly Mine and the Robco experimental cash keycard. We either killed Crane or let him go, and then Duchess told us that we could keep whatever we found behind the door inside Golly Mine. As long as we came back to spend caps on drinks once in a while. At last, we can find out what this treasure is all about. And to do so, we need to head back to Golly Mine. And once inside, we know exactly where to go. Navigating to the second large room, we can go to the caged off area and punch in the passcode, the one we found on the bulletin board or on Crane's map, 071990. Once inside, we can navigate through the break in the concrete wall and use the Robco experimental cash keycard on the ID card reader. The door opens, allowing us to enter the Robco Auto Cache number 1. What on earth is this? Robco experimental cache? What is Robco doing in West Virginia? On the other side of the door, we arrive in a large office space. To the left, we find a locked door. Robco staff only. Your presence has been logged by Robco security. We see that the door is barred from the other side, so we can't go that way. So, turning around, we can move east. We see a hallway going off to the north and a caged-off area to the east. Moving towards the caged-off area, we see that this was a bit of a storage area. Lots of shelves covered in scrap. Nothing much of interest. Though we do find a few ants back here. Looks like this Robco experimental cache has suffered an ant infestation. At the back of this caged-off area, we see that the concrete wall to the north has crumbled.
Oh my god. I just cannot catch a fucking break today.
And is that a nest? Mole rats. This must be one of the portions of Golly Mine that the miners collapsed with explosives. All we find back here are toxic irradiated barrels.
Here we go.
At last, we begin to understand the messages we read in Golly Mine. They were abandoning the mine because Robco was taking it over for their experimental cache. Heading through another break in the wall, we arrive in a floating pod overlooking a larger room. On the wall above some desks, we find a sign. 3 easy steps to access the Robco auto cache. Step 1. Register your Pip-Boy at the nearest system registration terminal. Step 2. Stand inside the auto cache scanner detection radius. And step 3. Raise your registered Pip-Boy towards the auto cache scanner. Register your Pip-Boy, and it's then we remember. Crane's final words. Boy is key. Pip-Boy is key. On the desk beneath this sign, we find a note. A repository as smart as you. Test flyer number 11, version 1. The insert final name. Any dolt can...
You like what I did to Ada? She's got 2 heavy incinerators for hands now, and she's little. She's just a little gang.
Let your Robco Pip-Boy 2000 be your key. Access anytime. Order yours today. Coming, insert date. Wait a minute. Does that mean Robco, the makers of the Pip-Boy, was trying to come out with their own vault to compete with Vault-Tec? So they were creating all of the Pip-Boys for Vault-Tec, but that must not have been enough. No, they wanted all of that vault money.
She's fun-sized now.
Experimental vaults? How far into this project did Robco go? Beneath one of the desks, we find a box of Mentats. Someone was staying up late running the numbers. Turning around, we can push a big red button against the eastern wall. This opens some double doors. We'll head through there in a minute. Next, we can loot the cache control room key lying on a desk by the double doors. And then turning right, we have to hack a 0 skill level locked system registration terminal. After hacking, Robco Experimental Auto Cache. Welcome text. Test line. George, House is shutting down the auto cache project. Please wipe this before they seal the place. I hope you're happy. K. Oh, so House abandoned the project. Guess it must not have been a viable one? We find a number of entries here. Before we register our Pip-Boy device, we can access the tour guide walkthrough. George, they're moving up the first tour. I know you said it'd take 6 months. We've got 2 weeks. Here are my notes for the tour. I left more in the cache for priority fixes.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Get it done.
How am I still dying in one hit? From a melee attack, out of all things. Just blows my fucking mind.
Note, do this first. It's the only way to shut off the security. Legal will skin us alive if we turn in more injury forms, and then that's more injury forms. K. Number 2. Approach the customer with a friendly but firm handshake. 3. Lead the customer to the entrance and run through the included Robco Auto Cache introduction script. 4. Position yourself inside the scan ring in front of the cache entrance. 5. Present registered Pip-Boy towards the patented Robco Easy Access Eye. Note, just have them stand still inside the ring. It's not rocket science. K. Number 6. Proceed inside the cache. 7. Run through the included auto cache tour script. 8. Proceed to Robco Mega Dispenser. 9. Give customer a dispenser token and request they deposit it in the slot of their choice. Note, we've only got 1 token. Left it on the podium in the showroom. Do not lose it. Okay. And number 10, escort the customer out with their very own keepsake while reciting the Robco Cache customizability.
Fucking Christ. It's just not my day today, man. It's just not.
For something personal. This tour needs to sparkle. George left some sparkle under the desk. Don't mess this up. K. We see that there were a number of other scripts. Supply cache intro script, supply cache tour script, supply cache customized script, but these were all removed, possibly deleted by George. The sparkle under the desk were the Mentats that we looted a moment ago. So George was never a big fan of this Robco Auto Cache project, but it seems to have been the pet project for this K. House probably never liked it. Sounds like one of House's underlings was taking initiative to try to make a new profitable business for Robco, to make a name for himself within the company. House, as we know, predicted the nuclear apocalypse and likely shuttered this autocache project to divert resources to Nevada so that he could complete his Securitron bunker beneath Fortification Hill. That may be what Kay was alluding to in this terminal. Before we back out, we can register our Pip-Boy device.
Pip-Boy detected. Registration complete. Countermeasures disabled. You may now present Pip-Boy at access point.
Looks like the Robco pre-war security has been disabled. Now we can head through the big double doors that we just opened, which brings us back to that hallway on the other side of that gated off section. If we turn right, we find a door that leads us downstairs to arrive at a large vault entrance. This vault looks nothing like a Vault-Tec vault. The door looks more like a bank vault than anything. We can clear a few ants. We see some tables laid out with drinks, likely what George and Kay tried to use to butter up potential buyers. It's doubtful they sold any units, but why? When ready, we can stand in the ring.
Valid Pip-Boy detected. Access granted. Welcome, prospective Robco customer.
The system detects our registered Pip-Boy, and the vault door opens. Let's see what a Robco vault looks like. Stepping in. Okay. Lots of shelving with associated signs. Refreshments on demand. Cream, vodka, juice, beer, wine. Find a couple of containers down here. A few wads of cash. Lots of barrels and boxes. A suitcase and a duffel bag. Not very high tech, but this path is a dead end, so moving on to the main hallway, we find more items stored to the right. Waste handling in neon and blinking lights. And a Robco vault's waste handling is just big barrels filled with God knows what. Continuing forward, we find even more containers.
Wow. Duelist frying pan of the duelist. That's not redundant.
I missed it when I came through here, and after completing the quest, we can't go back, so I wasn't able to capture footage of it. But I'll read the transcript. Imagine your memories here. Test flyer number 1, version 4, the insert final name. Imagine all of your most precious memories here, accessible anytime you'd like, without the need for unscrupulous human guards. Order yours today. Coming, insert date. So these auto caches weren't vaults for people, they were vaults for belongings, caches of goods. But exactly how long did Robco expect these goods to last underground? They're just laid out on shelves. We don't see any humidity control, temperature control, though security was pretty good. That was a thick vault door. We see a door to the right, and then a pathway to the left. Economic security, with a big arrow pointing at a pile of pre-war money. Well, that was a failed prediction. We begin to realize why Robco never had any buyers for this experimental cache, and why House had to shutter the program. It was so amateur. Buckets for waste management, barrels filled with milk and vodka. Not very high tech. Moving west, we can open a couple of doors and fight an ant to arrive in what appears to be the primary vault chamber. This must be where George and Kay gave sales pitches to their prospective clients. And what was it Kay said on the note? They left a token behind the pedestal. As part of the sales pitch, a prospective client would be given a token that they could use to receive a keepsake after going through the sales pitch. Heading to the podium, sure enough, we find a Mega Dispenser test token lying on top of it. And next to this, we find a number of Robco coin-operated dispensers. These are the auto caches. And this must be the treasure. We only have one token, but a number of auto caches. One for energy weapons, one for a shotgun, one for a rifle, a pistol, an unarmed weapon, a two-handed melee weapon, and a one-handed melee weapon. So the souvenir, or keepsake, that they gave to prospective buyers was a weapon I guess that makes sense for pre-war America. Using a token, we can activate the cache of our choice. On one playthrough, I chose a shotgun. And we get a 2-star legendary weapon. I got a suppressor's pump action shotgun. It reduced my target's damage output by 20% for 3 seconds, and it had a 25% faster fire rate. Disappointing for my power armor wielding character. But on my younger gunslinger character, I got something pretty useful. For her, I chose a pistol, and she got a 2-shot 44 caliber pistol. It shoots an additional projectile and increases bashing damage by 40%. This 2-star legendary was disappointing for my power armor character, as he's already gotten a lot of 2-star legendaries. But this was the first legendary weapon I got for my younger character. So the auto cache is a great opportunity to get a guaranteed legendary drop for younger characters. Now, the design and function of the auto caches gives us the impression that the legendary weapon is automatically generated when we use the token, but that's actually not true. These are pre-programmed rewards. We can only ever get the same weapon reward from each auto cache. The reward for an energy weapon is a Furious Laser Pistol, which also grants a bonus of 10% to damage while aiming. The rifle is an anti-armor hunting rifle, which also increases the damage of VATS critical shots by 50%. The unarmed dispenser delivers a Vampire Knuckles, which grants a damage bonus of 40% to power attacks. The two-handed melee is a bloodied sledgehammer, which also increases swing speed by 40%. And the one-handed melee is an executioner's sickle, which reflects 50% of the melee damage back to the enemy while blocking. And that's about it. So much for the great treasure of Appalachia. Is this what the free radicals have been harassing the Wayward over? Is this what people have been coming back to Appalachia from all over the wasteland for? On our way out, we can see what else Robco had in store for prospective buyers. Reliable HVAC. And it's pointing to pipes at the top. Lying on the shelf next to the sign is another note that I missed, so I'll read the transcript. Robco stock shares 1,000. Test flyer number 7, version 3. The insert final name. This page could be company stock. $1 million. The crown jewels. Whatever matters to you matters to us. All insert final names come pre-equipped with the patented Easy Access Eye, capable of recognizing any registered Pip-Boy device and able to unlock access to your valuables in a jiffy. Order yours today. Coming, insert date. Fresh food we see upon turning a corner, and it's pointing at sugar bombs and Salisbury steak. We find a note pinned to this one.
God, could this take any longer?
Test flyer 21B. George, we're working with preserved stuffs here, so it needs to be stacked meticulously. Think window display at Greg and Gould's. Food's cheap. Get as much as we can afford and build from there.
Don't you dare. Don't you spend that much. Doof. It's gonna be real sad. Spend that much time loading for just a crash.
We find another note lying on one of these shelves. Treasury bonds, 100. Test flyer number 18, the insert final name. Like your investments safe? Then secure your future with an insert final name system. Built to order, each insert final name is the perfect balance of security, convenience, and frugality. Access any time of day or night without meddlesome and high-maintenance human guards. Order yours today. Coming, insert date. And what is their safe investment? Just a box on a shelf. Lovely. Here we find a sign, data storage, and what is it? Just a bunch of filing cabinets. Near to this, we find a bunch of wooden crates. Near to one, we find a note. Add crates here. Test flyer 21B. George, fill this area with the fanciest crates we can afford. Something that looks like a Hornwright would store their jewels in it. Should scream, I have enough money. I need to hide it from my employees. Ooh, someone was salty over the Hornwrights. Kay must have been a local boy. And at the end of this catwalk, we find a personal...
Oh my God.
Which is just a 10mm pistol.
Well, I think that's it for me today. I'm gonna call it quits. I don't think I can deal with another crash today. But hey, Bravo, thanks for stopping by. I'm definitely gonna be back here tomorrow, early in the morning. Might hang out tonight. We'll see. But whether you tuned in now or later, whenever you are, wherever you are, thanks, and I'll catch you later.